and previous. I was like, that hand can't call. I don't know what it was.
No,
Ace Jack, yeah, this type of spots. If you're in the small blind here with 30 bigs, or like let's say like, 25 plus,
yeah.
you're supposed to rejam quite a bit, like even some medium pocket pairs and all of that. So Ace Jack is obviously like you're kind of forced to call. Somebody would have to be supremely tight for you to have to fold this. But here, it seems like there's a lot of experienced players that you expect to make the plays that they're supposed to do. So you definitely have to call that.
Yeah, 30 just feels so much after all the short stack poker we've been watching in the previous 2 days. But it was the correct call. Unfortunately, poker is a brutal mistress, and you don't always get rewarded for your correct calls. King Jack heavily outflops Ace Jack. Picked up some additional outs on the turn, but not enough to really get there.
How would you play if button opens and you have sixes in the small blind, 30 big blinds, and button covers you?
Yeah, I would definitely not jam.
Yeah?
It depends. If I have exactly 30, might be a fish play. I think I might just call.
Yeah. The problem is that, set mining in small blinds, like you're always out of position.
Yep.
Even if you make your set, it's like kind of hard to make money against a good player.
I know, but I would really hate to raise and then have to fold sixes. I don't just want to open jam 30 big blinds with sixes. That would be absolutely nuts. And I don't believe that would be a correct play either. So, yeah, I think I'd call. It depends a little bit. It depends on how the button has been playing, how often he opens, his frequency of opens.
But let's say
And-
it's a pro that opens the normal stuff he's supposed to open, so pretty wide.
Yeah, but who's on my big blind? That's also very important.
Yeah.
Like, I need to know who's on the big blind. Is he likely to come over the top if I call? Or,
Well, if the button raises and you jam 30 big blinds, like the big blind has to be like absolutely loaded.
but I'm not
to come
jamming. I
along.
already said I would never
Oh,
jam.
okay.
Right? Never jam. I'd call.
Oh, you mean okay to call so that you're worried about the squeeze behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, who doesn't have to worry? The man with pocket nines over here. As the board comes 9, 7, 3. King Queen suited is an incredibly pretty hand, a pre-flop. But on this flop dot, it's gonna take a absolute miracle straight out of heaven. At this point I'm wondering how can you Jack 10, right? Jack 10 is the only way to still win this hand.
Yeah.
That's rough.
And then if it's a spade, also it's like both players gonna get a little suspicious because there would be a flush out there, and then so Martin Selak now is trying to figure out whether he should raise or not.
I feel like we are never folding this set in a million years. It could be spade, ace king, and we still ain't folding.
Well, if it's spade and somebody jams, then you kind of have to fold a lot.
He's got 260k. Obviously, there would be a lot of money in the middle by then, because we're already betting now.
He goes for a small raise, and I think that's going to offer a way out here for Chain Gailiang.
Yeah.
I would have been very interested if there was just a call on most blank turn, whether Chain Gailiang would have continued.
It's a shame, right? Because that is a very dry board. And imagine if there is a queen or a king that rolls off. Then I actually think he's going to lose a lot of chips against the nines there. Because the nines are pretty invisible. You're not putting your opponent on pocket nines there on the 9-7-3 rainbow board.
But there is upsides and downsides to everything. Imagine if he just calls and then like the turn is like puts a straight out there and a flush, then obviously it could be pretty bad for him whether the opponent has hit or not.
Absolutely. Man, it seems like we're going to move Ja William back away from the future table. And he was so happy. He jumped up, double fist pump. I'll get it done. We have given him nothing but love. I was excited to watch him play some cards. Why is he so happy to leave us?
Maybe the table is pretty strong, obviously. So maybe he's hoping he gets a softer table. Is that a Montclair polo he was rocking? My man. With the fashion.
There's a store over here at the beautiful landing resort. So. You know what I have not seen?
If you weren't good enough, maybe treat yourself to a jacket.
Yeah. What I have not seen is a jewelry store here. Have you seen one? Or like a watch store? I feel like that's normally so common at these kind of places.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
They have.
But there is like a beauty clinic. Do you see that?
Yeah. Why? You think you're telling me something, Todd?
No.
Should I go?
Just I thought it's interesting because it's like a resort and it's like free consultation. Like, what do you want to modify?
Ace Jack opening from the button. We have 10-9 in the big blind, 10-9 suited. We are never ever folding 10-9 here. Especially not when we're playing over 100 big blinds. I think easy call here. I don't think there's a need to make it a lot more complicated. It doesn't look like a call. He's a little nervous. He is a little nervous. He puts in the 3-bet to 40k. Back to your man. Is that a Triton hoodie, by the way? Or?
Yeah.
Looks cool.
Interesting spot with Ace Jack here.
Yeah. They're both deep as well. They're playing 100 big blinds. Like now we're playing
It's not a
some...
big 3-bet, by the way. For being 100 big blinds, I mean, I know it's a tournament, but it's not even 4x. So, yeah, obviously, Ace Jack, you're never going to go anywhere. Sometimes you might even be able to 4-bet bluff.
Another King-King flop, but not King-King 4. It is King-King 6 this time with 2 clubs. Stefan does hold the ace of clubs. Obviously, neither player gets incredibly thrilled looking at this flop. Well, the good old C-bet. Get it done then, Todd. Is it that easy, even against Stefan Song?
It depends on the sizing, yeah. If he sizes small, I don't think Stephen would let it go, but let's see. 89 in the pots. 30k, 28, okay. So backdoor flush draw, 1 over. For Stephenson, backdoor straight draw, I guess.
And obviously very hard to connect with this board, right? Even if you are the original 3-better.
Yeah.
Basically, Zhao is saying like, hey man, I like my hand before the flop. I still like my hand. This board has not changed a whole lot. Tiny chance, obviously. Once in a while, they will have a king because that is in the range of the 3-better. But I don't think Steven is really putting him on a king. Does make the call by the looks of it. Or is that a raise, Todd? Ooh, we are playing some poker now.
Yeah.
Steven makes the raise to 70k. And at this point, I think if you're Zal, you're like, yeah, just let it go. You just have nothing to look forward to, right? He is going to use a time bank chip just to sell it a little, right? Pretend that this is a real decision, that he's got a real hand. Is that Chang Dong that they just moved to the... I think it is. I'm excited to see him. He's been very fun. The green jacket.
Do you think he could be considering coming back over the top?
That would be an insanely good play, but I think you have to be a really, really good player to even do that. It'd be a fantastic play on this board, given the way that this hand has played out so far. You 3-bet, you C-bet. It would be amazing. But it's so... Is he doing it? Wow.
Looks like a call.
But we call it.
Unless he announced the raise, but yeah, we couldn't hear. And he re-raises.
Wow.
And snap fold from Stephen Song. Wow, that was... Yeah, because when he threw the... I feel like you don't really have to waste the time bank here.
No.
Like, he could just wait until his time is done and then just fold. But once he threw the time bank, I was like, yeah, he might really be considering this and thinking there's not too much that should be raising here against this sizing. Most of the hands should be just calling. So maybe he thought that Stephen Song was up to no good, and he guessed correctly in this case.
Yep, great hand of poker there. Some proper power poker being played. And one of the more accomplished pros actually having to let that one go. That is a player to keep your eye on, Todd, because we haven't seen too many moves like that throughout this entire tournament. To be fair, we've been watching different formats, very different structures. There wasn't really room to make these kind of plays. Playing 100 big blinds is, of course, a completely different game than playing 30, but absolutely fantastic. Did not expect that hand to play out like that.
Yeah, I think that might be the guy that talked to me at Warcraft 3. This guy is gigantic, by the way. If it's him, the
like
one that just won the hand, he's taller than me. He's huge.
Could be.
King Queen offsuits, small blind against hijack.
I mean, he is feeling it right now. Remember the name, Zhao Zhuangzi.
I would guess Xuanzhe.
We're gonna remember the name, and we're gonna ask Selena. And Selena's gonna nail the pronunciation, and then we're gonna try our best.
Zhao Xuanzhe.
That was a sick hand. Incredibly well played. By the way, it hasn't updated in a while, unless we are still at 51. But I'd be very, very surprised if we are still at 51 players at this point. We've got the Queen 8 of diamonds opening things up in the hijack. 9-6-8 is our flop. We have Vijay once more getting involved. This time with the King Queen. Queen 8 out flopping King Queen.
Second pair is gonna
Ooh.
check back, and he turns trips with the Queen 8 here.
This would be.
Ill-advised this
Yeah.
time around, yeah.
This is unfortunately a little poor timing. Can't really blame him though. He's obviously just made a fantastic play and he knows it as well. Very, very unlikely that his 10 high was ever good in the previous hand. So he's probably a little bit on that win high. He's like, you know what? My opponent doesn't seem to be too interested in this hand. Let me just fire away, see if I can take it down. We know that's never going to be the case.
It's just gonna be a call. I like this. I've been talking a lot about how when you have a strong hand, I've seen many people get a little too aggro, maybe focusing too much on the cards that are bad. But look, now it just called and it's like a complete blank, or mostly a blank here on the river. And now he gives Zhao Chuanze a big chance to try and bluff perhaps again, in which case, you know, with Queen 8, he's obviously not going anywhere. And he's gonna go for it. He's gonna fall for it. Oh my goodness. He's probably thinking any strong hands here would have just c-bet every single time on the flop.
Worked so hard for those chips in the previous hand. Had to get incredibly creative. We are dusting away. Not all of them at this point, but definitely a decent amount as he bets 40k on the river. With just king high. And Chang Yu-chung cannot believe his luck. He's just wondering right now, how much more can I make it? I don't know what you have. He ain't worried about 10-7. He ain't worried about anything beating him. Has announced the raise by the looks of it. How much do you think he has made it? 110? 120? 85? 90?
Yeah, it should be like 130 maybe.
That'd be big.
155, yeah, pretty big. I guess he's really making it look like bluff or nuts. Because if he would have raised too small, it's almost like obvious. And yeah, that would be a bad time to try the same move as earlier here for Zhao Chuanze. To interpret this as weakness and come back over the top. Because I really don't think Yang Yu-chung would ever fold. So he's just gonna let it go. Identifies correctly here what happens. Hey, I love the call on the turn here.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. I've seen it a few times already as well, where people just get a little too excited, like, you're putting some chips, but I actually have the really good hand, so I'm going to raise. And
let them bluff.
Yeah. And sometimes let them catch up, right? There are moments where you can absolutely.
Well, not too much.
No, not.
There can be some straight here.
Yes.
Let them catch up a little.
But
yeah,
here
you have trips. You're not too worried here.
Can't always be afraid of the one or two bad cards. You said it yourself earlier. If they have two outs, it ain't a sweat, though.
Yeah, we don't do 40.
Okay, so that's a big jump because it was stuck at 51 for a little
Yeah.
while, but
We would just go from 51 to 40. Like
yeah,
maybe
well,
the
that's
updates
just,
like
it's
yeah.
because it doesn't get updated every 3
Yeah,
seconds.
okay. Remember, we played down to 9 players here today. Final table to be played tomorrow. So a good night's rest.
It's going to be a very exciting final table. Also, going to be very nice for us that we know which 9 names we have to prepare for in time. I mean, for you, maybe less of a concern than for me, but what do you think is going to make the final table out of the guys that we are currently watching?
Well, it's always, you know, smart to put your money on the bigger stacks, but to be honest, there is a lot of them here. Nobody's like super short. Hopefully Stephen Song's one of them. Martin Sedlak. And any player that's got a big stack here. A lot of competent players, I feel, in this main event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like-
in the free roll, there was definitely some players that were less experienced
Yeah.
and that wouldn't play in this type of tournament as much.
well, they might give it a shot, but they're going to have a tough time making it to the final 10% or even less than this point. I'm sure that plenty of them did give the main a shot. We obviously had a lot of different flights here in the main event. Some of them only a $500 buy-in, some of them $750, some of them $1,000, all for the same event. Incredibly unique. I'm not that familiar with it. But I'm sure that plenty of the free roll players gave at least a $500 one a shot. And why not, right? If you're here at the beautiful landing resort over in Jeju, why not?
What's $500, Kevin? $500 and a dream.
It is definitely a lot of buckies, but if you're already here and you've already played, maybe you cash in the free roll, right? It's a possibility as well, because I do think a large percentage of that field did cash. And they're all very excited.
If you cash in a free roll, you don't have to play the high rollers. Like
No.
You can just play like some of these lower binds for sure.
Yeah. And also, they love the table games over here in Asia, we know that. And it doesn't matter if it's Baccarat or 3-card poker. They also have a traditional stud poker. It's a little bit different. Like I know that a lot of people say, oh, table games, stay away from it. And obviously the odds will always be worse than in traditional poker. So it seems like Marta took this one down in the Battle of the Giants. Your guy is maybe in a tiny bit of tilt after he lost that previous hand, where he got blown off his ace-jack on the king-king 4 flop. But yeah, they have. I like Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You know, that's the game where you can 2x, 3x, or 4x.
They have it here?
No, they don't have it here. That is actually, I think, a really fun table game.
Give them feedback. Send them an email.
Can let
Where
them
that ultimate at?
know. Mhm.
King Queen again. We've seen that hand quite a bit. The last few orbits. Easy open. From +1. You know, in cash game, 9-handed, like under the gun, King Queen is like really borderline. Or like a competent table, you're just gonna get 3-bet a lot, and then you have to fold. It's so sick. I swear, I've had King Queen under the gun so many times, and like I love opening it, and every time it's like 3-bet. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things that you learn early on, especially online if you play a lot of tight cash tables. A lot of people say 9-handed, even ace-jack under the gun is, for some people it's a fault. They don't want to play it.
It should be an open, but yeah, you against 3-bets, you're just trapped.
We've got Jack 3 of diamonds here for Sun. Stefan Song is probably a little bit tired of these paired boards. 10-10-6, King-King 4. He's not quite able to connect with it. Honestly, pretty good hands. Ace-Jack offsuit, King-Queen offset. Eventually, you think you'd see a flop that you'd like. So far, it's Sunru who likes this flop a whole lot more. He makes
Very
his
small
call.
bet, a flush draw, easy call. Ace of clubs on the turn. Stevenson now has a gutter. And also, generally against big blinds, I guess he's the one who's going to have more aces there.
The funny
But
thing is,
Sunray actually leads out.
he actually has chop outs too. Now I don't know if it would get to that, but with another 6, both players would actually play the board. King high would be irrelevant. That'd be a disgusting way for Steven Song to lose his hand. But obviously it could be a lot worse. He could also just lose a crazy amount of chips. 25k is the bet. And Steven Song makes the call. The river is an off a suit 9. No one ends up with anything. King high is good. It is the nothing on this board. The king queen high.
I'd be very interested if he fires here, because he pretty much has no showdown value. It feels like, or not much.
With the jack high?
Yeah.
No.
And he's gonna fire by the look of things. 99k in the pot. Sunray fires out a bet.
Man.
It's supposed to be pretty big, I think, to apply pressure. Bets 64k and gets a quick folds from the better hand here. Stephen Song really being put to the test early in day 2.
Yeah, they're fighting him hard, right? You can't say that they're intimidated by him or took a look at his resume and be like, damn, that is impressive what you have accomplished. I'm going to stay away from you. No, it's almost like they're targeting him.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he played this quick, actually. Usually it can be good to, think about for a while, but maybe he already pretty much knows, like, this is one of the worst hands he can call with. In this case, he would have won. That would have been a pretty sick call. Maybe there hasn't been enough showdowns yet for him to really know what's happening with some of these players. I think players like Stephen Song, I expect them, if they play long enough with certain players, to really start figuring out how to play some of these spots better with enough history. But yeah, now day 2 has only been going on for a short while. We're at the beginning of the day. Perhaps he hadn't played with this the player in question before. Wang Bin with the open, ace-9 offsuit +1. So far, no resistance. He's just gonna take it down. Easy game.
Very excited for this day. Thought a lot of poker to look forward to play, to watch, to commentate. And also in my little gaming world, we've got an exciting day of the GSL. We have our Italian getting in action over here in Korea. Got a DM, it's like, hey, how about you fly over to Seoul for a day? I was like, yeah, that'd be amazing, but someone has to commentate some poker. I can't leave Todd all alone. And Selena is very kind, but I don't think she wants to spend that much time behind the microphone with you alone, Todd. Thinks he's like, you know what, these two seem to have so much history with each other. Let them have some fun. Let them commentate a bit of poker. So unfortunately for me, no little day trip to Seoul, but I'm excited to watch it later on. I'm excited.
So 6s folded +1.
Mm-hmm.
I think 7s is like where it starts being like you have to pretty much open it always. Perhaps following. Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. It showed that he folded, but no. He is an open.
Ace deuce offsuit in the cutoff is gonna get mucked immediately. Sun run. That's how we just call him. Does not want to get involved here with king queen on the button. A little bit surprised. Raise not crazy big. The man has just won a crazy amount of chips. Over this one, it's Stephen Song who's going to be involved again. Somehow the 6s are an overpair. It's actually a pretty damn good flop for 5-4. Obviously, as you make a pair of 4s, you get the gutter ball as well. Couple backdoor.
Yeah, and with 6s, you're not really loving life.
Not
So
the
he's-
worst flop ever, because there are
Yeah.
2 undercards, but it's obviously that ace. That damn ace. Then again, it is the big blind who came along. I think the big blind should have some less aces than the button or the cutoff or the hijack.
That's 14 into 33. Interesting. I would have expected a smaller bet. Stephen Song obviously not going anywhere. On the flop, gonna make the call. And we head to a turn of a Queen of Hearts. And we've seen Zhao Xuanzi being pretty aggro. The 2 previous hand he's been in. One time worked out pretty well, the second time not so much.
Mm-hmm.
Does he keep on firing here? Does he slow down on the Queen turn?
We know that he's still in the lead, but it's hard to feel incredibly happy with your 6s when you've opened an early position. It is going to go check on the turn. The river is a 10. But after Stephen Song lost a bunch of hands in a row, like how likely is it that he's willing to make another play? He is going to check, and we do have showdown value with the 6s. And I think that Zhao is going to be very surprised that he's going to end up winning this hand. Because you look at that run out, ace, queen, 10, you're like, yeah, this is like a I give up check. And then it's like, oh wait, I won? Because in his mind, he doesn't beat anything, right?
Yeah. Well, he beats some things, like a 4 cannot fold on the flop. Maybe a deuce will fall to the sizing, but yeah, against 4-5, he is good. Picks up another pot. And Stephen Song falling to 67 big blinds now.
Yeah. Still more than enough to...
Yeah, a good amount, but he's losing every hand that he's
Yeah,
in.
no, exactly. The momentum is absolutely not on his side. And something that you feel... I think especially the weird hand where he had ace-jack against the 10-9 of diamonds defense by Zhao. I think that one triggered him a little bit. Because I had the feeling that even in the end, he was a non-believer. But he's like, just can't really. It's not worth it, right? Like, it's so unnecessary to get involved in a 200 big blind pot just because you believe your ace high is good. Like, the green jackets have arrived. Zhou Yuan. I thought it was Chengdong earlier, but I believe there is a Chen as well with one of the green jackets, but it's Zhou Yuan. Very good player. I think he was one
Zhou
of
Chuan.
Zhou Chuan. He's one of the better players from the free roll that we saw on the first day.
Yeah. Well, the players with the green jacket are pro players, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, people can be washed. They can be a legacy higher, but I think he played well. You can clearly see that the man is still very active. Plays a lot of hands.
Just because we are washed in video games doesn't mean everybody is.
For yourself, man. I'm still a top tier competitor.
Yeah?
Across multiple titles. And that's one of the nice things about poker, right? Poker is so timeless. It really does not matter if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Obviously, when it comes to the mega long days, that's where it does favor to be a younger guy or girl and be healthy as well, right? Because it can be annoying to sit behind the table for so long.
Yeah. I'm definitely not doing too hot on that. I had Dunkin' Donuts plus Starbucks for breakfast.
Honestly, I'm just jealous, Todd. I'm not even judging, I'm just jealous. We have Queen 8-7 with 2 clubs. So it is Martin, excuse me, who gets the best of this. 5-4 does pick up a gut shot, but it's the bottom end of a straight. And you have to be so careful by getting too carried away with those straights if a 6 does roll off. And the 5 is going to give a Sunru a pair.
Even flatting 5-4 offsuit cutoff against hijack is pretty ambitious. Like in the big blind, I would understand. Now picks up a pair.
Yep. To be fair, he has been playing pretty ambitious so far at this future table, but we can knock him because his stack has been increasing ever since. He just kind of picks up his hands here and there, everywhere. Just keeps on winning.
Yeah, with the big blind being 6k now, things are going to accelerate a little bit.
It's been 6k for a while. I think we're actually very, very close to 8k. 4-8. Maybe we'll even skip 4-8. We go straight to 5-10. But
No.
No,
Yeah, let's keep doubling the blinds, yeah? Tournament's done in 30 minutes.
I do think we're going to go to 4-8 real soon. It's been 6k for a while.
Yeah. So we saw a call here with the 4-5.
It's going to be very hard to get Martin out of his king-queen here, though. Martin does seem like a player who is not getting too out of line so far. He's just trying to be solid, stick to his fundamentals. And basically, like this, you're pretty deep, right? 40 people are left from the 505 runners in this event. You know, if 31 people bust, you've made it to the final table. You can sleep like an absolute god, baby. Whoever sleeps best. He's going to bet 75k here. Is that confident in his top pair and king kicker. I can't blame him. It does feel like a really powerful hand on this board.
And now we get to find out, did Sunray just not believe Martin, or was he planning on bluffing later on? 75k, he has 390 total. So he would be pretty much, I think he'd have to jam here if he wanted to try and bluff, but it ends up just giving it up. Would have been very interesting against the small bets to see what he'd do here.
Mm-hmm. 75 too much, and obviously not worth getting crazy creative because, like, you know, Sunru has been chipping up a little bit, but still doesn't have a monster stack, so to speak. So he's gonna have to be very careful. So far, it's your Warcraft 3 friend, who I guess has been dominating his table a little bit, Joe.
I should talk to him. I don't remember if it's him exactly or not, because I talked to him very briefly.
Well, if you say that he's incredibly tall, this man does look like he's tall.
Yeah, very tall.
Speaking of the devil, he looks down at Queen 8 offsuit, but under the gun, this deep into the tournament, we're gonna let it go. 9-8 suited is pretty, but we don't have too many chips to work with. There have gone, by the way, the blinds have been increased. We're now playing 4K, 8K. Do you know if there are 30-minute levels, 20-minute levels? What is it?
I can try and look it up.
I feel like it's been 30. Now let go of the beautiful suited connectors. We've got the King 5 for Steven Song. We're still working with 400k. Despite the fact that things haven't really gone his way over the last hour, he still has a beautiful stack. This time it is Wang Bin in the small blind who wakes up with pocket nines. Poor Steven, man. Steven can't win a hand on this table, Todd. He's kind of cursed.
Yeah. Well, he can't until he can. You know, like, it's always like this. It's 40 minutes level.
40.
Yeah. And yeah, we're gonna go from 6k to 8k. And then actually there's 2 levels in a row. Oh no, never mind. I was looking at small blind. Okay. Yeah, so 6 to 8, then 10, 12, 16, 20.
Massive 3-bet all the way up to 57k, and Steven is gonna let go of it immediately. Probably wondering what the heck is going on over here. Doing pretty good so far in this main. Has not been able to win a hand in a while, but all it takes is one hand. So one of the greatest things I think about poker is that it feels like you can get repeatedly punched in the face for over an hour, but if you then get that one sweet double up, and if you've been able to limit the bleeding,
clean.
yeah, out of nowhere.
Knock his head out, clean off.
A punch Francis and Ghana would be proud of, but that's just the best thing, right? You're gonna be losing, and in a single hand you can have more chips than you ever had, and double the amount of even what you've been bleeding out in all these tiny pots. So for Steven, this is very important right now to stay calm, and he is a seasoned veteran pro, so he should be able to control his emotions. Should not be influenced by some of the basic stuff that lesser experienced players do absolutely get influenced by. But in the end of the day, we're all human tots, and everybody wants to win a hand from time to time. We've got a 9-8 opening from Chen, under the gun even. Look down at a beautiful hand, but this time it is Steven Song with Ace King offsuit in the cutoff. He should be able to 3-bet here very, very often, if not always. And is going to 3-bet. He's going to make it 48k. The feeling though for opening 9-8 under the gun, Todd? Huh. Are we gonna let it go? When it's Steven Song 3-betting us.
Oh, he's so shallow.
Yeah, that is...
232k, yeah, you have to... I don't think you can continue here. Already, I think on this... yeah, I don't think he's meant to open this, probably. It seems a little on the lower ends. Especially with blinds being up now.
But that could just be like we haven't seen all of his hands, but we've seen very little, right, of Chen Gailong. So maybe he's just a little frustrated, and then all of a sudden, looks pretty.
You don't get any hand for like 45 minutes. You see 8-9 suited, you're in.
Yeah,
like, no matter what.
And he's gonna see a flop. No, he's not going to see a flop. He was
almost
very
did.
close. Yeah, he's like, I want to see that flop, but it is a Steven Song who finally sees a few chips heading his way. Not exactly the kind of hand that I think you're mega thrilled with if you have Ace King, even though it's always good to take down a pot pre. You know, sweat, no ugly flops to look at. But still, we snap the streak, we gain some momentum, and we hope to turn things around. My friend Jon Mello, a big fan of Steven Song. Not totally certain who I have been very fond of so far. Definitely there's a lot of good players. I think Zhao, with that gangster play with the 10-9 of diamonds. I think that's the one that has won me over so far. We'll keep an eye on it. A whole bunch of nothing so far as it falls all the way to Zhou with a Jack 10 offsuit on the button. That is going to be, I want to say, an easy open, but he is not working with a lot of chips either. Looking at the 25 big blinds, he is going to raise. We know that Zhao has been fond of making plays, but apparently 8-4 is not one of the plays he wants to make. Chen Gailong really wanted to see that previous flop with the beautiful 9-8 suited. He's not going to defend here with Jack 6 of diamonds. And it means that Zhou at the bottom of the leaderboard does at least see the blinds head his way. The blinds that he just paid in the previous few hands. The man said, I believe that is my property, sir. Johan will be returning very shortly. I do think we're also probably getting somewhat close to heading to a break. I don't know if we're going to stay live for another additional 20, 30, 40 minutes, or if there was perhaps a break that happened 28 minutes ago. And if that is the case, then we're going to head to a break soon as well, and give or take 2 minutes. But we will just lean back and see what graphics they put on the screen. Todd had a fun idea of bringing the laptop to this table where we could actually maybe read some chat. I know it's incredibly hard to find this channel, but there has been some chatting here and there. And if we keep on sharing the link, let people know that this is where you guys can watch the main event of the Lord Poker Tournament, brought to you guys by AA Poker. Be fun to talk to chat a little bit, and we can maybe answer a few questions as well. There are always eager beavers out there, Todd, to learn about poker.
Well, we all should be. There's always so much to learn. Unless you think you know it all, Kevin.
I definitely don't think I know it all, but I also don't know if we all should, because there are people who just don't really care, and that's all right as well. We are very happy that the poker community is as big and as broad as it gets. And what I said earlier, what I love the most is that it really is for all ages. Like I came into poker like legit over 20 years ago, and I've never lost passion for it. I think over time it only ever grew bigger. Obviously I had moments where I was putting in crazy hours, and then I had moments that I had to focus on other things in life, because I've never gone full-time pro or even semi-pro. And it's a beautiful game with a wonderful scene, and it's just a really good way to connect with people.
So you're saying sometime soon we'll be playing the senior events together?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's the cutoff for that, and then you have to be like over 50.
Yeah, there's senior and super senior. I don't know
Okay.
exactly what the numbers are.
Oh, well, absolutely, man. I'd love to be playing in a senior.
We're
event.
closer to those than to the youth events.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing, though. They will always play with the old guys, right?
Yeah.
What I can tell you is they think of me as the old guy that's gonna fold one moment, but I'm gonna surprise them when I order a bunch of shots for the table with the
The highest
youngsters.
VPIP in the whole senior
Yeah.
events right there.
Like, this guy's a Will's. Like, no, guys, like, this is actually my bankroll. Like, I'm pulling a Corrier ring over here. We've got ace-3 of diamonds battling it out with ace-jack. What a flop for ace-3 of diamonds, Todd. Are you kidding me? The man should legally change his name to Sunrun.
And yeah, it wasn't a small bet here. Almost half pot, so I would love to see him just call. And he didn't just call, by the way. He threw it very nonchalantly. You saw that, right? Mm-hmm. Almost like a weak call. I love it. Time to check.
I like flipping the chips in. When I have already had, like, let's say 2 chips in there, I need to 4 more. I like just having it between my index finger and my thumb, and then you just shoot them forward.
Yeah.
And they spread very beautifully. Makes it easy to see for the dealer as well.
So check back this time around. Queen on the river.
It is the Queen of Hearts. But I don't think that we're incredibly concerned about that.
I feel like it's so hard to check now for Sunray.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so hard. It's so tempting to just bet.
No, but he will bet because he got a little bit of value on the flop, but then obviously the turn going check, check. That is the last thing you want. I actually had a similar hand yesterday where I had pretty hidden trips. And there was a bet on the flop by my opponent, and I just called, and I was out of position, so I checked the turn, and he checked back. I was like, I should really bet, but I was like, man, these guys love betting here. They've been very aggressive. So I actually checked the trips, which really felt like the absolute stone cold nuts. And he checked back, and then I had to flop over my hand with a bit of embarrassment. And he started laughing. He's like, oh. Said a few things in Mandarin that I didn't get, but yeah, it's tough. Like, obviously, if your opponent was betting on the turn, hey, casually you can check again, because there's a good chance that he'll bet again on the river, and you can surprise him with the wheel there. But after the turn goes check, check, I think it is very normal that you're betting, because you also don't want to show your hand right for nothing.
And Jokwan, actually our shortest stack now, 23 big blinds after that hand. Come on, Stephen, you're gonna stop yawning, my man. that thing's contagious. Actually, yeah, that's a pretty short night. Yeah, there wasn't much he could do on the river there because if he would have gone all in, it would only be 100k more. So it's like he barely has any, like, might not have any fold equity at all with the SPR. So just gave it up as he needed to. Stephen Song, 6-3 suited, under the gun, no thank you. Wang Bin with the 8s.
Yeah,
Over
Wang
100
Bin.
big blinds.
It's been a little, for the chip leader, I think he's been a little quiet, right? But hey, he doesn't have to. At this point, he's probably peeking over at one of the monitors near this future table, and he's like 38 left out of 505 runners.
Oh, it
And-
just went down, right? I think I saw
Yeah.
40 a second ago.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, I'm sitting at 115 big blinds. Life's good. Like, if you guys want to battle over every hand, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just going to lean back a little bit. And I think it's completely okay to be that kind of a chip leader as well. I know you have some people say, like, oh, put the pressure, raise every hand, get involved. But
Yeah, there's a fine line between putting pressure and punting your stack,
Yeah.
like when you're in a great spot.
absolutely. And it seemed like Wang Bin is on the more passive side of things, but I absolutely don't knock it. Like, if eventually we do start picking up hands, I want to see him get active. And you obviously never want to see yourself get short when you have such a big stack, but really no need to be raising the Jack 5s, the Jack 6. If that's not your style, don't do it, right? If that's not what you're comfortable with.
And Zhao Chuanzi actually sized up here. 75k. Interesting. So he went even more than 4x in position.
This could be an absolute monster pot because Wang Bin is probably thinking as well. It's like, mate, I'm the chip leader and I haven't played a hand in a while. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you not respecting me? And he could take that personal. Like MJ took it personal a long time ago.
And because of the size up, I think he's just gonna let it go.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, also like a fine play by me. It is all a little bit passive, but again, he's absolutely crushing it. He's still the chip leader at this table. He's probably one of the biggest stacks in the tournament overall. If that man doesn't want to play a six-figure pot immediately with the 8s, so be it, right? It's tight, but
Yeah.
if that was makes him happy, at this point, this phase in the tournament, I absolutely have peace with it.
I feel like it's more like the hand itself. He just looks at position, was thinking of ranges. He's like, well, I'm probably flipping at best. He has like all the other pairs. Obviously, he's never 3-betting 7s. So decided to let it go. It seems like almost like a little tight, but perhaps like 9s, 10s, like you'd be way more inclined to start calling.
Mm-hmm.
8s might seem a little on the lower side of the hands here that you want to call against the specific size with the against the stack size. In this case, he was actually flipping. It'd be interesting to see a flop.
Yeah, maybe if it was a bit smaller, right? If it was like 50 something,
Yeah.
we would have stuck around. But after the blinds have recently gone up, a 3-bet to 75k maybe scared him a little.
Yeah, that surprises me. I think it's one of the first times we've seen something like that because it was 17k to 75. So
Yeah.
most of the 3-bets we've seen, they've been sized down as
Mhm.
they often should be in tournaments. But now, obviously, we were way deeper.
I almost feel like we're watching a heads-up match between these two, Steven Song and Zhao. And now, at this point, it's a very fair fight. Both of them working with the offsuit ace-9. I like these scenarios. Obviously, sometimes it's not fair when one guy has a lot more chips than the other, because that changes the dynamic a little bit. Under the gun +2, ace-9 offsuit versus big blind defense, ace-9 offsuit. And again, it's Zhao who gets the best of Steven. Steven with less than 50 bigs now, he's really going to have to count them, right? He can no longer get too involved with hands that he shouldn't be involved with.
He's a very good player. Like 38 big blinds. I mean, even 10 big blinds. If you're a good player, you don't really care. Like, you know your stuff. You know what it is you're supposed to do. You're going to adjust well to whoever you're in a hand with. So I don't think he's too worried. I remember when I started playing tournaments, I would fall to like 20 big blinds and I would be like, oh my God, emergency mode. Like, I'm so short. It's like, no, actually, like, it's meant to happen very often.
Yep. No, I don't think he's worried, and I don't think he's panicking or stressing. I also think he would much rather have 110 big blinds.
Yeah.
It just makes life a little bit easier, especially if you're this deep in the tournament. And it also makes it more fun because you can actually play more poker.
You didn't even tag me in your story.
No, not this time. I tagged you yesterday, though.
Ay, ay, ay.
I'm sorry. Do you like the picture at least?
With friends like this, yeah.
That's why you want to be tagged, because you think you look handsome? If you thought it was a bad picture, I'm sure I wouldn't have heard a word about it. I have it
Calling me out
sometimes.
like this, nice read.
I have this sometimes in real life where people are like, "Hey, Roddy, I can tag you in the picture," and then I look at the picture they took of me. I'm like, "God, please hide it." I was like, "Whatever you do, do not tag me." He's like, "Oh, but I really like it. It's such a great memory." I was like, "That's great for you, but I do not want this picture to show up with my name anywhere." Feel free to post it, mate. Enjoy it. I'm glad you love it. Please do not tag me. You're doing me a favor, sir. They're like, "Why? You look fine." I'm like, ugh. 'Cause in my mind, I still look like that beautiful kid in high school was 15.
Come on, give yourself some credit, man. It's all about confidence.
It could be worse. It could be worse. It could definitely be a whole lot better. But you know what? That day will not start today because I want to have some Korean barbecue with you today.
Yeah, Korean barbecue is not unhealthy.
The amount that I eat, with the amount of sauce, some junk, baby.
Yeah, but like you're doing exercise, your arm is going back and forth when you're placing bets at the table.
Sure, Todd.
You're burning calories.
Burning with very.
10K steps when you got 10K bets.
You got the King 3 open from the button for Steven's song. And poor Steven, every single time it's his button, Wang Bin does wake up with a hand. This time it is Ace Queen offsuit. I think he's gonna make it big as well. I feel like I'm feeling big here. 71, 72. Don't tell me this.
Are you ready to find out how it is you're supposed to play against the 3 bets when
Wow.
you have... Oh, he called?
He called with Ace Queen
Oh
in
my
the
God.
small blind.
Okay, never mind. My line's not gonna work. The King 3 suited.
I played King 3 suited yesterday, man. Made a boat on the turn. Deuce, 3.
That's just your hand at this point.
No, that's definitely
You thought
absolutely
it was
not
Jack
man.
10, but it's really King 3 suited.
I love Jack 10 suited. I also love 8-5 because my birthday. I do well with 8-5. I have a naughty joke that I won't make. It includes 9-6. But there's a few more. King 3 is a hand that I absolutely kind of hate. But
What a sick flop, by the way. Not flush draw for Stephen Song. He's gonna check it. Wait, did he not check it? Oh no, he's gonna bet. He said check initially. So he does stab for about half pots.
Wang Bin has an incredibly underrepresented hand, right? Because he just flatted from the small
Yeah.
blind. I don't
Yeah.
think Steven Song has any idea that he's actually low-key sitting on a monster. We got the ace of clubs as well.
Ooh.
We're gonna get a queen on the turn, so Wang Bin improves to top 2 pair. But Steven Song does pick up a straight draw to go along with his flush draw. Any jack makes a straight, any club.
He blocks the
Makes it
nuts
flush.
as well.
Yep.
What a sick hand. Does he go half? Does he go 3/4?
He
He
checks.
checks back. Wow. And actually doesn't get there on the river.
He
I really thought he was going to bet here.
yeah.
But I think he just wanted to realize his equity.
I also don't think that he wants to make sure that he does not get raised, right? Because if he does bet there, what if your opponent hits him with a monstrous raise? It's just all of a sudden you put your tournament live on the line pretty
But then
much.
he could bet small and then he
On a
just
draw.
gets to call the raise. But I guess like, yeah, he only has 347K behind and there's almost 100 in there. Wang Bin is going to lead out the river. 98 in the pot.
Steven Song is going to fold immediately.
Yeah. I mean, this time I can't fault him because he's just got...
No, of
pretty
course. He's got absolutely nothing. He's got king high, but
much- Yeah. But last time, I think maybe he should have thought about it a bit longer.
Wang Bin smiling a little bit. He's like, yeah. No, I forgot about those 8s where I lost a couple chippies. I am flying with my ace queen.
Down to 36 now. So we've lost 20 players.
Yeah, since we started
Almost
the
20
broadcast.
players in like what, an hour?
No, we've been live for way more than an hour.
Really?
Yeah. It's been like an hour 40 at this
Yeah.
point.
Okay. King 7 suited under the gun.
I do believe, Todd, that I am going to leave you for a little bit as Selena has made her way over. And she's excited to talk some poker, and I'm excited to listen to you guys whenever she's ready. We can finish this hand, at least. If I see a suited king, Todd, you know I've got to be involved. I'm a
Really? I thought it was only the low suited kings that interested you.
Well, to be honest, king 7 is pretty bad, right?
It's really bad? You call my 3-bet out of position king 3 suited, but king 7 suited is really bad? You admit it's really bad, but you still call?
Of course, because I have a massive edge on you, so I know that I can outplay your post flop. even with the
Okay,
inferior
okay.
hands.
You know, perhaps I will play the cash game at night with you at the table.
No, I don't think you should. If we have to do 6 more days of commentary, I think whatever is gonna happen.
You
in
realize
this
your
mo-
luck is going to run out sometime, right? You can't make a flush every time, even though you have so
Yeah.
far.
But you also realize that you do not like losing against me in anything. It doesn't matter if it's poker, video games. This, by the
Well,
way,
I don't
could
like
be-
losing to anyone.
Yeah, but I feel like it's worse when it's me. You must think incredibly low of me. We have pocket 10s versus pocket 9s. We've got that king 7 involved as well. Clubs is still alive, also makes a pair of 7s. 10s are still good, but the ace is potentially going to slow down the action a little.
Yeah, interesting with the ace on there, kind of an action killer for everybody. Nobody's got a very strong hand here. Martin's going to take a stab. How big do we go? 66 in the pot. It's
Not
for
too-
19.
Yeah. I was about to say I'd be very surprised if he goes big here. It's not the worst flop ever for 9s.
And once Stevenson calls, you're really not loving 9s here in the big blinds.
No.
But he hasn't had any hands. He was forced to fold when he opened the suited connector earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps enough is enough for Chen Gailiang.
But I almost wish that he would have made that pre-flop call over this one. Because here you could be drawing so incredibly slim already. If one of the other 2 players in this hand has an ace, I mean, I know he's looking probably at this board. He's like, an 8 is fine, a 9 would be amazing, but I'll take
Yeah.
an 8 as well. But yeah, you get the 8, but then you just completely whiff the river. And obviously the queen is to no good for the man with the 9s. But to be fair, this has been a very frustrating future table so far for Chen Gailiang. I can't really blame him for a lot of the plays. Maybe the 10-9 open, a bit adventurous. It's the human part of poker, Todd, that can never be eliminated. This is not a bunch of perfect AIs, a bunch of perfect solvers playing against each other. These are all human, and everyone wants to change that energy level. You want to see a few chippies head your way at one point. Ideally, you are Sun Ru and you just win everything. Or you're a Wing Bin and also just play a hand once every 10 minutes and ship a big one.
Stevenson's going to stab here on the turn. Wow. A very gutsy play.
Yeah.
3-way with pocket 10s on a board with 2 overcards. Probably feels like there is a lot of draws out there
Mm-hmm.
that players might have called. Probably thinks also that Martin said like he's going to stab a lot on the flop regardless of what he's got. Even in multi-way pot.
Gailiang can't really be considering this one. I feel like
You know what's
the
crazy is that
only-
if he jams, he probably
Yeah.
wins the hands.
Yeah,
But he
exactly.
can't know exactly.
Well, he is going to
Everyone's
throw
got-
in a time bank. It would be one hell of a play. You're right. I do think that indeed, if he jams, he wins. Then but that's not something, you know. This
Unless
would be,
Stevenson makes like a soul read and then just ends up bluff catching, but it would be very hard.
Yeah, I don't think that's doable with tens there. Also because he's got no redraws. Will this be the best play of the first 2 hours of watching this future table? It'd be so, I would say, out of character, out of line. He is going to let it go in the end. He's just a bit frustrated. King 7 is going to get folded rather quickly as well.
Stevenson finally.
With a great play as well, to
Yeah.
be fair, right? Tens there with an ace on the board, a queen on the board. Excellent stuff. All right, Todd, that was a very fun final hand. I do believe you guys have a few more hands to go before the players are going to take a break.
Get some food, man.
Yeah, all right. I'll swap out for Selena. I guess you guys will bring it home until the break, and I'll be back later. Thank you.
Oh, we've got some notables on the table, do we, today?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nevin from
I-
Taiwan.
Are you familiar with a lot of these guys?
I know Stevenson. I've actually played with him in Sacramento before,
Why do
of
you
all
laugh?
places. Yeah, yeah, it's a very obscure, random. Yeah, so Nano and I were out there for, I think it was a WSOP circuit event, and he just happened to, play. Yeah, and he actually got a heads up with Nano in a high roller, and he came out on top. So, yeah.
Is he the most decorated player in this field? Because he won an EPT, WPT,
Yeah.
and
He's had
he
some
has
really
a
amazing
bracelet.
results as of late, and a very aggressive player. A very good one,
He had a difficult day actually so far. He kept losing every hand that he was involved in. He even got bluffed.
Yeah.
But he just won the last hand that he played. So finally picking up some momentum, perhaps. What about Martin Sedlak?
No, I don't know this guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
from Germany.
from Germany.
We've got a team pro as well, I believe, at the table with the green jackets.
Ah.
And there's going to be a call here with the king queen suited big blind against button. How often are you inclined to perhaps 3-bet instead, would you say, with the king queen suited?
I think it really varies depending on who's opening on the button. If the player obviously has been doing it with higher frequency, I'm more likely to be 3-betting. But, king queen's going to play just fine post flop. There are times where players would pick hands where that's not going to play well post flop to do a 3-bet. So in case, there is like any other action, they're just going to let it go. But there are players who chooses hands that's playable to just call instead of making that 3-bet.
Is the overall activity from button relevant, or is it more on the button specifically, how much they've been opening?
Yeah, I mean, like I would be inclined to 3-bet guys who's more active on the button 100% for sure. But with playable hands, yeah, I think I might be defending, almost a bigger range as well against the guys who open wide.
Zhao Chuanze, I think he's been very active, but not specifically on the button.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think, is he one of the chip leaders on the table? Because he looks like he's got a pretty healthy stack sitting on 700,000.
Yeah, he's been winning a couple pots here and there, so he's up to a good amount. Interestingly, on the flop, we had a nut flush draw that did not get there, and Jack's seeing an overcard, bit of an action killer, so the pot hasn't really been building up. And Martin Sedlak on the river here checks, and we're going to see a check back from the Jacks. Zhao Chuanze continues his momentum and picks up yet another pot here. Down to 36 players. We play down to 9. You doing an award ceremony later, or did you already do it?
I did one, and then I'm doing another one.
Okay.
So
and
they've-
what was it exactly?
So the first award ceremony I just did is the opening event, which is the 600K free roll. And then,
Okay, so you announced like the winner.
yeah, announced who won, and we do some interview questions and so forth. And then
In
at
English?
4 o'clock Chinese. Well, I do it depending on who the winner is.
Okay, but
So-
like if it's in Chinese, you didn't translate in English.
No, they're actually gonna be having translation at the bottom.
Ah, okay,
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, but then the presentation itself is in English, and then when I ask the questions,
What was it? The name was Jia Qing.
yes, Ji Xiaqing. Yeah.
Did you say something cool?
Well, yeah, he thanked his wife, for some.
I mean, we'll get to watch it, so yeah.
for supporting him
Nice.
throughout his, poker playing career, and he talked about his 5-3 offsuit hand. I don't know if you saw that. I think I was with Kevin,
Yeah.
maybe at that time. So he actually 3-barreled with 5 high. And I actually asked him to kind of like talk through his thought process on
And
that
he
hand.
did?
And he did. And he
Nice.
did. Yeah. So yeah. And then they've also crowned the winner of the single day high roller. So that's going to be the awards presentation at 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Sedlak took second in that actually.
Oh yeah.
But it was a small field, but yeah, he won like
Oh,
20.
so you're talking about the guy that's
Yeah, this guy. Yeah.
okay, the German guy who took second in that.
Yeah, he
Oh,
took second.
nice.
He won 21K, and then the winner, I believe, was 55.
Yeah.
And that was a 7.5K buy-in event. So we see a raise here in the cutoff with pocket queens, Chen Gailiang, who's been really card dead and actually on shallow stack now. 3-bets the 8-9 suited. That was the hand earlier, or maybe it was 7-8, that he opened in early position. He got 3-bet and he was forced to fold. I think he's just fed up at this point. Sunray with the 8s in the big blinds. perhaps thinking about call calling. I can't imagine it jam here, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really annoying spot for the big blind here. I think cold calling here and putting, 40k is probably not something you want to do. I feel like I would go for a fold just because you have a player behind you that you do not know what would happen.
Yeah.
So it's very easy for you to put in 40k and then the player behind might just shove his stacking. So
In this case, it's queen. So.
exactly. So back to Zhang Xuanzhi here. Zhao Xuanzhi with poker queens.
I want to hear you say the name of the pro player because it's a little bit tricky. It's like Quan. So is it Tran or Quan?
Tran.
Tran. Yeah, okay, I got it right then.
Tran, yeah. That is a tough one. That's the one that Randy always used. Go be like, oh, that guy Quan Zhou, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I think maybe like a Vietnamese name also would be tricky to say like this. Mm-hmm. So it really depends. But I know like a Chinese is like for Qingdao, you know.
Yeah, Q. Yeah, that's right.
And we're just gonna keep it simple and jam over the top here. Chen Gailiang is absolutely zero momentum this entire day. He's just gonna be disciplined and let it go. No tilt call here with the suited connector. And he's fed up at this point, and he's very short now. 123k. So 15 and a half big blinds.
Oh, there's good amount of chips in play here. We could be seeing quite a lot of post-flop play. It's a bit different to the opening event. I think that all the times we've seen it on screen, it has been relatively shallow. I think there was, if you had 20 big blinds, you're rolling in it, So here we're actually seeing players with like 100 big blinds.
Kevin played cash yesterday, and apparently Yo-Yo was to his left. And then she was playing in like half a second every time. Yeah. Whether it was a fold or a call, she was playing extremely fast.
She was playing, yeah. How did he do?
Oh, apparently he was like all in every other hand. Or like initially he played a lot of big hands immediately. Like he said he lost 33% of his stack very early.
Yeah.
And then he was all in with aces on his fifth hand.
Yeah.
And then he finished up a little bit. Yeah,
oh, nice.
Or a decent amount, actually.
Yeah, that's good. Good to see Kevin enjoy himself.
Yeah. It's a decently big game, too.
Is it?
Yeah, because I think it's maybe 20, 40k. So in euros, it will be like 612.
Oh, that is 20, 40k. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's like, 24, like, so would it be? It'd be 15, 30 USD. Roughly,
Yeah,
right?
something like this.
Something like that, yeah.
No. Wait. If it's
10.
€6, €12, then it'd be a bit less. It'd be closer to
less?
510.
510?
Yeah, euros.
But 2040. Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, more.
More, right?
So, yeah, so it
'Cause
would
we
be
can-
like...
Yeah, I'm thinking it should be something like 1224, right? Roughly 1224, I think it's.
I don't think €13 would be 24. It would be closer to like $16.
Yeah.
So $16.
Yeah,
maybe.
so yeah, not a small game.
Yeah. And apparently it played pretty wild,
Yeah.
as you would expect.
Sounds like a fun game.
Oh yeah, so I looked it up. Let me see.
So on this flop of
Oh yeah, you're right.
King
It's almost $30.
8-5.
Sorry.
Yeah.
to-
King A5, we're seeing a bet and a jam from Chan Yu Chun here with the 7-6 for the straight draw.
But Chen Gailiang is so short, I can't imagine he's ever gonna fold here. He's got 80k behind. No, he's folding.
He's folding. Just not comfortable with calling there with second pair on that board.
So he's gonna save his 10 big blinds, and it looks like the table's breaking. This poor Chen Gailiang, I want him to win at least one more hand here. This is ridiculous. That poor guy's lost every single hand he's been in. And table break, redraw perhaps, as we're down to 36 players.
36 players. Yeah, we should get a new feature table after the break. So don't go anywhere.
Doing that.
哪个？
休息。
哦，对。
6号坡。6号车。
大丈夫。
7号车。
55.
55。2号在55000。55。
太慢了。
6号坡。7号坡。
No taxes online.
No, Taiwan. Oh yeah, Taiwan test though.
Hey, American.
ACR test.
Technically no, but some people report it. But
Oh.
technically no. ACR is unregulated though, so it's not like
Okay.
it's different, right?
Okay, you mean the half but not easy.
Yeah.
Can
But GG is or like so like WSOP.com you get taxed.
That based on the test is Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Only Vegas.
Vegas, New Jersey, and now Pennsylvania too.
Oh, but only Vegas don't need the test.
Well, no state tax, but you still get taxed on your online winnings for the regulated sites. But yeah, ACR is unregulated, so you know, they don't care what you do. It's all crypto usually.
Okay. Oh yeah, crypto.
But GG is regulated and you don't get taxed,
Okay.
right? No
GG
taxes.
No,
for it,
no.
right?
GG no.
It's because it's a Taiwan thing. In Taiwan, you don't get taxed. Or maybe other countries you do get taxed. I don't know.
I think it's because Taiwan poker is very small, so government
Doesn't
don't care.
Yeah.
But if
They got
you
huge, then
care,
they probably
need to
yeah,
like
yeah.
like a Korea. Korea now
Yeah,
have
they
passed.
tax, yeah.
Korean, yeah. He care about the people, so
Yeah.
online stuff everyone.
Mm.
Yeah, so last year I don't see a lot of people Korea play online because of
Yeah.
have pass.
Well, I think it's also for the for the Korean skin, you have to pay VIG back and
Yeah.
forth.
I think
So just to deposit, you have to
I
pay VIG
see
into
even people use VPN, but I think Korea maybe they
Oh, well,
value
there's a
this.
different skin for Koreans,
Yeah.
but you get VIG both ways.
Orange.
It's because Korea the internet is super poor.
Yeah.
You can find everything. You don't have a Korea passport? Only American.
I was born in America, and then my parents were born in America.
Yeah. Okay, so you don't have a Korea.
Yeah. No Korean passport.
QQ.
我也是对着我怕我，我
你看
怕我推出去他把你抠了，
我这肯定要抠的呀。
要这些短码，对的，算了，给你去搞。
Doing that.
Like that. 休息。
55?
55. Oh, how about 155? Đường Ngọc Cầu. Chị Ngọc Cầu.
No taxes online.
No, Taiwan. Oh yeah, Taiwan test though. American ACR test. You do
Technically no, but some people report it. But
Oh.
technically no. ACR is unregulated though, so it's not like
test. Okay.
it's different, right?
Okay, you mean the half but not easy.
Yeah.
Can
But GG is or like so like WSOP.com you get taxed.
Now, based on the test, it's Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Only Vegas.
Vegas, New Jersey, and now Pennsylvania too.
Oh, but only Vegas don't need the test.
Well, no state tax, but you still get taxed on your online winnings for the regulated sites. But yeah, ACR is unregulated, so you know they don't care what you do. It's all crypto usually.
Okay. Oh yeah, crypto.
But GG is regulated and you don't get taxed,
Okay.
right? No
GG
taxes.
No,
for it,
no.
right?
Usually no.
It's because it's a Taiwan thing. In Taiwan, you don't get taxed. Or maybe other countries you do get taxed. I don't know.
I think it's because Taiwan poker is very small, so government
Doesn't
don't
care,
care.
yeah.
But if
They got
ca-
huge,
you
then
care,
they probably
need to
yeah,
tax,
yeah.
like a Korea. Korea now they
Yeah,
have
they
tax.
tax, yeah.
Korean, yeah. He care about the people, so
Yeah.
online stuff everyone.
Mm.
Yeah, so last year I don't see a lot of people Korea play online because they have
Yeah.
tax.
Well, I think it's also for the for the Korean skin, you have to pay VIG back and
Yeah.
forth.
I think
So just to deposit, you have to
I
pay VIG
see
into it.
even people use VPN, but I think Korea maybe they.
Oh, well,
value
there's a
this-
different skin for Koreans,
Yeah.
but you get VIG both ways.
Orange.
It's because Korea the internet is super poor. You
Yeah.
can find everything. You don't have a Korea passport? Only American.
I was born in America, and then my parents were born in America.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't have a Korea.
Yeah. No Korean passport.
QQ.
我也是对着我怕我推出去他妈你抠了，
我这肯定要抠的呀。
那这是短码。对的。算了，给你去搞。
Yeah, we're seeing a new feature table here, and we've got a lady that's joined us. Now, welcome to the TLPT Circuit main event.
We're down to 34 players already, and we're playing down to 9. It could be quick actually today.
It
right?
could be it could be quick.
It's not even
yeah.
3 p.m. yet.
Yeah.
We'll see if things slow down a little bit.
Yeah, this is a combined field of 4 flights of 505 players. And it's actually an event that, you know, you can actually pick and choose and enter depending on what kind of buy-in you're comfortable with. If you buy into day 1A, it only costs you 500 USD, and the levels are going to be quicker. But if you're more comfortable playing deep, playing slower, then you can enter day 1D, which is actually a 2K.
Which one would you have played if you were playing?
I mean, I would think the value would very much be there playing the 500 and 750, and then the 1K and the 2K, you know. But there's more chance, I believe, of you making day 2 if you pick the 1K and 2K.
If you play multiple, your stack is added, I believe, right? I think I heard something like this.
Is that right?
I think so.
Oh, that would be quite interesting too.
But I would assume
Yeah.
if you play the cheaper flights, not only do you get less chips, but also it's a faster structure, I guess, to make it fair.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, equivalent, you're more likely to be like, oh, well, for me to make day 2, it might take me more bullets. And I guess that's the downfall of, you know, one of those faster structure tournaments.
So it looks like we had an open on the button from Wen Huan with the King 4 offsuit. And yeah, Du Jincheng, not much to do in the big blind with Jack 3 offsuit. Just gonna let it go. Who's the lady? Is it Zhou Yiyu? It's interesting because I feel like the names are difficult for me, but for Kevin it must be.
Oh, no, it's like as if it's like a totally different language, different alphabet for
Yeah.
him, you know? Yeah, because you actually said you lived in Beijing for a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Well,
how many
I'm sure
years?
over 2 years, but like I left often and then went back, so it's
Yeah,
hard
yeah,
to
yeah.
tell exactly how long I was there for. But
So, in terms of conversation, you can
very little.
very little, but a little bit, right?
Yeah, like I know
better
stuff.
than Nano then, for sure. Like it's no, 100%, because
Yeah.
he knows.
I
like,
can order food.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
I can tell directions to a taxi, like, things like this. Yeah.
No, that's very yeah, that's very good.
So Wu Xuezong?
Wu
Would it be?
Xuecong.
Oh, Xuezong.
Xuecong, yeah. He's just deciding to call in the hijack instead of raising.
And yeah, he's in a pretty short stack actually. 15 big blinds behind this.
That's actually the hoodie from AA Poker there. The guy sporting with the
Yeah.
pearls trimming. That's quite a nice hoodie. It's like I haven't seen that kind of style, you know. I mean, I've seen the girls wear this particular hoodie. all the girls have one by the looks of it. But yeah, no, this is the first time I've seen it on guy.
And Song Youngyu in the big blind. That's a Korean name, right?
Yeah, see, the funny thing is, yesterday I was looking at it and I'm like, oh, why is that K there?
Yeah.
And I thought it was a typo, but I actually don't think it's a typo. I actually think that his name does have a K there. It's Yunk Yu, so I believe it could be Korean. Yeah, Sun
You know, I can
Yu.
read and write Korean. I wouldn't know how to write this in Korean, so Youngyu sounds Korean.
Oh wow, you're.
I lived in Korea also,
Right,
so I know a lot of
because
Korean
of
names. So usually,
esports,
yeah, I
right,
can pick
yeah.
names easily. But Song, you have this name in
Yeah.
China also.
So you're originally French,
Yeah,
so you can speak fluent
yeah, French. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then, but now you live in Vienna, and they speak English there mainly, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of expats. Like the language is German,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of expats. Like you
and
don't
do
need
you
to
speak German?
very little. I'm
Very
thinking
little,
about
yeah.
learning some, but yeah, so
Okay.
far I haven't really gotten around to it.
Yeah.
And
So your most fluent would be French,
yeah,
followed by English,
yeah.
followed by Korean.
Yeah, Korean and Chinese, I'm not really
Yeah.
fluent, I would say. I just know like basics to get around in either country.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I never use it, so I almost forget.
Yeah.
And then I get there and then I hear like words and I'm like, oh, I can understand a bunch of this actually.
Oh, I actually have 2 players in this hand, both holding top pair. And looks like it's a chop pot for them because of that river being a jack. They're happy to just chop it up there. Everybody loves a chop pot, right?
No. Actually,
No,
I hate
I hate
chopping.
chop pot.
I
I'm
want,
like,
I want the pot for myself.
Oh, I could have got this guy off a chop. You know,
Yeah.
it feels good when you do, right? It feels good when you do.
I like chop pots as much as I like participation medals. I want to win something, you know?
I think they say that participation medals create like a softer, more sensitive generation. You know what I mean? Like you're like soften the blow. It's okay. You still got a medal.
Could be,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So instead of like, you know, creating winners, they just like kind of like, oh, it's all right. You know.
If your daughter took part in a sport or competition where she got a participation
don't-
medal,
yeah.
what would you say to her?
Uh,
Don't let it get to your head.
No, because like no, I think she would actually say to me, "Why did I get this?" Right? Like she would be curious because she actually had cross country and she had a carnival, sports carnival recently. And you know, I mean, Randy and I both we're small build. She didn't really like, she didn't have any placing or anything, but it didn't seem to bother her. You know, she pretty much just said to me, "Oh, mommy, I finished the entire like cross country without stopping, so that was good enough for her." Right? So she's like, "I ran without stopping."
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I can understand that more.
Uh-huh.
I would say like if somebody like finishes a marathon and then
Yeah.
you get like a token for it.
Yeah. So to her, she was like not phased by it at all, and
Yeah.
she was like very okay, you know.
Yeah.
Because I thought she was actually gonna be like, oh, you know, mommy, other people seem to have won these like ribbons and everything. How come I didn't get one? No, she wasn't like that at all. She was just like, oh, you know, yeah, like I didn't place. It's not
That's
a big
good.
deal. Yeah, which is good, you know. Yeah.
I think this table, they've got less chips than the guys we had there earlier. We had
Yeah,
some deeper
yeah.
stacks for sure.
Deeper stacks for sure. I think there might be a couple guys with a bit, and then the rest is all playing with a relatively short
Well,
stack.
what was it like though? The first in chips was 51 big blinds, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah. Can you
Right.
imagine giving participation like certificates for all the players in your poker tournament?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you did cash, but here you go, a participation certificate.
But it's funny, in StarCraft, we had this one tournament where they would give like a medal to everybody that took part. So the
Oh,
players,
okay.
the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
commentators. And then Kevin was so happy, but like for me in Warcraft 3, I
Yeah.
was like a really high level competitor. So I've actually
Right,
won
right.
like world championship. And
Yeah.
I was like, get that away from me. I don't even
exactly.
want it.
Like you just want to
I'll
bin
give it
it,
to
right?
anyone.
You want
Yeah,
to
that's-
walk away and just quietly like, oh, chuck it in the bin. Like it doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
Jin Chang makes me think of airport. Ji Chong.
Ichion?
Ji Chong, right?
Jichang,
Chang.
right, yeah. Oh, is that Chen Dong? Does it look like he got a haircut, right? Because I remember seeing him just a couple of days ago, and I don't remember him having such short hair.
Just gotta look fresh when you play and feel fresh too.
All right,
Speaking
so-
of, I finally got my luggage, so I feel great. Like fresh
Oh.
clothes.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, losing your luggage is one of the worst things. They got, what, 48 hours before they got it to you?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like 2 days.
That's a bit annoying, yeah. So we're seeing a confrontation here between Dilla button with the King 5 suited versus Big Blind's Ace Jack.
Oh wow. Okay, Queen Jack 10, Ace Jack way ahead right now. He's gonna stay that way. Song Yun-kyu very very short now, 5.2 big blinds. Oh, yeah, not a table with little chips. How often have you commentated poker before?
Phew. A few times. I've done both Mandarin and English. Probably at least 10, I'd say. You know.
Does
in
it
the
make
past.
does it make you miss playing? But I mean, not in a bad way where you're
Yeah.
like, oh, like I don't enjoy commentating as much, but more in like, I'm watching people play. Usually, I play like because personally, yeah, it does that for me. It makes me
Then
really
you
want to
wanna
play. I'm watching this.
yeah.
I'm like, I want to play.
Yeah, I think Kevin's the same, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you have this too?
No, I don't. I think that my love for poker have changed over the years. I really, really, absolutely loved it so much when I first came across the game, like 15 years ago. And that's all I wanted to do, you know. And as time gone by and it became a career and everything, I think that, you know, once your hobby becomes your career, it does change a little bit, you know. And I think that right about COVID, I think that's when it changed for me more so. I kind of look at poker as such a very small part of my life now. And it used to be a really big part of my life. Yeah.
So you're okay to just chill.
I am very okay to just chill, you know. I actually really do enjoy the behind the scenes when it comes to poker sometimes too. You know, I do like look at how the production work and all that stuff. I think it's kind of cool, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wen Huan just got a walk, by the way. Easy game. Those have been pretty rare.
Walks are definitely rare in poker these days.
I remember one time in Vegas, I went to say hi to Elke, and I think he was playing like the marathon.
Yeah.
So like one of the
Oh, okay.
like,
Yeah,
super long level,
yeah.
everything. And then I say hi. I'm like, oh, how's it going? He's like, oh my god, like I just got 3 walks already. Like, what are
it's
they doing? So
amazing, right?
sick.
Yeah.
It was like, how can they let me get away with this?
Yeah. But to be honest, when I was watching the 600K free roll, the opening event they had, that made me kind of want to play because you could tell it was a really soft tournament. It was not, you don't have to fork out any buying for it. And they guarantee $600,000. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's nuts.
100K for first without a buying. That's awesome, right? So it's like these kind of cool events that make me kind of go, oh, I wouldn't mind jumping into this, right? Yeah. But I mean, all poker tournaments, you do find a bit of a grind. I actually like the structure of the first event because I feel like, you know, you're done. Like you make the final table on day one. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no.
Fast structure. Like sometimes those are fun, right?
I think it had to be, otherwise, like it
Yeah.
would have been very long for sure.
Yeah, it would be very
all the
long for
different
sure.
structure.
Exactly. It was like 446 players into
Yeah.
that event.
So we're gonna open the best level, 10K big blind here. And Du Jin Chang, nobody has anything. Song Yun Kyu, 5.3 big blinds. And I think the big blind is right around the corner for him to pay as well. Still seems to be in good spirits. I mean, what else do you have, right? If you're getting to not win any hands, you're very, very short. It's better to laugh than to cry about it. Gets to joke about it before letting go of 5-4 offsuits. And he'll be the big blind next hand. When you have 5 big blinds, it's usually not very good news.
It
Really
is
hoping he
not.
wakes up with something.
Yeah, because as a big blind and with the big blind ante, you're actually putting in 2 big blinds when it comes around. And if he's only got 5 big blind stack, I don't know. There's a lot of hands you're going to be calling it off with.
Is that one of the best challenges ever, by the way? Because I played tournaments once when everybody had the ante, and oh my god, like what a
Yeah.
pain
Yeah.
to get everybody to post their ante.
I think that in this spot where like you only have 5 big blinds, it's pretty tough on your stack,
Yeah,
you know.
but still, I mean, like for the convenience.
For the convenience, 100%.
Huge
you know.
quality of
I
life.
remember there used to be so many quarrels on the table just because somebody goes, you did not put your ante, and whose ante was that, and everything. And it was just such a headache for the dealer, and the dealers sometimes have to sort it out. But then there are players who get angry. You know,
Yeah.
they're legit, like have a go at each other just because they're like, you know, I put in my ante, what are you talking about? Yeah. So it is good change. And even shot clocks, I think, like having these, you know, time banks for the players makes the action go a bit faster. You know, it's actually a much better viewing experience as well.
Wen Huan in the cutoff, King 5 suited. It's got 38.5 big blinds. Would you have opened this? Yes, you would have.
It's close.
Yeah.
I got to see who's in the blinds, you know,
Yeah.
how often they're willing to fight back. But we see
That's a
small
yes.
blind picking up ace king there. You know, it's close. It's close. There are times where I'm like, oh man, I could just run over this field, and there are times where you get so much resistance.
Yeah.
You know, and then a
So
lot
the
of
more
times-
aggro players there are behind, the more reluctant you should
Exactly.
be.
You have to really tighten up your range. And for me, a lot of times it's like, I might not know the player on the table, but they know me. right? So they tend to fight back at me a lot more than, you know, for example, if it's just another random girl on the table. So you do get that as well.
Song Yun Kyu, King 8 suited, definitely good enough here in the big blind. Unfortunately, will be way behind. He's thinking about it though. Is this a bit of Hollywood? Oh, he's putting the jacket on for the extra equity. I see how it is. Okay. Shake everybody's hands.
Oh, 108.
Say seat open.
Life-changing money.
Surely he's not going to fold this, right? Or is he already all in?
Yeah,
Did
so
you say
small
s-
blind just shoved. So it's just up to him to make that decision.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can't fold this, can
No,
you?
King 8 is a very pretty hand in this situation. And I think he's getting like, what, 3-1? Like, it's like
Yeah,
a
no, I
really,
mean-
really good odds for him right now.
That would be a hell of a soul rate if he was to fold this.
哦，多3000刀，
He still has 34%, yeah.
哦，多300刀。
No, he's really thinking about it. Is it money jump maybe that he's contemplating? There's a chance because I saw him
Oh, yeah.
looking at the screen quite a few times. So there could be
Yeah.
a money jump on 32 maybe. So that's why he's taking his time, just so, you know, it could be.
I wasn't even thinking about this because I was just thinking about the final table. But yeah, I would love to get the payouts. It helped so much before to figure out what's happening. But he kept looking at the screen. And he lets it go? Looks like. Or did he pay?
No, he still hasn't made a decision just yet. Let's see what he chooses to do.
Maybe you could ask in the group if they can give us the payouts.
I might be able to find it for you.
How is this happening?
All right, he's in. He's in. Maybe he's waiting for somebody else to bust. And ace king suited against king 8 suited, clubs against diamonds. 94k in the pot. Jack 10 9. So 24% now for the king 8 suited. 8 on the turn, 76% all of a sudden. 8 on the river, and he actually binks it. He binks it, and all of a sudden he's going to be back to 9.4 big blinds. Song Yun-Kyu still alive. The jackets. It worked perfectly.
It
the
worked.
jacket trick. Getting to stay alive here in this tournament.
Now I can make the payment.
我说你的点也太强了。
他 K5输开的出来5、6万的 Open，
Still everything to play for. 10 big blinds, or a little bit less than 10 big blinds, and a dream. Do you ever get negative thoughts here? If, like, let's say there's 34 out of 505 left, you have 10 big blinds. Do you ever feel like, oh God, like I missed some opportunities, or were you always able to stay pretty positive about it all? And
I think that my goal always is to make that final table because I actually really, really enjoy every like aspect of a final table in poker. I
Yeah.
find it really exciting, and you know, you're constantly solving puzzles over and over again, different. You know, when it comes to tournament poker, because the blinds are going up, situations change, dynamics change. You know, there is a lot of history that you have with certain players that changes how you might play against them, and it becomes really, really interesting. So my goal has always been to make that final table, you know. But I wouldn't force action. I would still just play my game, and you know, I wouldn't be like, oh, just because I've got 10 big blinds, you know, I gotta do this and that. I'm just gonna still play my game and pick the right spots to, you know, take down some blinds if I can, and so forth, to
Well,
go for a double up, which is good, you know. With 10 big blinds, you know, it's spots where, yeah, like, I mean, once you double up, you're pretty much like middle of the field. So,
well, how about as far as like enjoying yourself and not letting negative thoughts creep into your mind?
No, no, I don't think so. I don't think any negative thoughts. I think that once you make the money, you're just always like, oh yeah, like I've cashed. You know, it's those hurdles. I think once you cash, the next goal would be the final table.
Yeah.
Right, and you on the final table, you're like, okay, well, I want to win the tournament, right? So yeah, I think that it comes in steps, and I think once you make the money, I'm like, oh, I'm pretty happy, you know. And then once I make the final table, I'm like, oh, you know, I've got a chance to go for the win.
And Song Yunkyu, he gets to go all in over the top. Did he keep 1k behind?
Yes, he did. He's left himself with 1k behind.
Is that to
and
tank to get another pay jump?
There's possible because, you know, like we said, I think that the pay jump is at 32 players, and he gets a fold from his opponent there.
Yeah, 10-8 suited can't really call here, right?
No, can't really call.
Well, Kevin will tell you, oh, it's so cheap.
Yeah, and Son, he's not that short anymore, right? Like he's got, you know, a
Yeah, he had-
respectable like
he had
10
10
big
bigs,
blinds
yeah.
now. Yeah, so it's not like you can now just call him with anything.
He's back in it.
The funny thing is when I was interviewing the player that won the opening event, my last tournament, the main event, I busted to him on the feature table with ace king, and he had a pocket pair. And the time before that, the main event, we played on the same feature table again. And he actually said to me that he's really lucky when I'm around. He always runs deep. So he was one of the final 2 tables in the main event last time, and then the time before that, he made the final table of the main event as well. So anytime I've been around, he's just kind of like had a really sick run. Yeah.
Is he going to Vegas this summer? Maybe you could get a all expenses
like,
paid trip just to be around.
Just be good to be a lucky charm. All right, we're actually seeing some action here from a cutoff holding ace jack, who's gone all in pre-flop, and then small blind woke up with ace king.
Yeah, when players get this short, strong aces like this, you're gonna see flying in.
Exactly, and with the position they're in, you know, we have cutoff versus the small blind. You
33 left, by the way.
Can't, yeah, you
Pay
can,
jump around the corner.
you can't really fault them.
8% for the ace jack. Not going to get there, and Du Jinchang gets eliminated. We lose another player. So Song Yunkyu made the pay jump, looks like.
So our team pro here has doubled up pretty much, right? He's eliminated a player and won a very nice pot.
Is there, do you know, a story around the name here of the tournament series, The Lord?
No, I was actually discussing this with Kevin. I'm like, it reminds me of Lord of the Rings. Like, you know how you see that font on the left corner up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of Lord of the Rings. And he's like, you know what? I've never ever watched it, and I've never read the books.
Yeah, Kevin hasn't, I
No.
think he hasn't watched The Matrix and like
Okay,
a lot of the
okay,
classics
okay,
like
the
this.
classics, yeah.
He's living in his own world, you know? Yeah, I'd be curious. Like, he's like the founder or one of the founders there. I'd be curious to ask to know
Yeah,
exactly the
yeah.
story behind it.
Why he named it that? Yeah. I do think it's a very pretty trophy. It's got the 2 A's at the top.
Yeah.
A little gold spade. It's quite nice.
The trophy case over there is unreal. And
Yeah.
there's a bunch of different ones too, right? There's like
It
the
is.
green one also.
Yeah, yeah. I think the green one, it might be like the main event trophy, and then all the side events get the little gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, spade.
What is it called? The green gem? Is it emeralds?
Yeah, I would say it would be emerald, right?
It looks
Because
like
it is
emerald.
that emerald color.
Yeah.
Jade emerald. You know.
Hello, where are you from? Japan. US. I was born in Korea but live in US.
I don't think we've seen a single hand from our lady at the table.
No, not yet.
Kind of card dead so far.
Looks like we're going to be balancing the table out, so it will just be a little while we get some players moved here. So 8-handed, it should be 4 tables of 8.
Yeah, and then actually, yeah, there's still a full schedule. We're only on day 3 right now of a 10 days festival
Yeah.
with a ton of tournaments.
A ton of tournaments.
There's still a shot deck at the end that'll be happening.
Yeah.
It's pretty popular in Asia, in particular,
It
right?
is,
Short deck.
Short deck has really exploded.
Do you dabble?
I've played short deck in the past, but no, not really. For me, in terms of games, it's actually gone from more like, say, in the past, I absolutely loved like board games and poker. So things that's, not physical. You've just pretty much sit at a table or at a computer. And then lately, Randy and I have really got into playing like pickleball. So the competition now is off the table and physical, And when we first started, it's actually quite interesting because Randy is very uncoordinated, right? And he's never played any racket sport in his entire life. He's got strong thumbs because he's good at video games. But in terms of actually racket sport, hasn't touched it, hasn't played anything. And we learn at the same time. And I've, played badminton before and so forth. So like me thinking, I think I'm going to be better than him all the way through this entire learning process of pickleball. But I think that just the sheer ability of the male body, I underestimated because I think that in the last 3 months, and he's played like a lot more, he's gotten so much better. It's like,
Okay.
just the sheer fact that when a guy slams the ball,
Yeah.
it's so much harder for us to get it back. But when we slam, he's like, wait, this is the hardest you can slam? I'm like, yeah, like he's, But when a guy slams the ball, it usually would bounce out of the court.
Okay.
It's much harder to.
Are you guys
get back.
equally competitive in terms of like how hard you're gonna try?
Yeah, we're both competitive, but
So
like
why does he play more then?
no, because I feel like I get capped. I get to a spot where I feel like my ability gets capped a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you
So
said he plays more often.
he plays more
He
often.
just has more time.
But he also understands the physics of the bat and the ball.
Okay.
So in order to do drop shots, I think you have to kind of slice the ball. And to me, that's not something that I would know how to hit.
Yeah.
Right? So it's almost like rolling over the ball rather than hitting the ball.
Okay.
And it's like a different technique. And it's a technique that I think is used by tennis players a lot of the time.
Maybe
Yeah.
like he secretly got coached. He bought coaching.
I think he's just naturally very competitive, and
Yeah.
he doesn't mind stepping up to like intermediate sessions and stuff like that. Even though he might be the worst player, but he'll have a go, which is good.
Looks like we had a raise ace-5 suited on the button by Chandong. Wen Huan defends the big blind, king-jack offsuits, and doesn't flop anything at all on ace-3 deuce.
Yeah, we should see a continuation bet here from Chen Dong. The ace should hit his range, but he's going for a check and probably getting value at later streets here.
Trappy.
The turn doesn't really change much for both players, but because of the check, if Wing Huan decides to make any moves, but he checks over to Chendong. Chendong checks once again. Okay, and then maybe hoping that the player might catch up and hit a pair or two. I mean, not all two, but just one pair that might pay him off on that river. But,
I even tried to bluff.
Yeah, or even try to lead into him.
It's been a pretty weak line just to check back twice. Now definitely has 2 bets.
Yeah, should see him going for a bit of value here.
How big do we go? Looks like quite a few chips actually.
He's
Wait, what?
What? Wait, no, that can't be right. That is definitely not right. I don't think he would. He did not go in here. I think it looked like he bet like.
Power jam?
Yeah, I think it looked like he bet 50,000, right? Something like that.
Down to 31, by the way.
Now we've got a new player that's joined our table in 6-7.
Sunglasses. It's hot today. It's hotter than usual, no?
I think they do have the heater on.
The
Because-
heater?
The heater, because it's kind of chilly outside, but I feel like.
Well, it
in
says it's 20 degrees, but actually there was a
outside?
window open earlier and it felt like really
it felt
chill.
pretty chilly.
I'm like, is this
It
wrong?
is. If it did feel pretty chilly, so I wouldn't be surprised if they've switched up the heat.
I don't know why I wore like proper trousers. It's like we're not even on camera. I'm gonna wear shorts Roddy style later.
I'm just wearing like hotel slippers too. Which is like, no, just like high heels. I used to wear high heels a lot.
Well, you probably couldn't walk in there with those because I asked earlier if there was a dress code,
Mm.
like about like sweatpants or anything. Because I didn't have my luggage. I was like, I literally will be trapped outside if you have to wear
No,
like
no,
proper
but,
trousers.
like I walk through the security with my slippers and nobody
Oh,
cares.
really?
Yeah, nobody cares.
Because so they told me everything is fine, just no slippers.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, huh.
Or like no flip flops.
Maybe the media pass. But
Oh, you showed it when you come in?
it's-
I don't
well,
even bring
yeah,
it.
because they check my bag and then they see that. So maybe
Okay.
they're like, oh, yeah.
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 It was the same with drinks because
Yeah.
it says like no foods. And then on day one, I saw a guy try to
Oh,
enter
Try to enter with food.
with food, and they were
Okay.
like, no. And I was like, how about a drink from like Starbucks or an energy drink? They were like, yeah, it's fine.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could literally bring the hotel slippers, keep it there,
Yeah.
write your name on it, and then you're good for the rest of the
Yeah.
week, right? Nice and comfy. We have actually a hand here with Queen Jack versus Pocket Fours, and Queen Jack hits an amazing flop here.
Bet small. And Zoe Yu. I fold everything for an hour and I still am not getting any hands. No, actually, she hasn't been here that long. Yeah, so far, unable to win a single hand. Still second in chips, though.
Still
retaining
second
all the
chips.
chips.
She came to the table with a nice stack, and when you're not really connecting with the board, not much you can do. Saw a Chendong play some poker earlier in the earlier event, and he did quite well, and pretty impressed by his play. So, good to see him still in this event, running deep once again, and hopefully making something of it. He bluffed his stack off.
Really?
Yeah, he went for a pretty good spot, and he just decided, you know what, I think I can get the player off the hand, and he went for it, and then the player ended up finding a call. But he's got guts. You
Yeah.
say no guts, no call, right?
Did you like the call as well by the player, or you thought?
I think that it depends what you think of the player, right? Because I think that, for example, if he thinks that the player is going to fold, for him to make that bet, it's perfectly fine. But at the same time, he might not know how well the player knows him, right? Because as a pro player, there's a good chance that people out there have seen you play before.
Yeah.
They know the moves that you're willing to make. So in that kind of spot where, it could be higher risk just because that person would know your game better than you know their game.
Speaking of Chendong, he opens ace-7 off in the hijack. Song Young-yu wakes up with sixes in the big blind, jams, and gets a fold through. So winning a couple blinds here and there, back up to
Yeah,
16.
16 big blinds, not too shabby anymore.
He was down to what, 5.5 or
Yeah,
something? Yeah.
five big blinds, and then he had to put 2 in for his big blind and big blind ante. So yeah, definitely, a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I think it's like twice in a row that he goes all in on the big blind. So think twice before raising his big blind. So that's when he has it.
When you are short and you pick up playable hands to shove with, it's godsend. You just be like, oh, this is so good. I got sixes, I got sevens. Yeah, it is just in the right nick of time. But there are times where you don't, and you're dwindling down, and that's when it gets really frustrating. We're seeing Chen Dong's getting relatively aggressive with his pre-flop ranges here, raising under the gun plus one with King 7 suited, and then hijack 3 betting to 50k with Ace Queen.
King 7 here, there's really not much you can do other than fold, I feel like, right?
Yeah, I think that Chen Dong, he does feel like we know with a big playable stack, he's getting more aggressive on the table. I do see him with wider pre-flop ranges than normal at times.
It's doing the math.
Yeah, he's got a
30k in what
'cause-
would be 125.
Yeah, I mean, in that spot, you know, he's out of position post flop. It's not a fun spot to be in, but he looks like he's reaching for chips. And he's gone for a 4-bet.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. And we're getting a shove from ace queen. There you go. You know, the player, he did hesitate. He did not hesitate when he
Yeah.
went for that 4-bet jam. He's like, I know I'm good. And he gets a fold from Chen Dong. Had his number.
Did he show?
He did show. He did show.
One call, I think, maybe.
No, easy come, easy go, right?
I wonder if he interpreted the smaller 3-bets. This was 2.5.
Yeah, he made 125k.
So maybe he
yeah.
interpreted it as weakness. In this case, there was no weakness. Snap jam. Ace king suited. Wait, what?
It looks like ace king just went all in pre.
Yeah, all the chips are in the middle. 47 big blinds.
I mean, I guess that's one way to play ace king. I can't imagine much resistance unless you
You know
know we're seeing.
I'm gonna learn from
queens.
this, and I'm gonna do the same because I keep losing. I keep having tough spot post flop. So next time I have 47 big blinds and ace king suited, count me in. I'm just jamming. I'm not gonna have to struggle post flop on like a 7 high board where no club shows up.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna win the pot. Easy game.
That was actually from that guy, isn't it? The same guy
Yeah.
that did the ace queen earlier. Yeah. So maybe he's just playing off the image of, oh, you know, I'm a crazy
Yeah.
guy who's willing to get in pre and gamble.
Sometimes people just do that. I was in Vegas early this year, and then there was a reg that was playing there every single day. I was playing with him, and one day I opened. He just went all in, 200 big blinds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I folded my sevens, and he showed me aces, and I was like,
Oh.
I don't know if I could ever one day make sense of it, but yeah, he did it.
He did it, yeah. He probably got bad beat a couple of times with aces, and it's been very memorable to him. He's like, I just take it down pre-flop. Some
Yeah.
blinds, I'm happy with that, you know, instead of losing a chunk of my chips with aces.
He's praying I got kings and like make a crying call. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
So we're seeing that Wu Xuecong here has gone with a limp from under the gun, calling with 9-8 suited, and it's gone to the small blind who decided to complete. And actions on Chen Dong with ace-5 in the big blind.
It's such a big raise already, and he only has 23 big blinds. I like the raise size by Zhao Jiaming, by the way. Like really trying to exploit the fact that there was a limp in there. Why don't you try and jam this one? 9-8 suited. I'm guessing he's thinking about calling here. 45k, in what would be 130. He's like, nope, too expensive.
Zhao Jiaming leading the table here with 77 big blinds, sitting very comfortable.
Look, he knows, he's in shorts, the pro player. Did you ever do sunglasses?
I did
Okay.
at the beginning.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
And
but
why
then,
did you stop?
well, it's hard to see the board.
Don't they have glasses that
They do.
mask
Yeah.
mask your eyes well, but allow you to see pretty well?
I think they've got ones where it's like different colors, so red ones and orange ones. I think that
Okay.
that
Kind of like tainted windows, right, from the
yes,
outside. like-
exactly. Or you know how when people do shooting, like target shooting practice, they wear those orange ones. I think it's to do with the glare. You know, whether it's playing on a feature table, whatever, the glare from the lights and so forth. But yeah, it's mainly because you don't want something too dark. If something that covers your eyes, it's going to sometimes make definitely your whole cards harder to read.
Morning. Morning.
We have, and under the gun raise with ace 10 here. And then we see a 3-bet from the hijack player with ace 10 as well. And then going around to the big blind, Wu Shu Tong here has shoved all in for 475k with ace queen suited.
You're ahead.
And it's the same player with the ace queen, the
Yeah.
same one with the ace king, and he's just picking up these pots pre-flop.
Song Yunkyu is playing pretty well, by the way. Finds the fold here in a spot he needed to. Back down to 11 big blinds. Nothing he hasn't experienced before. Still all smiles at the table. And first place is 120k.
Yeah, not too shabby of a payday. And indeed, there was a money jump at 32 players, so that was definitely what Song was probably waiting for.
Which was? What was it?
So it's a 500 USD money jump
So from what to what?
from 2400 to 2900.
Nice. Okay.
And then the next money jump will be at the final 3 tables at 24 players.
So in a while.
And the final table of 8 will be looking at a payday of minimum 12,500. So 5 figures for every player, minimum 5 figures for every player on that final table, with winner getting 120,000.
Chandong on the button. The blinds being up. It's getting shorter and shorter. It's going to open up the Jack 9 offsuits. Ace 8 suited in the big blinds. Is that ever a 3-bet bluff? Like, what are the 3-bet bluffs here on this stack depth in tournaments?
You mean with the ace 8?
Yeah, like what are the, because in cash I would kind of have an idea, you know, like all the stuff like Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, and things like this. As far as the suited aces, is there, so what are the hands?
I
that would
mean,
be the 3-bet bluffs.
yeah, I mean, because I wouldn't really think of it as a 3-bet bluff, because to me, I feel like my ace 8 is ahead.
Okay.
Right. So in that spot, it's more like I'm 3-betting pre-flop to extract more value
Yeah.
post-flop from the player. You know, there are times where there's certain hands where it's too good to 3-bet, because you're probably going to get a lot of people raising garbage on the button and then just folding. So every hand you play in poker, I guess it's more comes down to how do I extract the most value from my opponent.
There is some medium offsuited aces in tournaments that are 3-bet bluffs, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think people like to do it with hands like ace 5.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of those ones. where-
Offsuits specifically, or like with suited as well? is
Yeah, I think with both, they do like to do it with that. I mean, it really comes down to you also need a balanced range, right? So if you're doing that with like hands like ace 5, you know, Queen Jack or whatever, then you also need to be doing it with like, you know, your big pairs like kings, aces, queens, and so forth. There are players who I've played against who literally would call every big blind. So they would not 3-bet and they would just call. So that also balanced their range at the same time, once
Okay.
again, because they're coming into the hand with a huge range of hands that you cannot put them on. And it's really about masking your hand strength when it comes to poker. you know, not keep the opponent guessing what you could be holding.
What's your least favorite suited ace?
I think something like ace-6, ace-7, those ones.
Ace-6 is the worst.
Exactly, definitely. Don't like them. But I get into trouble a lot with ace-queen. You know, it's a good hand, but it's also a hand that, you know, you might get it in pre and see that you're absolutely just crushed.
Well, you say any also suited, right?
Sorry, what was that?
Suited or suited and offsuit both.
Yeah,
You
it
mean
does,
ace-queen.
that doesn't really matter, yeah.
Because I was thinking
Ace-queen.
about this earlier. Like we kept seeing ace queen suited and ace king offsuit, and I was thinking, sometimes I feel like ace queen suited looks even better than
It
ace
does
king
look
offsuit.
very pretty, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah, it gets you into trouble. And there'll be spots very similar to the player that kept shoving the ace queen, you know, but the opponent just happened to have something better, right? Whether it's
Yeah.
ace king or whether it's kings, you know, things like that. So yeah, I think, you know, in terms of busting out of tournaments, maybe the most frequent hand would be something like ace queen.
It's interesting how our brain works with that, right?
Yeah.
Because for me, I feel like if I play standard hands and I lose, it's fine. Although like sometimes with ace king, it does feel like, you know, you have selective memory and then you lost more than you actually did, like even though you played fine. But for me, somehow, like what bothers me more is if I know somebody made an incorrect play and then they won, it feels like they get rewarded, even though it's really not like that at all, right?
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah.
the chance of the run out, like variance or whatever. So you don't have many things that irritate you at the table?
No. I think that's one of those things where over time you just kind of like, it just doesn't bother you anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you get older too, like less things bother you as compared to when
Yeah.
you're younger, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, like I don't like when people net roll or like any sort of slow roll.
Yeah.
There's a lot of silly things that happen in low stakes, like when you go all in with someone, they always wait until you show your hand first, even
Yes,
though you
yes,
both
yes.
have to show. I guess
It's
this
very
used to kind of
annoying.
irritate me.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
I'm
for
much
sure.
more indifferent. Or like players that hide their throat with their shirt. And Song Yugyu, I think he was one of the guys that was
Oh,
doing
yeah.
this earlier. I'm like, I'm always like, I don't know, it just irks me.
Maybe he's just like really loud gulper, you know?
Yeah. To some of them, sometimes I'm like, come on, like,
Yeah.
put the shirt away. Like, this is ridiculous. Especially because I play low, like the lowest stakes there
Yeah.
is out there, whether
Yeah,
it's
it's,
like
like,
cash
so
game or tournament.
unnecessary.
Like, come on, like
Yeah.
this is not the main event.
Yeah, really unnecessary.
But in this case, it is the main event. Oh, there it is, the shirt. See, when I see
There it
this, I'm
is,
like,
yeah,
come on,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
this is ridiculous.
Probably like just a habit. So, yeah.
But he's in big blind, though, right?
I think he's the big blind. Yeah.
Isn't that a tell that he's got something? Or would he do it either way? He has like 7 deuce. He's like, don't attack my big blind, shut up. That's
Okay,
so funny.
so-
We're about to find out.
With Tendon stack, he's not really raising up light anymore. Playing around 11 bigs. And then cutoff here makes a call.
Yeah, we've seen some limping.
We have seen some limping, and that is something we don't really see very often these days in poker. But in this series, I've actually seen it numerous times.
It's been mostly Wu Shuetsong with the limping. When one gets out of the way, probably felt like with the limper, his hand wasn't strong enough, because maybe you need to raise a little tighter. I'd be interested to see if there is some traps too in those limp, because like if somebody has a limping range, sometimes they'll mix
Exactly.
in some very, very strong hands.
Yeah. And especially, you know, because limping isn't really a standard thing in pre-flop poker, there are a lot of pros out there who would target limpers by raising it up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I've seen some people play a really good limping strategy pre-flop. Not very often, though. It's an art and it needs to be done right, you know?
Yeah. This is interesting because Song Yun-kyu, he checked his big blind queen 7 off. I thought he might maybe stab flop with second pair. But he checked and we had a very quick check back on the turn again, we see check, and now Shuaizong reverse third pair. It's Song Yugyu. It's hard to imagine he wouldn't do any sort of bet here. Does he go big or small? 42k in the pot. He's gonna go half pots exactly and get called pretty quickly by the look of things. Value Town. Shuaizong plays very quick, by the way. Maybe a relative of Yo-Yo.
Yeah, because like every time he even jammed the ace queen, whatever, it's without blink of an eye. You know,
Yeah.
just chips in the middle.
And now both flop and turn, he snap check back. And
Yeah.
river, he called pretty quickly. So I like to joke at the poker table and like chat a bunch. Sometimes I'll tell people like, you're allowed to think about it when they play this quick.
Yeah, he's not wasting any of those time bank chips. I've seen players who tank and use up time bank chips in spots where I'm like, you know, those are going to come pretty handy later in your tournament,
Yeah.
you know? I seen Jack 8 suited here, not a bad hand. Son Yun Yu has decided to shove it in versus big blind. And he's like, you know, just standing up, putting on his jacket.
It worked
like
last time.
He's going to depart. Going through.
It's been all smiles every time. I really like this guy.
Yeah,
actually. I'm going to
he's-
talk to him
he's
later.
just happy.
And look, he's doing the gesture with the cards. This guy's amazing. He's like almost
You want to
betting.
call?
That's so sick.
Talking to his opponent too at the same time.
Oh my god.
Taking another peek.
That's incredible.
And you could tell that the opponent has a decision to make, you know.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, a bit too much actually for Big Blind to make a call there with that hand. Seeing that he's sitting on 15 bigs. Keeping up with the blind increases. That's always a good thing.
Chendong has like all the small chips, I guess, because he looks like he has a lot, but
Yeah, he's like
he has
built a
11 big
tower,
blinds.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Tower of the smallest chips.
Yeah, so he's got a 11 bigs here with the ace jack of clubs under the gun. Instead of opting to shove pre, he's chosen to raise 2x.
Well, what's the pros of this against jamming?
I mean, I don't mind.
Oh,
I don't mind.
Wow.
I think jamming, raising, they're both fine. I am interested in seeing like, you know, what he does here with Son versus.
I mean, he's so short. I can't imagine he'd be folding to anybody.
Yeah, but
Unless it's someone that he perceives as like really tight, which is definitely not going to be Song Yun-gyu.
yeah, this is actually quite interesting because now alarm bells are kind of going off in my head because you have a player raising to 24,000, right?
Yeah.
And there's somebody in behind you is clicking up to 36. This is like
Yeah.
as if he's playing limit poker, right? But I tell you, the times where I'm like, oh my God, this guy's doing it with aces, and I look it up, and they have aces. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you're like thinking, oh, well, but I've got ace jack of clubs. And you're like, you don't believe it, right? But you're like, technically I should not be folding here. But every time you look it up, they
Yeah.
do have the goods. you
I
know?
think maybe like if he opens, okay, he's just going to
Oh,
go all
he
in.
does shove it in. Yeah, so Son's funny re-raise pre-flop actually got Chendong to just commit his stack.
Yeah.
And Chendong is currently in a really bad spot with ace jack.
I wonder if you open ace jack suited like this and then it goes all in, all in, all in, then I guess you're folding, right?
Yeah,
so that may be the one scenario.
Exactly, you could fold. Or, you know, in that spot, because Son, if he just shoved pre, Chen Dong would be calling him. But when he did that, there's a chance that Chen Dong could just call the 12K and actually get away on that flop as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So you're actually allowing your opponent to not commit their chipsing pre-flop. He was getting really cute because don't forget, he started the hand with only 15,000. So yeah, it's
Yeah, we lose our
It's quite
pro player.
interesting,
Looks
yeah.
like.
It's one of these things where you can make a mental note of what the player did in this spot with pocket aces. So if you ever see it next time, you could be like very, very confidently just putting your
Yeah.
ace jack in the muck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got Chen Dong covered in this hand.
Yeah, that's what the overlay said. Yeah, Song Yun-Kyu is still at 44K behind. Mm-hmm. And what a rebuild!
What a
Down to
rebuild.
5 bigs.
Yeah, he's working with close, I think 25 big blinds now. And unfortunately, Chen Dong has left this tournament, finishing in 30th place.
And we're down to 29 players now.
Another deep run.
20 more eliminations until the final table will be decided, which will be played tomorrow. It's the shirt trick, or the jacket trick works.
The jacket
you
trick
can do.
works. You just pretend like you're gonna go.
Well, apparently the shirt too. I can't imagine. How does he even... It feels funny. Like I'm putting my shirt over my...
Nose.
yeah,
I think
my
a lot
nose.
of people do that. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty common thing.
I think
It-
even like there was some top pros. I remember
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Phil Hellmuth. He used to kind of cover. He did like the finger over his mouth or something
Okay,
to-
yeah,
to cover a
yeah,
bunch
to
of stuff.
cover.
Wen Huan under the gun, 7-3 offsuits. We're gonna say no, thank you. And so you really caught dead actually. Jack 5 offsuits. Song Yun-Kyu 5-3 suited in the cutoff. Looks like he's up to no goods. He's gonna open it up. Finally finds himself with a bit of a stack and he's gonna put that to some effect. He looked behind and he saw Zheng Jin on the button on a pretty shallow stack. Guess he expects him to be pretty honest. 3 deuce offsuit, not gonna do it, and then it's up to the blinds to try and do something. We can't see what Zhao jamming has, but he's thinking about this. He's grabbing a lot of chips. Seems like Song Yun-Kyu might have picked a poor timing here to try and make a move. And yeah, there was a 3-bet to 86K. And he's gonna fold and be all smiles still. Well, he went from 5 big blinds to now he's still got 26. So he's definitely got things to smile about. Made the pay jump. Now looking pretty good to maybe go further as well.
Go. Interesting. You. Thank you. Very happy. Very happy. Yeah. Try to be happy. That's what that matters, right? Yeah.
Song Yun-Kyu ace king this time. Definitely gonna open up and be praying that somebody 3-bets him again. So jamming 6-3 offsuits on the button. Definitely not good enough. Oh, jacks
Another ace.
and a snap all in. Can't imagine would ever fold with the ace king here. Queen jack in the big blind. Can't really do much other than folds. And we're off to the races.
警局
644k in the middle. Very sizable pot here between those two players.
And your 40 days? You did the 4 days because you stream it, right?
Flip City.
Ace?
We're going to be seeing a chip leader
40 days. Sorry.
on the table made from this. It's
警局
very exciting for both players, I can imagine.
Queen high boards.
So some
He
ace king's
showed the
asking
ace of
for
diamonds.
diamonds. No
Wow.
help for the ace king.
And fates change very quickly in tournament poker. Song Yugyu eliminated. He survived for a very long time. He rebuilt nicely, but then that's all it takes sometimes. Ace King, everybody's most hated hand in poker, except Selena, that's Ace Queen. I definitely have a love-hate relationship with Ace King.
Ace King,
I bust, like, I don't know why, but my memory decides to only remember those hands like this, where it's like,
Yeah.
literally there is no other way to
Perfect.
play it. You
Yeah,
raise,
exactly.
somebody re-raise, all in, you call, and then it's like, well, nothing, you know.
That's actually how I busted out of both of my main events. Last 2 times was with Ace King, and both times on the feature table, both time up against poker pairs.
There you go.
Yeah.
We got a new member on the Ace King hate train bandwagon now. I keep making this joke like somebody should make a I hate Ace King hat.
Yeah.
And
or-
become
or
a
t-shirts,
millionaire.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
How has nobody done it yet?
Every single poker player would buy one of those.
Needs to be a cool design, but there's definitely an idea there. Down to 26 players currently.
勾勾跑也可以，能顶住也不错。
Looking like we're gonna find some new players, some new victims.
好好好，我理一下，我理一下。
当我们推出来拿一个红的，那这个尴尬啊。
I want our lady at the table to win one hand. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
we haven't really seen her even play a hand.
这个算吗？这个现在比心还是算 all in 吗？不算吧？不算。要
我
我会说 all in 啊。
哦，OK。
我没想过还
你朋友打其他的去了吗？啊？你朋友打其他的去了吗？没有啊。
他靠住的时候，我以为我落后了。
哎呀
那也可以
你落后还有2个 out 嘛，对不对？你开启打那么多，总共有个 out 嘛？啊
开始吗？
？OK。
Do you feel like it's easy to remain focused the entire day and like, you know, you as a pro, you watch every hand, every bet sizing, everything, or do you feel like, yeah, like, would you get distracted ever and like miss stuff and be like, oh my god, maybe I should have seen this?
Yeah, no, I get distracted all the time. I actually on my phone quite often. I don't think I can go through a day of like 10, 12 hours of play without distracting myself. It's just too hard.
To what extent exactly?
Okay, so you could get a really good 2 hours out of me, and I'm distracted for the rest of the day. So yeah, I don't know if I'm made for these kind of marathon poker sessions.
Yeah,
晚上我理一下。
it's tough to be like in the zone all day.
不打打
And that's why a lot of these guys nowadays, they exercise, they have good nutrition. They really try to max out on their focus for the whole day. Very hard to do. So we had a raise in the hijack with pocket force. Zhou Yiyu defends the big blind 8-7 offsuits. And can't quite see the flop. Oh, there it is. Ace Jack 4. A set for Zhang Jin. Luckily for Zhou Yiyu, she has absolutely nothing. So he slow plays on the flop, but on the turn, things start getting a little bit scarier. We have 2 diamonds now. And 3 different Broadways, so he's gonna bet. And yeah, pretty quick folds. Zhou Yiyu still getting absolutely nothing.
Ça va et toi, Mr. Merlot? I am back. It seems like we're down to 25. I would love to know about all the things that I've missed. I've saw some of it, but I haven't been able to watch all of it. Did you have a good time, Todd, with Selena?
Yeah.
What was the highlight? What was the absolute highlight?
We got to talk about what hands we hate. For her, still ace queen. For me, it's ace king. And actually, Song Young-yu, did you see? Like he fell to 5 big blinds, then he kept rebuilding. He got back up to a bunch, and then he got ace king, and he busted on a flip, on a completely standard flip.
I did not see that.
He got my standard experience in tournaments.
I followed your advice, Todd. The last words that you said to me was, "Go ahead and get some food, bro." So got some fried rice, got some beef noodles.
Well, you ordered 2 dishes.
I went for the double.
You're an animal, man.
I was hungry. What can I say? The food is excellent here. So if it's good. And also, I'm so happy because I liked the fried rice yesterday, but I did think it was like a little plain, you know. I was like, I'm kind of wishing in Dutch we have sambal, which is basically just like spices mushed
Which,
together.
like, there is 2 different fried rices?
No, yeah.
It's the Yongzhou one, right? Which is like with ham and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's
egg.
the one I definitely had with ham and egg, but still, like, I like spicing things up. But now I find those little cases that are standing on the table, and I was like, okay, I don't know if I like this specific spice. I tried a little. I was like, oh, yeah, it's spicy and it's good. So I was very happy. Best fried rice I've had in a while.
Nice.
Love to spice it up. Did any of these guys become your favorite over the last 2 hours?
Well, I like this Song Young-yu guy because he was like really surviving,
Mm-hmm.
but unfortunately he busted. Also, he was doing the one thing I don't like where he was putting his shirt up to hide his mouth and throat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rooting for our lady to finally win a hand because she's been mega carded.
Is it one of the ladies that we've seen in the previous days, or is it a new one?
I don't think so. No.
See, maybe I recognize her from the late night cash game session that we've got going on yesterday. The ladies were dominating, man. There were
Yeah?
there were actually a decent amount of them, and everyone knew each other as well. It's fun, really fun to see everyone come together and have a good time. So we take a little look at Zheng Jin having ace 8 under the gun. He's gonna let go of it. Big blinds are 6K or 6K, 12K right now. Those are the blinds. Big blind, of course, being 12K. 6-5 suited from the hijack. I mean, the man's got a nice stack. He's got some chips to play around with. And he is going to hit us with the min raise. We've got Wu Zhekong here with the pocket threes. He's going to probably come along for the ride as well. Just a little bit of good old set farming. Easy to play. And Jin Bo Shin is back as well. Big blind. He's got a good stack. Already saw him before on the final table. He's got a beautiful suited connector as well. So we got the 8-7 suited, the 6-5 suited, and pocket threes all going at it.
And Wu Shuetsong, by the way, plays very quickly. Like earlier, he got 4-bet and he very quickly jammed ace queen. Then he just snap checks back. Like this guy's, he's a fast player. Just
Love
how
it.
we love him.
A man to my heart. I think I'm a very quick player as well, and I'm absolutely aware that once in a while it's going to hurt you, right? There are moments where you should simply take your time, but for some reason it's just not really in me. And this whole, like, if somebody raises me and I already know I'm gonna fold, I'm gonna snap fold. And it's like, yes, you give out a bit of a tell that you're doing it late. I'm aware of all those things, but just don't really have the acting in me, don't have the whole Hollywood setup in me. But yeah, once in a while you're gonna make a mistake. But overall, if that's the way that you enjoy poker, I do believe that it's always important to enjoy doing what you're doing if you want to get better. And if this man just enjoys playing fast, let him play fast.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not breaking etiquette, you can do whatever you want.
Absolutely. And I love it. I'm definitely in favor of tournaments handling or moving with a shot clock as well, like we have it here, 30 seconds. And you've got a couple of time banks if you want to use one. Throw it in there. You can use a few more on the very big spots. The days where people sit there for 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. If that happens once on like the biggest spot of the tournament, it is what it is. I get it. Take your time. But if we look at that kind of stuff, every third hand, it just becomes a little bit dreadful to watch as well. And if you're a part of it, if you're sitting at the table, it also, I feel like it's very draining when there's just so little. Like if you look down at Jack Deuce offsuit under the gun and you snap fold,
Yeah.
But that hand goes on for 11 minutes. It's really annoying.
It's part of being good at the game, though. You need to like be patient and pick your spots. Minimize your losses when you're not running good.
Absolutely. Discipline is mega important. But I also love that it's part of the game these days that we force players to act in general a little bit quicker.
Ah, we got a new player here joining as well.
I believe he is American because I heard him have a conversation in the Starbucks and it sounded very American to me. Or maybe he yesterday stopped by the bar for a split second. Seemed to be having a very good time. He was just vibing with one of his amigos. Xiao with the King Jack offsuit under the gun +1. He let go of the very weak ace last hand, ace 8, the dead man's hand. He's gonna open things up with King Jack though.
Yeah, completely fine open. Oh my God! So you come on, 7 deuce off.
Yeah.
What are they doing to this poor lady?
It's alright. The Mamacitas are coming. The Kings are coming.
Yeah,
Have Kings lost yet on this stream? Because I still haven't seen it. Did it happen?
I don't remember it if it did.
I feel like the last 2 hours is the one where I did miss a little. I did put the stream up while I was having dinner, but he obviously still get distracted. Fun floppy, a Queen 10 3. That is, I think, the light for King Jack. If you open King Jack in an early position and you flop an open ender with an overcard to the board, you're going to have a good time overall. Big blind, King 4 of hearts, doesn't have a whole lot going. All the backdoor draws are alive. The ace jack, the jack 9, the hearts, but it's not a very good flop for our newcomer to the future table. And we obviously know that his king is no good. He might think it is. Wouldn't be upset if he just lets it go here. Like, you go for a defense with King 4 of hearts, but it's very important, I think, not to chase too many of the
Whoa.
backdoor draws. Did he just hit us with a call? Okay.
He comes along for a turn here.
No, it's a race. It is a race
Oh, it
to
is.
75k. Yeah, that's what it looked like as well.
Yeah.
I was with you, but then the overlay said call. We don't have any audio of here where we are sitting, so if the screen says call, we're going to assume it's a call, but we raise it up to 75k. Fun moment to take a jab at it. Unfortunately, it's the wrong moment, and that's not something that he could obviously know. But King Jack ain't going anywhere. And as I mentioned before, on top of that, the king is not live. Maybe if you're semi-bluffing here, and obviously this is a pretty decent bluff. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you've got backdoor draws, but at least you hope that your overcard to the board is live. We know that's not the case.
Yeah, we don't expect Zhao jamming to fold here, but then I'm very curious, how would the action continue here on most turns? Like, obviously,
If it's like
Ye-
a deuce, 5, 6,
yeah, like
7,
if he picks up a flush draw as well, I could see him continue, but what about an absolute blank then? Would he still try to represent strong? And will Zhao jamming even just call? Oh, yes, okay. He doesn't come back over the top here with the open-ender. He wants to try and realize his equity. So he's just going to call 200k in the middle,
That's a very big pot.
and the big blind has a bit less than 400 behind.
Oh my goodness. The 9 of diamonds rolls off on the turn and Xiao absolutely drills the stone cold coconuts. And it's a perfect rainbow board as well, Todd. Like, that is the cleanest river that Xiao could ask for.
Yeah, but now everything depends on whether the big blind wants to keep on bluffing or just was it just a check raise give up where he thought it's a continuation bet range with sometimes or somebody has absolutely nothing.
No, a lot of things could happen here. I absolutely agree with you. But as you mentioned, if a 4 or obviously a 4 would have been really bad because he actually loses the lead. But let's say it's a random 5, 6, or even the 3 pairs the board, right? If the big blind continues to be aggressive, or queen or a 10 pairs the board, like, then there is a good chance that King Jack will actually give up and will not see a river. Obviously, now that we have drilled the stone cold nuts, we are loving life. It is a 70k continuation bet here from the big blind. Honestly, I would always just call here. I'd be like,
Yeah.
go for it, mate. Like, it's a rainbow board. It's not a double flush. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a few annoying rivers out there, but it doesn't matter.
Think about the big blind is that he blocks king jack. So sometimes when you have blocker to the nuts, you might be inclined to make some of these plays. No, I don't know about this one specifically with the king 4 of hearts. But yeah, there's just going to be a call. And now, first 2 acts, the big blind with just king high.
He did obviously pick up the gut shot, right? I focused a lot on, sorry, I didn't say we, but it was mostly me, on Zhao making the nuts. But technically with king 4, when you're bluffing there on the flop, the 9 did give him the gut shot straight draw. So he's like, well, with a jack, I basically have the nuts, because I don't think my opponent has ace king here.
What do you think? Is it time to give up?
I don't know. He does not strike me as a man who likes to give up. He does still have 320k. I
Oh,
think
wow.
he goes for it all in. He's about to get snap called. The man just joined the future table. Goes all in with king high and gets snapped off by the nuts. What a turn card there for Zhao. Wow. That is brutal, savage, erect. They come and they go very quickly over here at the future table as we lose another player. What a shame.
Yeah, you just completely ran into it. Like nothing you can do here. It's snapped off. Yeah, what a sight. Music to music to his ear there, sitting there with the nuts, seeing somebody push it all in.
Let's not forget, like, you open under the gun +1, you flop an open-ender, with an overcard to the board, you're like, all right. Opponent raises you, he's like, okay, that's a bit scary, but let's see. Then you just drill the stone-cold nuts on the turn. Your opponent bets, you call off. The river is perfect, it's an offsuit 7, doesn't pair the board, doesn't change anything, and your opponent goes all in. Very sad, we didn't even get to figure out the young man's name. Our foreigner who just joined the table. The
Yeah.
graphics weren't even updated yet.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Hopefully we'll see him back. I mean, there's still plenty of these. This is just day 3 of 10, Kevin. So there's still a lot of tournaments.
That just
Coming
makes
up.
me so happy, because that means there's a whole lot of poker for us left to play as well, Tel. I don't think I ever want to leave Jeju. The landing resort is just perfect.
You're feeling high on life
Yeah.
and on some poker. You know who else is feeling high? This guy right there with all the chips. Look at this. He's like stacking it, restacking it, recounting it. I'm rich.
And especially that last hand. Like, those hands are just the most fun, because
Oh,
you don't
yeah,
have to do anything. It's just like, oh.
That's what we all play poker.
Yeah.
To look down at aces or to get the nuts and then go all in. 23 lefts. Just a monster stack here.
And it's not even that you have
Look
to
at
go
this.
all in.
He keeps moving that back.
Yeah.
I love this. Like that's the favorite move.
But you know, Johan, the best part is that he didn't even have to go all in and hope that he gets called.
Yeah.
His opponent did all the work for him. He laid on his back and he just brought those chippies to himself. Indeed, the best feeling.
Come on, Zoe, you.
That's something.
Yeah, opening hands. Getting stared on by our neighbor right now.
Now, he says he's been obviously very card dead, so he hasn't opened a lot of hands. Jin, Boshin, wondering.
He's new at the table though, so he wouldn't necessarily have seen
No, Jin.
all the folding that's been happening.
Jin was just wearing the jacket before.
Yeah, but he just joined. Like
Ah.
he's one of the latest addition to the table.
Okay, he joined right before I joined.
Yeah.
I see. But he might know her. It seems like a lot of the players in this field so far
Yeah.
familiar with each other. I expect that to change the closer we get to the weekend. I think more and more people will make the journey over. I think Friday is probably a very popular
Yeah.
day for people to fly over from Shanghai, from Beijing.
And to be honest, I don't know like if she plays like any sort of stack tight or loose or whatever. She's just been mega card dead, so
Yeah.
it really there's nothing unless she starts opening like with bad hands.
No need to force it, right? I mean, she doesn't have a crazy amount of chips, but it's not that bad.
But
She's
she came with a healthy stack, so she's just been like slowly losing by having nothing the whole time.
It could be a whole lot worse. Like, we're still playing over 20 big blinds, Jack 8 of spades here. There's a very good chance that we'll be able to take it down. We are going to go for a little continuation bet of 20k. A little less than 2 big blinds. And 10-8 has completely missed. So 10-8 is going to let it go. And Johan, your lady, is going to at least see a few chips head her way. And sometimes that's all you need. Just flip that momentum on its side and make it yours.
And 34 big blinds, honestly, that's very decent here.
If you're at the final 23, like at this point, I wouldn't be sweating that at all. As long as I am not dropping near like 12 to 14, and even that is not that bad, then obviously you still have to play excellent poker and you're going to have to wait for your spot. But that's where you know that, okay, if I double now, it still doesn't do that much for me. Because once the blinds increase and I lose 1 or 2 hands, or I'm forced to post the blind and the antes, you know you're back to where you started. But with over 30, you've got all the time in the world. One double and you're like legit above average.
Yeah. And I feel like it's around this time where you really start, dreaming a little bit of a very deep run. Yeah, because 23 left, like the final table's right around the corner. You just need a couple eliminations, a little bit of momentum, and then anything's possible.
I'll be honest, Todd, with my tournament career, I would say this is already a very deep run. If I'm playing a live tournament and it starts with 505 runners, and I'm part of the final 23,
Yeah.
oh, you're going to see that selfie on Instagram, baby. Because
But this is like the absolute heartbreak area, right? Where like
Yeah,
if you
that's
bust
true.
now, it's like the worst.
But it's definitely already a proper run. I think all the players can obviously be proud of it, but you're spot on. This is where you start dreaming. Like in the beginning of the event, if you would have asked them, and there were 505 players, would you like to be top 25? They'd be like, yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be an amazing run. But if you're here, and especially with a healthy stack over 30 big blinds, no, you're not looking at finishing 23rd. At this point, you're dreaming of a top 12, maybe a final table. And once we're at the final table, of course, the dreaming never stops. Maybe that's truly where you start becoming a dreamer.
And we've seen Wood Sweatsong limp a couple of times. He does it again here with the suited ace, although he has a very decent stack. So jamming in the big blinds, checks his option, and flops a gutter and a flush draw. Wood Sweatsong has absolutely nothing. Usually we've seen him be pretty honest, so he checks back very quickly, and now definitely we're going to be seeing some betting from Zhao jamming. And I expect a snap fold.
The man's got over a milli. He bets 28k. And if you're sitting over a million chips, and then those 2-3 big blinds, they don't really hurt. And if you have just picked up a tiny piece, whether that is in equity and draws or you actually made a pair, you can always just start firing.
Okay, not a snap fold, by the way. He thought about this one for me. I mean, he does have ace high. There's some draws out there. Just gonna let it go in. He looked like he was in pain.
Yeah.
A second.
Maybe it's just like, come on, this Xiao Ming guy has been winning way too much. Like, it's enough. Someone's going to have to fight back, but sitting there with ace high, that's just not the moment. And we saw what happened when our newcomer to the futures table was like, all right, so you're the big stack bully. You ain't bullying me. It's like, well, a king 4 later and we're out. Rough, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that was a very short feature table appearance for sure.
Wonder if the man got mic'd up. Imagine you're that guy in the back who's trying to enter all the names, like, what's his name? And he's reading out this very complicated foreign name for him, and he's like, Mr. Anderson. He's like, okay, he's out. He's like, what? Damn it. Who's coming back now? Don't make it be that Pereira guy. It's like, no, he already got eliminated. It's like, all right.
Ace queen of suits for Wen Huan here in sit 2.
Wen Hong, that's how we say it?
Wen Huan.
Juan. Middle
Yeah.
Mexican in there.
With the H, not the J. It's gonna open it up to 35k.
Much.
35.
35? Okay.
Zenjin with the ace-9 offsuit on the button. Just a little too short, I think, to be defending ace-9. I don't think this is the moment to really go for it. It's a bigger sizing as well. It's not your regular 2x. It's a little more than that. And it's an under the gun +1. From a relatively short stack too. Probably the 2 shortest stacks at the table. If they're opening UTG +1, you can probably assume that they're going to be stronger on average than ace-9 offsuit.
And ace queen just gonna take it down here. Looks like. No, wait.
Big blind might. I think 9-8 is not a bad defense. You're closing the action. He is somewhat short as well. But it does seem like we're going to come along for the ride. Or? Is he trying to be cheeky?
It's just a call. Jin Jiangpu joining us at the table. That's a slick hairstyle and glasses right there. This guy's cool.
King Jack is our flop. Yeah, he does look very cool. Very fashionable. It's going to be hard to get a read on him. Every time you look at him, he's like, man, he's still handsome. It's like, that's the only read I'm getting.
I'd go clubbing with that guy for sure.
Me too. The year was 2012. And I'm still 18 years younger.
They let him in. They're like, sorry, guys. Not you.
Oh, that'd be sad. His queen does take it down with the c-bet there. The 9-8 defense. Not feeling too happy with that King Jack flop. Oh, we got the Ed Hardy shirt coming back. Where's Suarez?
What is it?
It's basically the glitter stuff that they have on the AA poker
Okay.
shirts. Like Ed Hardy, really. My brother had one or two of those shirts a long time ago. But then I think, like, I have never really kept up with like what is fashionable, what not. But I think
Yeah.
in the Netherlands, because those shirts they were so like glamorous and they really stood out. Almost overnight, they started getting a bad reputation, so it really fell out of fashion. And then my brother's like, "Hey man, I've got two shirts for you. Like, I don't no longer fit them." And I looked at them, and I've had them in my closet for a while, but I literally never worn them, just because they are so out there and they were so not my style that I was like, "Yeah, I think I'll pass on the Ed Hardy shirt, mate."
They're back in. Bring them back in fashion, man. It's all up to you to make it happen.
Takes 20 years, right? I'm not sure if 20 years have gone back yet. I also don't think that my current belly would really fit in those shirts, but I digress. Truth talk over here, Todd. Gotta keep it
Hey, you're on XL. You used to be L.
Yeah. I'm closer to the XXL than L. No, I'm joking.
No, you're not.
It's
No
not
way.
that bad, but now there are very few L's these days that I put on, and I'm like, yeah, that's a nice fit. Yeah. We got pocket jacks, the jiggities for Jin Jiangpu.
Yeah, that's perfect as well. Cutoff opens. And he's at a stack size where, like, he never folds, regardless. Like, whether he 3-bet or jams here, there's just no folding option. Looks like he's just gonna 3-bet off of 300k. Maybe he just makes it 100 and 105, or unless he said all in. Okay, 100k.
Mm-hmm.
So 221 behind. Yeah, and if you're Zhang Jin here, you're not loving life. Obviously, 3 is very, very low.
Mm-hmm. You know, best case scenario, we're flipping here, but in a lot of scenarios, we're going to be absolutely dominated. Don't forget that Jin Jiangpu is one of the shortest stacks as well.
Yeah.
So these are two of the shorties. So it's been very frustrating. You mentioned how the lady has been pre-carded, but ever since I started watching, I feel that this man is starting to lose the plot a little, Zhang Jin, because he's just not really getting any good hands. And because he's not getting good hands, he's starting to play the weaker hands from early
Yeah.
positions as well. Where now he's not stopping the bleeding. If anything, it's increasing at a pretty rapid pace.
I think his stack is so shallow that maybe he just wasn't meant to open 3s here in the cutoff, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That would be a good one to ask Selena what she thinks about.
I also think that he's just hoping to take it down 3, right? He raises and he's like, I'm a short stack, so everybody should respect me. I'm opening from the cutoff. I got to be really strong here. I've got a tight range. Yeah, and then somebody behind you wakes up with pocket checks.
Why is our lady doing duck face?
Yeah, I was looking at that as well. I was like, she's posing. I don't know, maybe...
Imagine she has aces. That would be a hell of a tell for the future.
Nah, that was
Oh,
way too,
snap!
it was way too early.
She's gonna raise.
But she already had the duck face before. I think she's just memeing.
Oh my god.
It is the pocket jiggities. Maybe that's her thing. She's like, all right, I've been carded for so long.
So funny.
I'm going to make a funny face. And at that point, I'm going to pick up a hand.
Next time she does it, like they see the jacks now, and next time she does it, she has 7 deuce. Everybody folds.
For a cash game, that'd be
Goated.
amazing. Zhou with the jacks under the gun is going to bump it up to 32k. Also one of the shortest stacks. Zhang Jin is like, ace 9 is pretty good, right? It's like, no, mate, you know it's not good. Especially not when UTG opens. And that man has just been looking at so many riggedy hands. Eventually, you want to play something. I get it.
Down to 23. Getting closer and closer to that final table. You saw the prize, by the way?
Nope. I have no idea.
120K for first. And actually, second place was like around half that. I think it was like around 60.
Oh, so it's a big difference.
Yeah, it's totally different to the structure we had in a free roll, where it was 100K, 78,
Yeah.
50 plus.
I mean, that one's maybe a little bit more catered towards the newer players. Well, a lot of players that are playing here in the main. It's funny, by the way, that the main is played this early in the event, right? I know they've got a lot of different tournaments happening in the upcoming week, but
Yeah.
it feels very early to have what you would consider the main. Also because it's still weekdays. We're not even in the weekend yet.
But it's multiple days, right? Yeah, it's early, but the final table will be on day 4 of the festival, right?
Okay. But yeah, you still had to be here to make it that far.
Yeah.
Down to our final 3 tables. And today we'll be playing all the way down until we've got 9. But since everyone is pretty deep, this is not going to be anything like the 600k free roll that we had on the very first day. That was open to plays of the AA Poker app or the purchases of the early bird package. There's a good chance that the next time there is an early bird package, this man is going to get the worm. I want to come back to Jeju. Like, I've already made up my mind. I love it here. Even though I should probably wait to see how the next week goes. But
Yeah.
after 3 days, I love it here.
You should reserve judgment.
No, I'm not worried about that. It's just like if you run Omega bad, then all of a sudden you're like, I don't like these plays. Like some people have that in Vegas, you know, like they got absolutely destroyed by slot machines or the roulette wheel. They're like, I can't stand that casino. It's like, what do you not like about it? Like, everything. I was like, so, but what specifically? He's like, oh, I had this one night where I just
I didn't
couldn't.
get the buffaloes on the.
It's like I couldn't get one bonus game. I was like, do you really hold it like against the entire resort? That, you know?
Rightfully so.
And it's like, what about the people behind the bar? Were they nice? How are the restaurants? Oh, the machines don't give anything. All right. There might be more to it.
A limp in here again from Wu Shuetsong, so that's really a big part of his strategy. He's been limping left and right. 7-4 suited. We've got 10-5 suited in a small blind for Wen Huan. And I think he's probably seen that Wu Shuetsong, he limp folded a bunch of times, especially to bigger sizing. So he might decide to attack, but no, he just calls. And ace-4 offsuits from Duyu. I would have loved to see a raise, actually. I mean, it helps that I can see the card, but I think they would have given her so much credit.
I mean, she did just raise last hand, right?
Yeah, it might have been a great spot to just take it down.
Well, a flop, by the way, for 10-5 of diamonds. Flopping mid-pair. And obviously a 10-high flush draw.
And Wu Shuetsong
Is
on
it-
the button,
With 7-4 of heart.
7 high is gonna stab away.
I mean, I love the heart, but this is not going to work. This man is drawing Omega Slim. I don't know what on earth has to happen here.
Well, he
for-
has more odds to win this than the Dallas Mavericks had to to get the first big draft.
Yeah,
They had 1.8. He has 2%,
He's got 0 now, Todd.
and now they're gonna get Cooper Flag.
They, yeah, they had 1.8. I'm surprised that he had 2% there, though, but because I don't even know why. Like, he had nothing. I guess we can run a pairs, 2 pair. We can
Yeah.
do runner trips or a runner straight, right? That was a
Exactly.
possibility
That's
as
all
well.
it is.
So, but with the ace of spades on the turn, we are dead immediately. And now it is our 10-5 of diamonds player leading out. He's probably like thinking, this is still a real hand. This is going to be a bell. Oh, I flopped so good, but the turn card is terrible. But he has nothing to worry about. This is like one of these hands. You can let that man have 25 guesses what hand his opponent had there. And I don't think he would ever come up with 7-4. And I can't blame him. Seems like there is some good action happening at some of the other tables. Right now on the top right side of our screen it says that we have 22 players left, but sometimes it's a tiny bit outdated, so it could be a lot closer to 21 or 20. And obviously if you go down to 16, we should be down to our final 2 8-handed tables. I don't think we're that close to 16, but what do I know, Johan? maybe that was just a very big pot. And often when there is like just a little bit of noise coming from a specific area, people get very curious, right? Like, oh, what's happening? See two people standing around the table, like I want to be the third, and now obviously we got the snowball effect, and before you know it, there are 20 people railing a somewhat significant hand, but not necessarily the hand that's going to decide who makes it to the final table or who is going to win the tournament. And people obviously get curious over big reactions as well. If there was a setup or two big hands going at it. I heard people cheering you on.
Spoilers.
Yeah. That could also just be coming from the Baccarat table, by the way. People- yeah. What? Mate, they get incredibly happy.
So sick.
They have a lot
That
of...
caught me off guard. But I was like, yeah, totally true, actually.
No, because like you have the basic game of Baccarat, which I understand, right? Like whoever gets
Yeah.
close to 9. But then they also have like 7 side bets and mini games that I've never touched in my life, which I know will surprise you, because you would think that I've engaged in everything. I have no idea what's happening, but I believe some of those payouts are really big on the Baccarat table. So whenever they hit one of those or something smaller, it seems like tables will often explode. Or maybe they make it a group effort, like everyone is player and we're going to play against banker. And then they all just get happy. It's not even so much about the amount, it's more about
Yeah.
us as a team taking down the house.
You said you're not into Baccarat at all,
Yeah,
right?
no, it's not my game.
I don't even know how it works at all. I just feel like it seems very complicated to compare to most games, no?
No, it's actually literally the most simple game, I'd say, outside of the side bets. Don't ask me about the side bets. I also think they're different everywhere you go. But basically, the way that it works is you get 2 cards. Like, actually, both sides get 2 cards. You're not necessarily player or banker. You can choose. But basically, the house gets 2 cards. And, or no, actually, the house plays... Never mind. I'm doing a really bad job. You have player and
Yeah,
banker.
you're right. It's not complicated at all.
Okay. You have 2 sides, right? Player, banker. But it doesn't matter. You can play any side you want. You both get 2 cards. Any picture card is a 10. An ace is a 1. And you want to get close to 9. So if you have like a 1 and an 8, you have a 9, you have the nuts. And if the other side does not have a 9, you win.
Okay, you lost me like ages ago. It's too complicated.
You
for
get
my,
2
for my
cards.
small ape brain, Kevin.
Whoever makes it to 9 wins. So, and if you go past 9, it's like, what if I get a 10? Well, then you just start recounting again. A 10 is a 0, basically. And
Yeah.
that's all there is to it. If both players have a very low hand, let's say it's like 2 against 3, then there is a third card. But I think if it's above 5 or 6, then there is no third card, and then it's just it. But it's basically just whoever gets closest to 9, and you just pick a side. Do you pick side A or B? Odds are pretty good for a house game. There is like one edge that the house has, but it is quite rare that it comes into play. Where like also casinos handle it different with a slightly lower payout on one of the sides or something along those lines. I don't. But basically, it's just you get 2 cards, and whoever gets closest to 9 wins, and you can pick whatever side you want to be on. It's kind of like betting on red or black, but then you try to get close to 9.
Don't tell me about red or black. From what I've seen, these colors were not hitting right so far. This trip.
I mean, if you have any interest later, we can sit down and we'll play 2 hands of Baccarat for like the absolute minimum amount, just to see how it works, so you know how it works forever. You immediately get it. Like it's not rocket science.
I don't really want to risk it to be getting addicted to one of those things.
No, but I will play. And I'll just show you, just to give you a little speed course. So in the future, if somebody wants to,
You
tell
know me as someone that doesn't play too much table games,
Mhm.
and I remember like when I watched Craps, the first time it kind of made me want to play.
Yeah, Craps is very fun. I'd say Craps is an amazing game. Roulette, I call it the devil's game, but I do think it's fun. Then I think a lot of the poker games are fun. 3-card poker, stud poker, Caribbean stud poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em. I think they're all very fun. Blackjack is obviously mega popular, right? I almost feel like it's Blackjack and Baccarat. This is 2 most popular house games, but Blackjack is not really my game either. I just find it a bit boring. Blackjack and Baccarat are 2 very popular forms of entertainment that are just not appealing to me. But I'm a sucker for all the other ones. I don't think that Baccarat is very appealing to you. You remember how we played War in the casino in Vegas once, right? Where it's just like you both get 1 card, higher card wins.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
That's basically Baccarat, but then you get 2 cards instead of 1. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's War with 2 cards. And obviously there's a couple of different rules, but
Is there blackjack here?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. That's
Surprising, yeah.
yeah.
Very
It's
surprising.
not like one of the more like one of the staples out of all the games.
Yeah, but in Asian countries, they love Baccarat. They
Yeah.
absolutely love it. I think it's mostly because of the side bets, because there is something with a dragon, but I am definitely not that much of an expert. I just know that you can pick player or banker, and that is kind of it. As we are down to 22. We saw someone pick up the ladies, the Mamacitas, in the previous hand, but no action there as everybody else had. Rubbish. They let go of it rather quickly. Jinbo Shin is wondering, if everyone folds to me and I've got 10-5, is this my moment? He knows that this is not the moment where he really wants to be looked up. But he's like, can I get this through and just pick up a couple blinds? Little adventurous thought, but the man is going to go for it.
Sometimes you have to go for it, Kev. I got like when I see some of these opens, I get so much like PTSD from any time I try something like this, and I feel like I guarantee a 3-bets behind.
Yeah. I mean, I try a lot of opens, but 10-5 from the cutoff, that would be a bit too adventurous for me. But maybe Jinbo Shin just feels like he's kind of due, to get one through, and it seems like he might get it through, right? King 4 offsuit. Against the cutoff, I would not be upset at all if the big blind folds this one. I don't think that's Omega tight. If it's suited, I'd be like, hey, you should probably see a flop. But he is going to let go, and Jinbo Shin gets it through. Honestly, that feels as good as getting aces stud when you're opening
Yeah, no,
10-5
just
offsuit.
better.
Because you're like,
Are
if
you
I can do
joking?
this with 10-5, imagine what I'll do with aces.
It's what because also people are going to take notes that you opened and took it down in this case. And you're like, all right, next time I'll have it, and then maybe they won't give me the credit.
He had a lot of respect. We can definitely say that, since no one really wants to try. To be fair, obviously, in moments like this, poker is a game with an immense amount of skill. But on moments like that, you just need to get lucky, right? Because somebody behind you wakes up with ace queen,
Oh,
ace
yeah.
king. You're gonna get 3-bet. You look silly. That was a bad play. But sometimes you just need to hope that the timing favors you and works out in your favor a tiny bit. And this time it absolutely did.
Our 16K big blind here. Juan. King 7 of no thank you. So you still semi-dog face. This time not with the jacks though.
I mean, last time he did it before she received cards. He woke up
Yeah.
with the
But then she
jiggities.
kept it, right?
Yeah, for the hand.
It was the poker dog face that it didn't move. It didn't change.
That was consistent. It was solid. Big fan. Got Zenyin looking down at the King 8 on the cutoff. Perhaps he saw that 10-5 open from the previous hand. I don't think he did, but let's say. Wondering if it was his time to make a move. I do believe that we have already said goodbye to Mr. Merlo. And for the first time today, for me, I am joined by Selena. It is lovely to have you with me, Selena.
Yeah, it's it's been a busy morning for me actually. Been doing some award presentation for the winner of the opening event as well as the high roller just now.
How did it go?
It was good. I mean, my goodness, this high roller winner, he could talk. He did the whole thing just by himself. He had like a whole speech. He's really good on the spot. He literally was just thanking, TLPT. He was thanking his friend. He was talking about the experience he's had here, from the airport pickup to everything.
Ah,
Yeah,
awesome.
really cool.
Those are the best guys ever to interview, right? Where you're like, so tell us how you feel. And you're hoping that they
And then
won't
he
say,
talks for like 5 minutes straight.
like, this is good. You're answering all my questions. All right, that's it. By the way, this is the second time for me in 3 days now that I see pocket aces. This time on the big blind as well, after we had a Queen 8 offsuit open from the chip leader on the button. That is a very big... What the hell just happened? Is that correct? Did he really just raise to 191k?
Yeah, that's a big raise if that's what he's done.
I guess we had an open and so we had a min raise from Zhao. And we just bumped it up to 191k. He's smiling. He's maybe I got too excited over there. So I guess it went from 40 to 100. Yeah, well. Most certainly a play. This is, I think, the second time this weekend that I see aces, and then the second time that whoever gets aces is getting a little too excited. It's good to get excited. Seems like the table is smiling a little bit, just seeing the reaction of the man who won the hand. Like, you were really happy. He was loving that hand.
最差的一把
And outside of the award ceremonies, anything fun happened on stream while I was gone and you were commentating with Todd?
Yeah, we saw Chen Dong bust again. You know, another deep run for him.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, he got short and then he ran ace jack into pocket aces. So yeah, we've lost the team pro that was on the table earlier today.
The green jackets are not fortunate.
主要是
Yeah.
对你的这个挤压
But they might turn that
感觉
around.
假牌比较少。
We are down to 22, but I'm not sure if it's updated. There's a good chance that it's going to jump up to 20 or 19 soon. But obviously, a lot of players do have very healthy stacks. The blinds do not increase incredibly quick, but we are playing 8k, 16k at the moment.
不知道呀，
Well, I think with the moment we booted the stream up, we were playing 2.5, 5k. So in these previous hours, it has obviously gone up quite a bit.
半天给你赛马肯定赛不动。
Stacks are getting bigger, but there are also a few guys, especially here on the future table, that have just not been able to win a hand in forever. Zenjin being one of them, and can't blame the man. He's just not getting a whole lot to work with. And that is where poker can become very frustrating. Is Xiao the chip leader? Snap folds. No interest in this hand. Gonna take a little look at one of the side tables. Yin Jiangpu is taking a look at 10-5 offsuit on the button. He's gonna let go of it. And the man who just got very excited over his aces, Wu, with a 6-5 of hearts. And this time is just gonna make the call. Two funny hands going at it. 6-5 of hearts and 8-7 offsuit in the big blind. Just expecting a check here from the big blind. Doesn't really hurt. See a flop and take it from there. By the way, there's no music today, Selena.
No, we had to turn off.
Oh.
Yeah, there was, certain issues, and yeah, I mean, they were doing it with the K-pop again, and we actually saw a worker who was able to manage to turn it off, which actually it's kind of feels different, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it feels lonely. I was honestly kind of vibing with the music, but if it helps you guys, I'm happy with it. But especially because I don't have a headset, what I'm very used to when I commentate, whether that's video
Yeah,
games
yeah.
or poker, is that I hear something. But now I'm just kind of sitting in a very quiet room, talking over a feed there, where I don't hear the audio of. So honestly, I miss the music. We gotta find that guy, turn it back on. Maybe just not as loud as it
No,
was upon a time was.
exactly. I'm not sure if it's one of those things they could change the volume in this particular room without changing it for the rest of the casino floor, because I realized that the music's actually streamlined throughout.
Yeah.
So
And maybe there in the big casino, I heard it a lot less, but that's just because it's a bigger room, I guess, and there's a lot of noise from people around you. We're a little bit isolated here in a
We are.
beautiful split-off room.
yeah.
But yeah, then you do hear the music very clearly. I'm going all the way to the river, and it seems like 8-7 was ahead, continued to stay ahead. 6-5 did have a flush draw. Kind of missed it while we were talking about the music that we were listening to. But the flush draw did not get there. So the man is playing the board. He is going to check. And I think if you win here, you gladly check back. And just hope your 7 is good. It is hard to make a pair. He forces the man in the small blind to show his hand. Sees the 6-5. Very happy player in the small blind.
Very happy player, yeah. All smiles from him. He's actually the one that has been like just open ripping ace king pre-flop for his whole stack.
Yeah.
He's made a few like just shoves pre over opens as well. So yeah, I mean, definitely not afraid to get his chips in the middle.
And he's also the man who just made it 191k pre-flop with aces.
So he did he?
Yeah, that was him. Like, I mean, there was an open, to be fair, but it
Yeah.
still felt like it was a very big race. He
No,
was-
you know what? He's just so happy to be here, right? Like for him, it's like probably, not many tournaments that he gets to play live at, especially being at a feature table. It's very exciting. You can actually see that he does not have that much experience in playing poker. The fact that he did choose to raise it up so big with pocket aces. One of those things is where you're not going to be able to get these pocket pairs very often. And then when you do, you don't want to blow players out of the pot. You want to try to extract that much, like whatever value you can with them. And yeah, I mean, I'm not saying letting the whole table into the pot, but yeah, like you want to get at least, you know, one player to see a flop with you.
Hopefully they connect, even if it's in a tiny way. Give
Yeah.
them something to be hopeful of. And yeah, once in a while that is going to backfire, but if we're ever just trying to take it down pre with aces, we are missing out on way too much value. And if you're playing a lot of these tournaments, it's going to be hard. Like, there are moments where I can live with it. If we're very close to like a big pay jump, or we're very close to making the final table, where maybe there's a blind rollback as well,
Yep.
then I'm all right if you just like want to take it down. But we're a bit too far away from that.
We are, you know, and it's really about building a stack here. You know, if you can extract those value from your opponent and build a stack going to that final table, it's going to be very beneficial for you.
I mean, he's got a pretty decent stack, to be fair, right? Big blind is 16k, and he's currently sitting on 720. So give or take over 50 big blinds, maybe 60, somewhere among those lines. So that's definitely not bad. But yeah, could have been a bit more. But he's happy, he's vibing, and I do love seeing people have fun with poker, because that is what it's all about in the end. Obviously, you've got the dedicated pros that grind 24/7. They're looking for the percentage here, there, everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's also good for people to just have fun playing
It
cards.
is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think that when you become an adult, you sometimes forget to have fun, right? And poker is supposed to be social. It's supposed to be
Absolutely.
fun, right? You know, you get players who like to put a headset on. They like to be in their hoodie. They like to have the sunglasses on. They don't want to talk to anyone. But, you know, when poker first, like, kind of started, like, you know, it was about, like, kind of sitting around a table with your friends.
Even like back in the days in
Yeah,
pubs, right? Where it's like not a
exactly.
poker room. Like
Yeah.
people are sitting there, they're having a beer, you're playing cards with your friends, and then eventually you put a bit of money on the line. It's all good, but it's about having fun. It's
Precisely.
Not, it's not about sitting there and shutting yourself off. And obviously everyone's gonna have a bad day. I'm gonna have some days where I'm like, you know what? I'm really not that chatty today, and I'll still be friendly, but
Yeah.
I won't be the one who's making an effort in trying to make sure everybody has fun. But I also think that the moment you walk into a poker room, whether it's your regular club or a strange poker room, and you're coming in with your hoodie up, glasses on, AirPods in, well, you're already setting the tone, right, for the kind
Exactly.
of evening you're going to
Yeah.
have. Because a lot of people will not even try to interrupt you when you're listening to your thing. So no, I'm happy to see him having fun. Zenjin finally finds a hand that he likes. To be fair, the poor guy really hasn't had anything. He is jamming under the gun. It's a bit unfortunate it's under the gun here against under the gun +1. Chip Leader is thinking about it. He's like, how much is it? It's
Oh,
exactly
wow.
10 big blinds.
And he could definitely afford it. He's
Yeah.
sitting on very comfortable 1.2 million in chips here.
10 big blinds is 10 big blinds, Selena. Would you make this call?
Not with the players behind.
No.
You know, if I was like closing the action and
Yeah.
I was in the blinds, I'm definitely looking to, you know, probably put the chips in, especially with that kind of stack size. But yeah, I mean, so early, you don't know what's going to happen behind you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, with King Queen, I'm tossing this in the muck.
And yeah,
But it is such a pretty hand.
Yep,
Suited.
especially
you know?
when it's suited as
yeah,
well.
it's very pretty.
No, I think for me it's a fold as well because of those exact reasons. And I feel like the only other way to not do it, like let's say this is an online or it's a bounty tournament, then I think you can rejam over the top and just pray no one behind you has
Yeah.
it. Because it is worth being the one eliminating someone so you can get their bounty and pick up some extra bucks. So I think in a KO tournament, I think I'm going for it. I'll rejam.
Yep,
But
yep.
in a traditional freeze out,
Freeze
I'll
out,
just let
yeah,
it go.
you're not doing that. Yeah, for sure.
But and not that you're really loving life, right? Because it's so pretty, but you also know that it's an under the gun shove. And yeah, there are a lot of scenarios where you're going to be flipping. You flip against 7s, 8, 9, 10s, jacks. So all of that is fine, but you're also going to be crushed from time to time. Like ace king, ace queen is very likely.
你又没签合同，他怎么知道你会不会爆啊？
Yeah, so we're gonna be playing to the final 9 today.
We're almost down to 2 tables. Like
Yeah,
maybe
we
if that
are.
number is not updated yet, we're at 20 or 19. So we're very, very close
We're
to
very
this going down
close.
to 2 tables. I wonder how many ladies there are still active on the side tables. We at least have one here. She's been very card dead, but did recently pick up a hand with jacks and won a couple chips with it. But still has an alrighty stack, a little over 20 big blinds if I recall correctly. So not great, but we're not in the danger zone yet. After doing a couple of the award ceremonies so far,
Yeah.
do you
I
like
don't-
it? Do you
It's just really funny because I'm kind of going for like a rehearsal,
Yeah.
right? So then as I'm rehearsing, they're filming already with the light on, like the camera and everything with the light on, right? Then when I'm done, I'm ready for the actual run through. They're like, you know what? We've got it. It's good. And I mean, to be honest, it makes me feel like I'm doing a good job, right? Yeah.
One take, we
one
got
take,
it.
we
Love
got
it.
it. I should have been an actress.
You're living out some childhood dreams over here. I knew I had it in
I
me.
had it in me. Yeah, one take.
If only I played a little less cards and I would have gone to acting school even earlier, then there's a good chance you would have been in Hollywood by now.
I actually think being an actor might be quite fun because you get to play different roles. You get to be in different environments. Like, yeah, it's like be different people, right? It's like
Yes.
playing dress up.
So I can say yes, but I have a very big counterpoint because I have
Yeah.
done a tiny bit of acting,
Okay.
not a whole lot,
Yeah.
but for commercials like a Lenovo commercial
Is
as a
that
laptop.
right? Yeah.
But you know
okay.
what's very annoying?
Uh-huh.
When you've got the scene,
Yep.
they're like action, and you're like, all right, let's say I have to do like
Yeah.
funny face.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, good, again.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
They're like,
doing this 50 times?
yeah, and like that's horrible.
Oh
like,
my
You get
goodness.
so annoyed.
It's like that repetitive,
yeah,
right?
the 10th
Yeah.
or 15th
Okay.
time, especially when you feel like it was fine. Like,
Yeah,
I know I'm
yeah.
not the director, but
Right.
that's all I got, man.
Exactly. It's like you know, 50 times later, it's
Yeah.
ain't gonna get any better than this.
no, and then I
yeah.
even feel like the other scenes are gonna get worse because
Yeah.
you're making me redo the same thing over and
Yeah.
over
No,
again.
you know what? You should be doing Chinese soap piece, right? Because they have 40 episodes per show. It's a standard. Every single show that you watch is 40 episodes. So I imagine there being a lot of just one takes for those.
Yeah, no, but then acting is really fun.
Yeah, it would be really
and
fun.
obviously, if you work with great people in a nice environment, I think acting is really fun. But I know personally it wouldn't be for me just because of having to redo things
Mm-hmm.
over and over again. And I don't mind like doing a secondary safety take, maybe a third one.
Yeah.
But if I feel like they're not getting better, if anything, I can feel myself. I feel that the quality is declining, or whoever I'm doing the scene with, I feel like they're getting worse. It's like, what are we doing over here? It's like 10, 15 times the same take. And legit, I do not believe, for the life of me, that any of the last 7 were better than the first 3.
Yeah, precisely. It's
So,
probably the first take that's
yeah.
always the best, isn't it?
If you ever go through something like that, I think you'll remember these words and you'll be like, Kevin was right. Like, acting could be fun, but like this, it ain't fun.
It ain't fun, yeah. And now imagine being like, you know, filming something like Titanic where you're actually soaked in water, you know, wet from head to toe. And now you're going to be doing scenes for like, you know, 12 hours straight every single day for 6 months, right?
No, that's. I think there's a lot of things that are very frustrating about it, and often the work conditions can be a bit tricky as well. So, got a fun hand here with the Ace Jack of Diamonds under the gun open, continues to be very aggressive on this deuce 9-3 board with 2 diamonds. And, that's a very tough spot for Zhou Yu, but if she's able to piece this together, that like she might be good here, I'd be so impressed. But it's almost impossible.
It's really hard,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, when the player's betting on the come, like at this point, like he can be aggressive, and you know, with his stack sizing and everything, he can put a lot of pressure on his opponent there.
Seems like we're going to move a lot of players around as everybody has been racking up their chips. Perhaps a few new people will join the table. No, actually, he's just bringing microphones back. There's a chance that we're going to take a little 5-minute breaks, right? That they're going to redistribute the players among the remaining tables, balance it out a little bit as well to make sure there's not one table that has all the chips and then 1 or 2 tables where you have a bunch of shorties.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, guys, and we'll meet you guys back here shortly.
Doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
休息。
2号扣。
哦，对。
6号扣。6号扣。
大丈夫。
7号扣。
55.
55。2号在55000。55。
太慢了。
6号扣。7号扣。
No taxes online.
No, Taiwan. Oh yeah, Taiwan test though. American ACR test.
Technically no, but some people report it. But
Oh.
technically no. ACR is unregulated though, so it's not like
Okay.
it's different, right?
Okay, you mean the half but not using
Yeah.
can
But GG is or like so like WSOP.com you get taxed.
Now based on the test is Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Only from only Vegas.
Vegas, New Jersey, and now Pennsylvania too.
Oh, but only Vegas don't need the test.
Well, no state tax, but you still get taxed on your online winnings for the regulated sites. But yeah, ACR is unregulated, so you know they don't care what you do. It's all crypto usually.
Okay. Oh yeah, crypto.
But GG is regulated and you don't get taxed,
Okay.
right? No
GG
taxes.
No,
on it, right?
no. GG no.
It's because it's a Taiwan thing. In Taiwan, you don't get taxed, or maybe other countries you do get taxed. I don't know.
I think it's because the Taiwan poker is very small, so government
Doesn't
don't care.
Yeah.
But if
They got
ca-
huge,
in
then
care,
they probably
need to
yeah,
like
yeah.
like a Korea. Korea now they
Yeah,
have
they
passed.
tax, yeah.
Korea, yeah. He care about the people, so
Yeah.
unlike stuff everyone. Yeah. So last 2 years I don't see a lot of people Korea play online because they have
Yeah.
passed.
Well, I think it's also for the for the Korean skin, you have to pay VIG back and
Yeah.
forth.
I think
So just to deposit, you have to
I
pay VIG
see
into
even people use VPN, but I think Korea maybe they.
Oh, well,
find you
there's a
use-
different skin for Koreans,
Yeah.
but you get VIG both ways.
orange.
It's because Korea the internet is super poor.
Yeah.
You can find anything. You don't have a Korea passport? Only American.
I was born in America, and then my parents were born in America.
Yeah. So you don't have a Korea.
Yeah. No Korean passport.
QQ.
我也是对赌，我怕我推出去他妈你脱了，
我这肯定要抠的呀。
要这些短码。所以等下，算了，给你去搞。
Doing that.
Thank you.
休息。
2号扣。
哦，对。
6号扣。6号开。
55?
55. 刚好在55,000 55.
No taxes online.
No, Taiwan. Oh yeah, Taiwan test though. American ACR test. Did you test?
Technically no, but some people report it. But
Oh.
technically no. ACR is unregulated though, so it's not like
Okay.
it's different, right?
Okay, you mean so half but not using.
Yeah. But GG is or like so like WSOP.com you get taxed.
The best of is Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Only Vegas.
Vegas, New Jersey, and now Pennsylvania too.
Oh, but only Vegas don't need the test.
Well, no state tax, but you still get taxed on your online winnings for the regulated sites. But yeah, ACR is unregulated, so you know they don't care what you do. It's all crypto usually.
Okay. Oh yeah, crypto.
But GG is regulated and you don't get taxed,
Okay.
right? No
GG
taxes.
No,
for it,
no.
right?
Usually no.
It's because it's a Taiwan thing. In Taiwan, you don't get taxed, or maybe other countries you do get taxed. I don't know.
I think it's because the Taiwan poker is very small, so government
It doesn't
don't care.
Yeah.
But if
They got
ca-
huge,
it
then
care,
they probably
need to
yeah,
like
yeah.
like a Korea. Korea now they
Yeah,
have
they
tax.
tax, yeah.
Korean, yeah. He care about the people, so
Yeah.
online stop everyone.
Mm.
Yeah, so last year I don't see a lot of people Korea play online because of
Yeah.
the tax.
Well, I think it's also for the for the Korean skin, you have to pay VIG back and
Yeah.
forth.
I think
So just to deposit, you have
I
to pay VIG
see
into
even people use VPN, but I think Korea maybe they.
Oh, well, there's a different skin for Koreans,
Yeah.
but you get VIG both ways.
It's because Korea the internet is super poor. You
Yeah.
can find everything. You don't have a Korea passport? Only American. Yeah.
I was born in America.
Alright, well, hey, I'm gonna start soon, so I'm actually later. Oh, yeah, maybe 10 minutes? Oh, actually,
Alrighty, guys, welcome back. We still had 2 minutes left, but it seems like we have just hopped into it. I stole Selena's phone for a little as he's talking to the one and only Nanonoko, the man who got known for playing 24 tables at once a long time ago. As we let her wrap up with her men, I am joined by Johan Mello temporarily. Final 21 thought,
Yeah.
blackjack.
And the table changed, right, compared to the
Yes.
table. So Stephenson, did you see his stack? He's monster cheaply right now. Apparently, he just went on an insane heater. He hit everything. He got lucky in one of the hands. One of the reporter was telling me, and then after that, he just couldn't miss. And now all of a sudden, one of the best players in the field, one of the most, perhaps the most titled player in the field, is cheap leading with 21 left. What a dream spot for him.
Yeah, and especially because when we were watching him, obviously he wasn't playing bad, but he just got a bit unfortunate. Few of the hands, a few of the moments where he picked the spot, it wasn't going his way. Then you had Zhao who was battling him real hard, and they had a couple of crazy hands. As this seems to be a crazy hand as well, that is Zhao, and I don't know what has happened to his stack, but it's not looking all that good anymore. What on earth is happening over here? We've got an all-in with ace-jack. To be fair, that's not too many blinds, where there's 15 blinds.
Yeah.
And it's going to be snapped off by the queens. You know, a while ago, 300k felt like so much, but yeah, now that the blinds have gone up again,
Oh, yeah.
10k, 20k. Okay, we get it. 15 blinds, ace-jack. We have outs, but we know one of the aces is already gone.
And if Queens was to somehow lose there, he would be absolutely crippled. Pretty good start there. Okay, that's an even better turn.
That wraps it up. The ladies hold, and Zhao is eliminated. He was doing so well a while ago. He was also sitting at 8. Maybe he gave away some of the chips to
Well, that's tournament
Steven.
poker for you. You know?
Yeah.
Lose a couple hands, all of a sudden you're in trouble.
You said over a million, but he said 2.3 milli. That is.
No. I said like just
Over
more,
two.
I didn't mention. I don't think I said over a million. Yeah, he's got a monster stack.
And he looks a lot happier now as
Yeah.
well than when he did when he had 400,000 chips.
It was real quiet earlier, wasn't it?
So even to the seasoned pros, that can happen a little. Eh? And these two guys have a bit of history as well, because we did have that young man on the left side, on the left side of the DNA, in the number 1 spot. We watched him play a couple of hands. He basically always had it when we watched him play. He was playing solid.
Yeah, I watched a couple hands back there that will not be shown on the stream, so it was technically a bit in the future. So
Yeah.
on the other tables, people are getting hyped up when they win hands. Well, the lady, she was all in with jacks against ace queen, against the guy that was playing super fast, remember? That was limping a bunch.
Yeah.
And he was playing really fast all the way. And then she was like yelling, I'm guessing what was, hold, hold, hold. And then she held and she was like celebrating. And then later,
Yeah.
another all-in ace-jack against ace-queen. The guy hit the jack and he just like shouted, like celebrated. I would feel sick if I had the ace-queen already losing, but then this guy's like celebrating in front of you. I think these guys can tell, like they're right around the corner of like a potentially very big final table performance for them, regardless of how short you might be. Like you could turn it around at any moment.
And don't forget, it's just going to be a very fun final table as well, right? Because again, these guys can go to bed, sleeping amazing, dreaming of what is to come. And you can tell all your friends and family back home, be like, hey, tune in tomorrow. I'll be on the final table. You can give them the list of the payout structure. You can tell them a little thing about the guys. Because at that point, basically, anybody who makes it to the final table, 99% of the time, you've at least seen them once throughout the entire tournament. Be very rare that when you're down to 2 tables, you never had a single hand with anyone on those 2 tables. Since people are obviously getting moved back and forth as well. Tables will break when you go from 4 to 3 to 2. So it's just fun. There's a lot of history.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a really good time watching the final table tomorrow. I'm excited. I want to start, though. Tomorrow I want to start, if that's all right.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you wake up early enough?
Always. You can say a lot about me, but
Yeah.
if you think...
Actually, I'm surprised because like you send me a message at 4 a.m. and it's like at 12. You're like ready and operational.
No. I've thought in my entire life, when it comes to pro gaming as well, I have been late for a broadcast once, like literally once. That was the World Cyber Games in Busan. There was just poor communication, but above all, I should have just been there earlier, and I wasn't, and I kind of missed like a 3rd place
Yeah.
match, and I was the only caster. So
That was a terrible event for me, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I qualified ages before, prepared for months, went there, and then I got all the worst maps, best of 1 against everyone. Like Antigua Shipyard against Strelok. Then I lost and immediately booked a train ticket back to Seoul. Sick, bad experience.
Yeah, that's the one I missed, but the fact that I remember says enough, right? I'm obviously like, when I was young, I could also go to a bar and still be fine the next day. These days, I won't do that anymore. Johan has already left me. He's like, yeah, cool story, bro, but I'm tapping out. I'm bringing back Selena. He's got more useful things to say, and she might be able to help you to pronounce these names correctly. I'm going to do my best, Selena, but I can't promise.
No, you actually have some easier names on this table. I see Nevin. That's the guy with the natural 8 patch there sitting on seat 1. And then
So
Steve.
not Kevin, but Nevin.
Nevin, yes. And he's actually the player that the winner of the single day high roller mentioned that had a lot of spots versus him that was, he found a lot of pressure playing against him. So we should be seeing some fireworks between him and Steven there. So.
Yeah, we got Ja William as well.
Oh yeah.
And I see Zhang Yang. I played. He was at my cash game table last night. Zhang Yang.
Oh okay.
I
yeah.
played with him. He was having a tough time. He was there with his girlfriend, and he just kept handing the casino chip to her. He's like, "All right, go get me some more chips. Go get me some more chips." Just couldn't quite get it going. But this is a fun table. That's always what makes these tournament series, I think, very fun as well. That on the first day, like, you're gonna be familiar with more of these guys than I am, but even the guys that are unknown, if you just spend a few days at the same resort with them, you're gonna run into them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's the guy from Starbucks. That's the guy
Yeah.
from dinner. That's the guy I played cash games with. That's the guy who loves Baccarat. Yeah. That is fun. And we've got Martin over here as well. With King 9 of Diamonds.
And we were just mentioning how, you know, somebody like Nevin is willing to kind of really kind of put the pressure on his opponents. So he's actually 3-bet from the big blind with a hand like 9-6 offsuit.
Wow. That is not the worst flop ever for 9-6. Yes, obviously we flop an open-ender. And we have a backdoor club draw as well.
Oh, and he just goes all in right there on that flop versus a 10 big blind stack. Getting a fold from Martin there.
Frustrating for Martin. Not much he can do there. King 9, obviously it's a hand good enough to see a flop, especially in the blind against blind battle. If your opponent plays it like that, your hands are kind of tight. You're just going to have to let it go. Does not want to throw in his final 10 big blinds on a gut shot. And 2 overs. We would have known that he was actually in decent shape, but this is not a call you can really make. If you've gone this far, if you have survived 485 players, you're not casually calling off there with King 9 of Diamonds on an all-black board.
Exactly. Especially, I mean, you know, you're definitely knowing that the draws are in your opponent's range. But yeah, you're just not calling off there with King High.
Ja William is a man we've seen a lot. There we have Zhang. We are back to Martin. Queen Jack on the button. I would not hate it if he just goes all in here. Like, you're working with 11, 12 big blinds. I'm completely okay with just shoving Queen Jack here. Because the last thing you want to see is open and then you get put all in. You don't want to call off.
With
Yeah.
Queen Jack,
Yeah.
right? Show yourself with Queen Jack is a different story.
Yeah.
You want to be that aggressor.
It seems like Martin is on the same wavelength as you and I. Easy money. Easy come.
Like this year.
Oh, this year.
Ja William is someone we've seen so much of as well.
It is, yeah. He just kind of keeps popping up on the feature table. But that also does mean he's running deep in these events
Yeah.
that he's playing.
He's everywhere.
Missed the last 2
Saw him yesterday. We see him today.
like traveling.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, I saw the
Final 20.
Yeah, yeah.
This is where it's going to be fun. And also, it's just fun for us to really pay attention to what everyone does, because then coming into the final table tomorrow, we'll know who has history with each other, who's got it out for one another. And I know that's not what's supposed to happen in tournament poker. You're supposed to let it go, but
Yeah.
things will get a little personal. Martin has another great hand, tens.
Not the 10.
Since he has a few more chips now than before, this time I do think we can open. First of all, it's not button, it's cutoff. And we've got a couple of extra big blinds to work with. And at this point, I think he would love to see a rejam. We'd gladly call off with tens. If they've got us beat, they've got us beat. But
Oh, no, you're pump fist calling off with
Yeah.
tens, you know, especially looking at the guys who's behind you, right? They're guys who's capable of, you know, putting in with a lot worse. So, yeah. And Nevin's sitting there with ace-5 suited,
Yeah.
really thinking about it, right?
thinking about making a play here with ace-5, he is just calling by the looks of it. A little bit surprised that we're calling with the ace-5 suited. And it will be so annoying, by the way, for Martin if the ace does roll off. But even if it's like a flop like king, queen 4, king, jack 4, queen, jack 4, like that kind of stuff is super annoying with tens. Big flop here for Martin. Well, not quite king, jack 4, Selena, but it's king, jack 6. 2 hearts as well. Oh my.
Yeah, this board is looking great for Nevin to continue aggressively. But Martin really has to put the brakes on, you know,
Yeah.
with those 2 overcards on that board to his pocket tens. He's not loving it.
No. You know, where you would have been pump calling with tens before, now all of a sudden you kind of hate your life with the tens. Good news is that he's not pot committed yet. He can still get away. It's so annoying when you're down to like 12, 13 big blinds and you've got tens, but he will just let it go immediately. He knows that's simply not his flop. And perhaps he would have been good. He could have been good, but You have to avoid a million cards to come.
I mean, there's some really good
Easy
players
come for Nevin.
with a lot of shot tickets.
Is that his nickname, like on online clients? Is that why you call him Nevin?
Yeah, no, it's his English name that he goes by.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually has a YouTube channel, and I think that he kind of travels around poker, and I believe his channel is called The Poker Couple. So he kind of travels around with his wife, and
That's
then
awesome.
yeah, and then he does like vlog,
Vlog.
yeah.
Vlog?
Is it no? All right, that cracked Kevin up. yes, I might be a little older than you know your usual Gen Zs these days. Vlog.
Vlog. I have never heard Vlog, but I love it.
There's not like enough tournaments for.
Insta, is it like Insta or Insta? We got a Queen Jack all in here.
It's
after-
IG.
Yeah, no, that's
IG,
fine.
yeah.
IG. We've got King Jack of Diamonds, 245k for Nevin. We know that if he finds this call, that he's going to be in an absolutely amazing position. So it is hijack against the cutoff.
Yeah, what's really annoying here for Nevin is that, you
The
know,
guys
he
behind
is just
him.
on the cutoff. Yes, you have to worry about the guys behind you. You're not the one closing the action here. So let's see what he decides to go with. And it's a chunk of his stack, you know.
Yeah.
It's 245 out of his 845.
Yeah, he's sitting on 40, and this would be approximately 12 big blinds. Does make the call by the looks of it. Yep, makes the call, does not come over the top. We know now that he didn't have anything to worry about because the hands behind him can call. Martin is smiling a little bit. He's showing the queen, and you know, with Queen Jack, you're not loving life, but you're like, maybe I'm doing fine.
Yeah, you're hoping for 2 live cards.
Yeah.
You know, but not in this spot. This spot we can see, you know, Nevin's totally dominating.
The spades are live and the ladies are live. And we've seen a lot of kings, but we've also seen a very decent amount of queens. Now the tables are turned, and now we're rooting for a king instead of a queen. Gets the queen, but it's the queen of diamonds. Trip queens even, but obviously it doesn't matter because King Jack A made the straight and B made the flush. And that is going to be the end of Martin as we get one closer to the final table.
So we're waiting.
It's kind of sad, by the way, when we get this final queen and it's completely irrelevant. It's so annoying when the card that you were originally hoping for is now the card you have to
it's
sweat.
not out anymore.
Yeah, and then it
Yeah.
comes, and then another one comes, and you're like, oh, come on.
Roll call player.
But it was obviously already the flush. It wasn't just the straight, it was the flush as well.
What's his name?
Good run by Martin. I feel like he ran a bit unfortunate on the future table. I don't think he was really able to make a lot of plays. He just never really had the cards in certain spots where he can start getting creative. So the only way that he really could have turned the tide is by just being completely out of line and hoping you get away with it. But
Yeah.
that's so dangerous when you're this deep.
Yeah, for sure. And you do have, you know, 2 guys on the table in position of you. They're going to keep you honest. So, yeah, it's not something that you can just kind of go crazy with.
Especially those vloggers, you gotta be very careful of.
He barely plays the limit anymore. Like he'll like show up to stops and he'll play the mixed game stuff.
Now I completely understand why you are not aware of the jiggities. If you're calling it vlogging, then you probably not watched the whole lot.
No, I actually don't think I've watched a vlog.
But like for some reason,
There
Yeah,
are some
it's
real,
not.
honestly, I gotta give
Yeah?
it to the poker scene. There's some really fun
Good ones.
content
Yeah,
creators.
yeah. Because I've seen like that award, you know,
Yeah.
they got those award that they
Yep.
give out, and then I don't know any of the people they mention.
No,
you
no,
know?
I think I would know probably all of them. There are
Yeah.
maybe 1 or 2 that I have not seen a whole lot, but it's actually what I find it is great content late at night. If I had
Yeah.
a long day and I know that I can't fall asleep immediately,
Yeah.
I put on a Brad Owen vlog and
Yeah.
I pay attention a little bit and I kind of doze away. And if
Yeah.
a hand sounds really interesting, I like lighten up a little bit and I
Yeah.
follow this final hand and I can fall asleep to it. But it's
Okay.
it's legit good content. It's the way that they do it as well. Always with a couple shots of Vegas. They're traveling. They're going to the cage. You know, they're exchanging money for chips.
Yeah.
They sit down, and then the way they talk through the hands, the way they have the screenshots, the information of all
Okay,
the
yeah. So
starting-
that's actually very similar to what Shin Nevin does.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
probably like they all have the same form because at
Yeah.
one point just universally agreed upon like this is the best way
Best
to
way to do it.
to make poker vlogs and enjoy poker vlogs. And
Yeah.
a lot of them are similar. Like I like Corey Eyring as well. He's a young
Okay.
kid
Yeah.
who always basically he's always in the hole or on the verge of being in the hole. He's got his entire bankroll on the table.
Always,
yeah, he's like a
right.
massive shot taker, but
Okay.
it's a bit more on the meme side. But I
Yeah.
still think it's mega enjoyable. Brad Owen is very solid. You know, he's just somebody who loved poker, started his journey many years ago. Legit small stakes like 1-3, 2-3,
Yeah, yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Is that what he still plays now?
No. Now he plays the private games in the
Okay.
Bellagio, like
Yeah.
in Bobby's room.
I
Like
see.
maybe like 5-10 at least, but
And then
very
he
often.
films those as well.
Yeah, well, he has this camera set up. Basically, he is filming, but he won't film the people. The people are
Yep.
never in the shot.
Okay.
He's just like his hands. Like, I mean, I can show you something a
Yeah,
little bit later.
yeah, yeah,
But it's
okay.
very fun. These days, like very often, his starting stack is like 10K and those kind of
Yeah.
buy-ins he plays.
So he puts a voiceover on
Yeah.
afterwards,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
exactly.
he's not obviously telling the players
No,
what I'm
no,
holding
no,
and all that
no.
stuff. Okay, so he's
It's a
filming
lot
the
of
footage.
It's a lot
yeah,
of editing.
The team.
Yep.
So
and what
a
he
lot of
also
work
has
goes into it.
described is while he's making those vlogs, he has to make a million notes because he's not talking over the footage. Like he's just playing the game the way that you normally play the game. But if he then has a big hand, he has to make all the thumbnail edits like cut off opens of 26K.
right, 'cause then you might
icon.
forget what
Yeah,
happens.
exactly. So he
Yeah,
has to make
right.
all the lists and then he has to stack his chips and then he has to get ready for the next hand. So he did mention it sometimes it gets overwhelming, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
how they make them. It takes a lot of editing as well to do it correctly, but you know, the thing is, a lot of these guys, they start off small, make it a hobby.
Yeah.
But then when you catch some momentum and you gain viewership, you're like, all right, how do I polish these vlogs? How do I make them better? And, you know, if somebody does it for 7-8 years, like it's a night and day difference. First 2-3 vlogs to the last 3, for instance. But really good content. Fun to watch. We've got King 9 of Diamonds here for Zhang versus King Jack of Clubs for Chang. Is that correct? It is the man that I played a few hands with yesterday. King Jack of Clubs on 3-3 with 2 spades.
You never play gamble.
Looks like a fold from Zhang Yang here.
It's not me with friends, but very rarely.
So like 20.
Nevin is kind of flying. Eh?
He is. He's chipping up without much, resistance.
Very, very rare.
Steven hasn't really played a hand with him, having a good chat.
Just too dumb.
Look at that way.
Yeah.
Zhou Chue has been moved to the table, a team pro for the
Friends is fun,
TLPT.
but when you're doing it by yourself, then it's not even fun.
Yeah, we saw him in the free roll as well, no?
That's right.
Another high
All the
stakes
team
level.
pros, they make it there. They make it, final 2 tables. You do see a couple green jackets, pretty solid.
And there's the black and white jacket with the yellow branding. Also very cool jacket.
Have you found where to get one of those?
No,
No.
I don't think they are. Like I think they are exclusive. This is probably a different department right now. Other websites, clients in the past had a Team Europe, a Team Online, a Team Pro, Team USA. So I'm sure it's like same but different department.
Yeah.
I like your suggestion of that being the academy, the up and coming pros.
The upcoming pros, yeah. No results yet,
Yeah.
but potential.
And if you have like 20 IDM finishes, you get promoted to a green jacket. And if any green jacket just kind of had an underwhelming year, like you have to give up your green jacket, and now you get the white jacket.
One like a AK. This one is good.
I did think that was a very fun era of poker where you had a lot of the big websites and clients back then all having their team. And I really, like, I kind of,
Oh, yeah, because it's something you would aspire to. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
you
No, it
look,
felt
be
like
like,
a
oh, I
dream.
want to be a team pro.
it's like making
Yeah.
it to the big leagues. You
It
know?
is,
You end
it
up
is.
on Full Tilt, you end up on PokerStars, whatever.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really cool era.
It is, it is. Yeah.
and
I was actually, I did that for about 13 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Traveled
really cool.
plenty, it was really fun. And when I got offered that, when I was, 26, I thought it was like a dream come true,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun traveling the world playing.
But it also felt like it created a bit of a bond between certain players that represented the same orgs, and then it's kind of like you're watching a battle of teams, It's like, it's those guys against those guys. And I thought as a neutral spectator from home, those storylines were interesting. And that is something that made, like, sometimes the tournament circuit in poker still misses a little bit. Obviously, there are so many great players, there are so many great personalities, but there are often not too many stories going on. It's kind of just like, here's your buy and here's
Yeah.
starting field. This guy has a great run, and yeah, he had a great run last
Yeah.
week. But it isn't an ongoing bigger theme.
No.
And it's really fun when you've got like these clubs or clients going at it, and people from multiple regions fighting among each other. I know they've had like some nations cups in the days as well, but That's something I'm still missing a little. So cool to see these guys rocking the pro jackets. Hope to see more of it. Ja William is going to open things up with Queen 10 of Diamonds. Wang Bin looks at 7-5 offsuit and he feels that this is not the right moment to become a hero. Couple of shorties now. We've got Zhang Yang with a 6.8 big blinds, and our team pro is also on the shorter side of things. Zhou Yuan? Around 12 or 13. Basically, this side of the table is not very rich. The other side, with Steven, very rich.
Yeah, bit lopsided there.
The table might fall over. You mentioned the Titanic earlier.
And Zhou Qie looking down under the gun with King 10.
Let's go of it.
Let's go of it, yeah. Probably eyeing the big stacks in the blinds.
This is going to be an all-in though for Yang. The Queen Jack offsuit from the hijack. It is a little over 6 big blinds, almost 7. So Nevin has another decision as he looks down at pocket 3s. And I actually wrote this yesterday in the Discord, in my Discord, that I really wish in poker, like obviously I've got quite a few players with nicknames, but all of these guys should just at the beginning of the tournament say like, hey, this is my nickname. I'm going to have a nickname for poker, and you can keep it simple, but then we don't have to do first name, last name.
Yeah.
And also, if I commentate, let's say, Chinese players in Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, their names often are very simple. It's like Sky,
Yeah.
Time,
Right,
Infi,
yeah.
Ted. Like, I can never get those wrong.
Right, yeah. No,
and
this
here I'm
is-
looking
yeah.
at names, and I'm like, guys, can we enter? Can
No,
we get some
I tell
nicknames?
you, it's actually really difficult. It might be better. I was actually talking to Jan about it earlier. It's like these guys, they all kind of have their nicknames because I'm telling you, in Chinese, people are not calling them whatever, right?
No.
You know, you could actually probably get them to tell you the nickname, translate that or something, and then you get a much better, you know, because right now, you know, Zhou Quan, his nickname in China is Emperor.
Yeah.
Right? How cool would it be if you could just label it as the Emperor?
I'd love to call him the Emperor. That would also make it a lot easier, but B, it's cool, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then now he's memorable, and now
Yeah.
you
No,
follow
abs-
that character,
But
right?
that's exactly what I was talking about
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
Storylines.
Storylines,
ongoing
exactly.
If you remember the Emperor doing very well over here at the Lord Poker Tournament in Jeju, the next time you see him, you're like, the Emperor. I do remember him from all the things he did in Jeju back then. Well, obviously, if you're really in this world, you'll know this man, and you know what he has done. But if you're slightly more casual, and you can't always only cater towards the ultra tryhards, this is something I've realized in gaming as well. As Ja William decides to send it with 10-7 from the small blind, not afraid, really putting on the pressure. I actually think we could potentially see a call here with King 3. Like, it's very annoying. I'm curious about this one, Selena.
Yeah, it is annoying. Like, you're definitely much happier if you're holding a hand like King 8, you know? King 8,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
slam
you
dunk.
get slam dunk. Yeah, but when you look at King 3, you're like, you know what? I might prefer to shove myself rather than calling it off there.
Yeah, but it is small blind, big blind, and you know how important every single blind is. You know what he's doing. You know he's doing this with almost any two. Like, he might not do it with 7 deuce, but could legitimately do this with any two. And then you just ask yourself, is King High favored against any two? And obviously the answer is yes. And this time it would have been as well, but there's also a good chance that you get eliminated because you know that you might be favored, but you're never crushing. Like, that is the most annoying thing. Your opponent will basically pretty much always have 2 life cards, or you're heading towards a chop, or a small chance that you're dominated. But that is the worst thing about having a hand like King 3. It's just that even if you make the quote-unquote correct call,
Yeah.
it's still your tournament live on the
It
line
is.
for, what, 55% over 45? It's like,
Yeah, and he has a stack where like he's still gonna have fold equity, right? So when you have a stack with fold equity, I don't think you need to get it in. Now, if he's sitting on say 5 big blinds, then I think that those are the spots where he's a lot more inclined to call. See, so right now we can see that his range, he's willing to shove any two,
Yeah.
in the small blind and pick up those chips in the middle.
But if the Emperor is willing to do that, he obviously knows that his neighbor is also willing to do it. Not like this, they all just stay kind of happy. Now the 3 guys just stay kind of poor on this side. At least they're keeping the blinds for ones on this side of the table. But now we are going to go back towards the richer part. And it is important, obviously, for the 3 on the right side of the table to pick up some hands and see a few chips heading their way. as the field, by the way, has been reduced to 18 players, which means we are 1 or 2 knockouts away from just having a 2-table setup, and then obviously we'll be full ring again. Right now, this is gnarly for the short stacks with only 6 players and having 3 guys, and 2 of them obviously have a lot of experience as well. Steven, perhaps the most accomplished player in the field. Nevin, a man who makes a living out of poker. Those guys with a lot of chips versus a couple shorties is just very annoying and a bit unfair.
It is, yeah. And, you know, they've kind of kept out of each other's way. I was hoping to see some fireworks between the 2 players, but they're just happy sitting next to each other having a chat.
They're vibing. I mean, Steven, I watched him earlier for an hour, and I won't say that he was grumpy, but not many things were going his way, and Zhao, the man who got eliminated early, actually made a great play on him where they were both bluffing. Like one had 10 high, the other one had ace high on a king 4. So it's like bad,
Oh,
3
those
bet, 4 bet.
ped flops.
Yeah.
Yeah. People really like to get fancy with those on the flop
And
these days.
that was a great play by Zhao, the man who unfortunately got eliminated like 20 minutes ago. He got the best of Steven. And it did seem that
nice.
Steven was getting a little bit annoyed, but he still had plenty of big blinds. There was no panic at all. But let's say it started off with like 550 and then eventually kind of like trickled down to 360, 370. And that's just annoying, right? It's a lot of tiny losses in a row. Joe once more is going to send it with ace 10. A small blind will get out of the way with ace deuce offsuit. Very quick fold this time by Nevin. But obviously he has to worry about Steven in the big blind.
Zhou Quan is working his stack up to 14 big blinds now.
Very important for Zhang, though, that he's going to find a hand real soon. Because you don't want to lose another round of big blinds. Like now, if you're at 6.8, you get a double, you buy yourself a decent amount of time again before you're forced to make another move. But if you have to pay another big blind, an ante, a small blind, even if you then double, you're back to where you currently are. And it doesn't do anything for you.
So there are times where, you know, you pick up those shovelable hands, you just can't let the opportunities pass by. You really have to, you know, get it in there and pick up those dead chips in the middle.
Joe William is working with a little over 500,000 chips as he raises it up to 40 with king queen. Zhang down to 135, 6 big blinds. Let's go. There must be.
I
is
think
there a big pay jump or something?
Well, no, I think he does also respect that under the gun raise, and also considering the number of players behind him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? When you're short and you want to get it in, you want to be the one that's, you know, shoving, right? You don't want to see a raise in front of you, then shove. It's going to make most players quite uncomfortable.
For sure.
Yeah, you prefer open shipping yourself without any.
And with like an offsuit ace-7, I completely agree. I think it's fine. But I think if it this short, a suited ace, I think I would have gone for it. But the man decides against it, and he's still alive. And perhaps it's a good thing, because he would have made a pair of 7s, but he would have been heavily trailing against the queen of Zhao William.
Well, I guess he's not as much of a gambler as you, Kevin.
Not many are. But no, like it's just, I mean, as I said before, like he's on 6 big blinds.
Yeah.
And if he now has to soon pay a big blind and an ante and a small blind, he drops down to 3.
Exactly.
Like how long do we want to wait? My dad is a player like that. I sometimes play poker with my dad. And my dad is legit comfortably going down to
one big blind.
1.5.
Yeah.
He's
Just a
like,
chip in a chair.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't get anything. He's like, yeah, I was forced, but there was nothing I could have done. I was like, well, there's probably like that 5 to 10 big blind range. There's probably something we could have done. He's like, no, nothing. I was like, well, what are we waiting for? Yeah? Joe William leads here for 45k, and I think Nevin is going to let it go. This is not a very appealing board for the 9-8 of hearts. And let's see if it was the right call by Yang or not. Can we find something real soon, because we do absolutely need it. And don't forget, we've been playing 10-20 for a little while, so we're actually close to the blinds going up as well. I don't know if it's going to be like 12-24 or even bigger than that.
But my wife, she leaving like 2 days, like some.
He knows it's time.
She not play the big game, so yeah, I go back.
He is under the gun, +1 at this point. The Emperor will let go of his King 9, and there it is. Yang finds the jiggities. Selena, our favorite new hand, in the hijack. With 7 big blinds, this is obviously a slam dunk, and it's also one where you really hope you get some action. Don't tell me he's raising. He did raise. He raised to 75k. So we're basically all in, but then we're not quite all in yet. He really wants to get paid on his jacks. And I can't blame him. If we're down to 7, we want to get paid. Steven actually will come along with the ace-6 offsuit. Few players still act behind him. Small blind Wang Bin is gonna let go of the king 8. Ja William here actually has a real decision. 55k to play for 255k with ace deuce of diamonds. I think I'm making the call here, Selena. Yeah, apparently Ja William disagrees. But closing the action, 55k, 5-1 suited ace. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Yang. That is very unfortunate. The man who has been so patient and waited for so long sees the one card he did not want to see. And that's even worse when you know that the big blind also folded an ace. The rich get richer.
A small bet coming from Steven here.
Yeah, Yang can go
really,
anywhere. He's
really
already-
small.
he's
Oh,
already
he,
all in.
yeah. There's not much he can do. So he didn't ship pre.
No, basically, like he made it
Yeah.
75k,
Okay.
which obviously is very big, but yeah, then somehow we got a caller.
Yeah, okay. I mean, would things have been different if he just shoved his whole stacking, which is what, like 135k, right? 130.
I think that the big blind will call then, because then maybe Steven folds,
And then the big blind.
but the big
yeah,
blind will
yeah,
close
will
the
come along.
action, ace deuce of
Yeah, I
diamonds.
can see that. So it's probably an end result for him.
Yeah.
Same way, but except the chips is not going to Steven, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I find that those plays I find a little bit odd. Like if you want to raise, if you've got a stack that can raise. But if we're working with 6 big blinds, it's also like, what are we trying to really accomplish? This is a mind game.
Yeah.
We have 6 big blinds. Like there's only so much you can do. Not a whole lot that you can confuse your opponents with. Means that we get one closer to going back to 2 full tables. 17 players left today. Will be playing down to 9. Ooh, aces.
Oh, pocket aces.
I played a lot in Commerce Casino in LA. I'm sure you've gone to Commerce a couple times as well, right?
No.
Have you never been
Never
to
been.
Commerce? All right, you're not missing out. I used to describe it as a bit of a war zone. Like,
I'm feeling like you're more of a poker pro than I am now.
I mean,
You know all the terms, you watch all the vlogs.
but you do know Commerce, right? You've obviously known.
I've heard of it, yeah. It's got what, like 200 poker tables?
Yeah,
Something
it's
crazy, right?
very big. I
Yeah.
used to live like somewhat close to it, so that's why I went a decent amount.
Oh, you
Yeah.
lived in the States as well?
Yeah, for
Oh,
6
okay.
years.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that when you were doing esports a lot?
Yeah,
Or then?
yeah, still.
Okay.
Just I moved over as a StarCraft 2 commentator. I did it for a German
Ah.
company, but then there was an American company that was like, "Hey, you two are really fun." I was working together with an American guy who lived in Germany, and then we moved together to California.
That's quite an adventure.
Yeah,
How did you
absolutely.
like it?
I loved it.
Yeah.
The first part, like I have a very hot take. I don't know how well you know the LA area.
I know bad traffic.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that
Yeah.
has part to do with my hot take. So I lived in 2 different places. Well, let's say 4 different apartments, but 2 different places. One was called Rancho Cucamonga.
Okay.
It's a bit
It's a
of
mouthful.
yeah, it's a desert city. It's basically the last city that if you drive from LA to Vegas that you pass before
Okay.
you take the north.
Yep.
You know, that's the absolute last city. And then I lived in West LA. And everyone that will tell you is like, Rancho Cucamonga sucks and da-da-da, it's too hot there, there's nothing to do. I loved living in Rancho Cucamonga a million times more than I love living in LA, partly because of that traffic. I
Yep.
felt like I was a total prisoner.
Right, you
living
couldn't
in-
go anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
And Rancho, I just had a much better apartment. I had freedom, so many great places to eat. So I'm one of the very few people. I absolutely love that. And that's my time that I went to Commerce a lot. And long story short, there was one guy that I played with. He was a bit of a comedian. And instead of calling the Aces the American Airlines, he was always like, Armenian Airlines. And he would just kind of shout it through the Commerce room. And everyone was so embarrassed
That's
to play
so
with
funny.
him.
Yeah.
that was good.
We're seeing actually an interesting hand happening here from a raise under the gun by Steven with Ace King of Diamonds. And we actually see Wong Bing here on the cutoff, deciding to 3-bet Steven with Ace Deuce suited.
Making a move, but it is the wrong moment because I wouldn't be surprised at all if Steven just ships it now.
He's looking like he's going for the 4-bet.
Yeah.
up to 180k.
Ah, that's such an annoying sizing. Oh, come on. That's so frustrating if you're Wang. Because now it is 75k extra. You're talking 4 big blinds. This is like legit clicking it back.
Yeah.
Like, you can't ever fold for 75k when there is 410,000 in the middle.
No, you do see players fold off. It goes into the muck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because these days there are a lot of spots where the pros you see they raise really really tiny,
Yeah.
3 betting, 4 betting, and the opponent just fold because they're essentially just making a move, right? So in the event they're essentially just making a move, they're like, nah, like that's it, it's going to the muck. Yeah, so he's not looking to see a flop. He's not looking to connect with the board or anything there.
I found it so difficult. I know his stack is not massive. Like I think if you're playing with over 700k, I think that's always a call, right?
Yeah.
Because just the pot odds are massive.
I think that if he was holding something like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, he's probably more inclined to calling there. But once again, with that kind of hand, I don't know if he's 3 betting pre either. He might just flat. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's really polarized, right?
Yeah.
It's like whether it's absolute garbage or they could have a nice big hand in that spot. So,
Yeah, no, I don't think we're ever loving life with ace deuce, but it's just, that's maybe then the gambler in me. But at that point, I was like, I came this far. It's 75k extra. There's going to be almost 500,000 in the middle. I'm going to put in those 3 extra big blinds, and I want to see a flop with my suited ace. If it's offsuit, like, it's very easy fold. But for those 3 extra big blinds, I have to see a flop. Steven is going to make the call here with ace 3 of clubs after the Emperor decided to ship it king queen from the button. Ace 3 a little bit ahead, but it's obviously a very fair fight. Ace 3 is still ahead. Hearts are alive, but we mostly are looking for paint, and that is paint. There is a king on the turn. The Emperor stays alive. Steven a little annoyed with that one. Perhaps that's the last guy he wanted to double up as well.
Yeah. I mean, Steven's still the chip leader on the table, sitting on 117 big blinds, really comfortable. Joe Tre has finally a bit of room to breathe. He's doubled up now to 25 big blinds.
What a moment to find that king on the turn. Especially when you see you get called by ace 3 or... it's close, but you're behind. You need some help. The man gets there.
No, it look like there's a new player joining the table.
I guess after Yang busted with the jacks, we were very short. We're 5-handed. That can't be right. If we have 18 players left, we should never be 5-handed. So now we're back to a perfect number. I
Because
guess.
it's 8-handed, right? That's why.
Yes, now it says
'Cause
that the field is down to 16,
16.
and that means we have gone completely back to
2 tables.
2 tables.
Yeah. Because I think a lot of the tournaments they're running this time around is all 8-handed.
Yeah. Hey, we've got our
Yeah.
lady back. She was here earlier.
I think there's a chance that she might be the only lady left because out of all the rotations we've had, we haven't seen anybody else, right? Yeah. So
I mean,
good to
it's-
see, still represented.
Yep. It's a deep run. From 505 runners down to 16. Final 2 tables. As I think we already saw that Ja William picked up queens here, unless that is a error.
yeah,
but
no.
that's
It's like
so nice. Full table first hand. You're getting the ladies immediately.
raising up to 40k here.
That's one of our new players. I haven't seen this man yet.
Oh no, changed his mind.
Production very busy right now trying to add all the names. They went from 4 5-handed to all of a sudden a full table. Have to find everyone. Players are still miking themselves up as well. Normally say so we can hear what they say, but unfortunately we cannot. Nevin, let's go. Steven in the small blind. He can absolutely let this one go as well. There's no need to get fancy with the 10-5 offsuit, and he knows it.
Oh,
Oh.
king queen here.
Just 20k. That is definitely, I think, a call, even against the under the gun open. It does feel like Wang had a lot more chips a while ago. That little battle with Steven obviously not helping out that we just witnessed, where he couldn't even see the flop. Does toss in the extra big blind here, and we are off for a little race. A 7, 8, a 10 with 2 hearts. If you're king queen and you do think like, oh, I've got 2 overcards to the board, if the bet is very small, but especially if you're not holding a heart, I think you should just let this one go.
Yeah.
Don't be stubborn. Every blind is so important. We're down to like less than 20 big blinds at this point. I think it's like this, for instance, I would find worse chasing this than calling the extra 3 big blinds with the ace deuce to see a flop.
Yeah, for sure. Because, you know, the 20 big blinds, if you dwindle down a little bit, you're in a spot where you have to open ship pre-flop, right? But when you have 20 big blinds and you maintain that, you still have a lot of playability. You know, you can raise, you can see flops and so forth.
Well, let's go with it rather quickly, and that's obviously a good play. Don't be stubborn. You get king queen on the big blind. That feels kind of nice. Then you see that there's no crazy action. It's not an open 3-bet, 4-bet shove. It's like, nope, you can actually play it. So that feels like a little victory. Then you look at the board and you're like, it's not the worst thing ever, but it's just not good enough. At this point, every blind is simply too important as we're down to 16 players. We'll obviously keep an eye on the outer table as well.
Heard that around there.
You go run next time.
Yeah. Now, no.
Needless to say, we're going to be biased and we're going to be rooting for our final lady. Beautiful hand there, the 10-9 of clubs, but it's not that deep. Blinds have gone up. It is 10k, 25k now, so the small blind stayed the same because it was 10-20, but the big blind has gone up by 5, which also means the ante has gone up by 5 as well. I was thinking about it, but decides to let it go under the gun. Liu Zhang?
Yang.
Yeah, now it's a Zhang. Damn it.
That's a Y.
Yeah, I know. I see it.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah. But earlier when I said Yang, then Todd corrected me. It's I'm at the border like I'm giving up on these names. Let's go with Liu.
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 Yang? Maybe he's saying Yan, right? Yan?
Yan.
Yan,
Yang.
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if American
Yeah.
sport broadcasters
Yeah, Yang.
would, they
Yeah.
were always going
Say
Yang.
Yeah.
And I also think when it comes to like American, Chinese, or American, they also kind of introduce themselves more as Yang rather than
Yeah.
a bit more Asian
100%.
side.
Yeah.
We got the 9-8 of spades. A beautiful hand to see a flop with, but you have to be careful. You can be calling too loose because you still have those folks behind you to worry about. And one of them is Steven, who has apparently taken off his Triton hoodie. He's like, it's too hot under these bright lights. So keep our eye on Nevin. Is Nevin putting in a raise? Yeah, wow. Bit of a gangster play here as we're raising from the cutoff with 9-8 of spades against the UTG +2 open. That was a very cool play by Nevin. Gets it done. Yang lets go of the Jack-10 offsuit. That is a baller play. 3-betting with 9-8 from the cutoff.
It's definitely on the aggressive side. I do think his 3-betting range is really wide. Yeah, and I think that is why, you know, I think when I interviewed the winner of the single day high roller, that's why he said that, you know, he found that he was the toughest player to play against on the table.
Makes it so much harder to get a read on someone if they're obviously going to 3-bet all their premiums, but if they also have the occasional suited connectors in it, and then even if you come along for the ride and you see a flop, there's so many different things to worry about. Because this is obviously something that the players can watch back as well. And if any of these guys make it to the final table, which hopefully at least half of them will, because we do have queens over here for Fang Zhou versus Yang, who's thinking of opening perhaps. I don't know what we're gonna do with 8-5. I do love 8-5. I am born on the 8th of May, so it's a very special hand to me.
Yeah.
But this deep in the tournament, I'm willing to let it go. In a cash game, you know, I am willing to dust off a few big blinds from time to time. But this deep into a tournament, I think you gotta. Did he just call? Is that what happened? So we
He did just call.
I mean, he does almost have 1 million chips to be fair, but the queens just called.
Yeah,
What?
it's very, very hidden right now.
He might be
Stevenson here.
he might be hoping that Steven or whoever is in a later position is going to raise to punish the Olympus, and then I may pray that we come over the top with the queens, right?
That's
Selena?
right. So we do see that exact situation where Stevenson here has opted to raise up to 90k.
That's I mean, it might just work out in a perfect way there for Feng Zhou to first just call the limp.
Oh yeah, no, that's great for Zhou Fangzhou here.
But we're calling? Oh. Yang is just lighting some chips on fire here, by the way. First limping with 8-5 suited under the gun. Now he's calling the raise from Steven as well. He 3-bets to 240k.
What do you do with queens now?
I still
Oh my
ship it.
goodness.
No, I still ship
No,
it.
but that looks pretty damn strong, right? Like for under the gun to
Yeah.
under the gun +1 to limp re-raise.
Yeah.
Oh well, you know what though? Yes, you know you think, oh, my queens could still be ahead, but
Yeah.
you're not loving life right now.
No, you're absolutely not loving life, because this is the ultimate showball way of playing aces, right? You limp under the gun and then somebody else raises and you fire back. But queens are queens.
Yeah,
You're this late in
exactly.
the tournament. It's the final 16 players. Queens are queens.
Yeah, this is so funny because Steven's like, look at this situation going, what just happened?
and I thought
right?
it's so funny for Yang.
You have a
because
limp, you have a call, you have a raise, you have a re-raise, and you have somebody coming over the top who
Yeah.
just limped pre-flop.
Yeah, this is really funny. But I also love Yang's reaction there. He's like, damn it. This is the ultimate I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar moment. It's like, it's not what it looks like. Do you have to call here though, Selena? Like,
No, you don't need to
but
call.
it's 9 big blinds.
Yeah,
Well-
I know. He's getting good odds. He's getting 41, but he doesn't. No, he doesn't have to, right? It's still a third of his stack.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'm just saying, like,
at this point,
Yeah.
okay, he might
He
he has
does
to
it.
find a he pretty much gonna find a call, especially if you know what, if you're looking up ace king.
yeah, he's
You
praying
know?
that this is ace king
Yeah,
suited, right?
I
It's
mean,
like,
this is not the hand that he wants to see. But if he saw ace king, he's got a lot of equity still in the hand.
absolutely. And it is not ace 8-5, and I'm sure the rest of the day was like, what on earth has been happening over here so far? It is incredibly clean. Uh-oh, open ender for 8-5. Ace or a 6 would have done it. Always a sweat, online or offline. But the queens will hold. What is it?
No, the board was 2-3.
It was 2-3-4. It was a 4 on the turn. And he has
No, it was
8-5.
another 3.
No, it was 2-3-4.
Was it?
Okay, I'll
Okay,
look it back. I really thought it was 2-3-4. You think it's 2-4-4?
there was no straight, nothing. No, I think
It was Jack 2-3 and the turn was a 4.
no.
No?
No.
Okay.
And he's got 5-8.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have a 5, you have an open ender, because with an
What
ace
does
you
he?
make.
I thought he just paired the board. Okay,
I don't think-
maybe, yeah.
Thought
I
I was
thought it
gonna
was,
look
it was
back
a
at it.
3 on the. I'm like,
it's 2-3-3.
so what- yeah. So I'm like, oh my goodness, like what's going on here, Kevin?
I saw a 4.
You saw a 4.
That's why I was like 2-3, 4, and then you have 5, ace and a 6. But no. Then he was already drunk that. The
Yeah.
turn. I really thought it was a 4. We need to move the TV even closer.
Even closer, right in front of his face. Because when he said that, I looked at him like he was crazy
Yeah.
person. And he's like, what?
Yeah, no, but obviously, if my reasoning makes sense, right? If I think that's a 4.
That is if it was a 4 on the turn.
Yeah. Now I know that 2-3-3 does not give any straight outs for 8-5. I'm completely aware of that. No, but I really thought it was a 4.
Now we have Nevin here raising it up to 50k with ace 5 of clubs, and then Stephen on the hijack with queen 9 of diamonds and going for a 3-bet.
More importantly, whether or not that was a 4 is obviously that the queens get a dream double. And a very interesting way of playing queens, as we had the under the gun limp, the under the gun +1 limp, Steven raising, the original raiser 4-betting. Yeah, well, what a hand. What a hand. And that's funny as well there with the queens, because you said like you're not loving life right now. Then when it finally does get turned over, the absolute last thing you ever think you're going up
Yeah,
against
exactly.
is 8-5 suited. You're like, wait, what?
What?
Two undercards?
What happened?
This is not even a flip. It's not even that you have 1 over. Now that was an interesting decision by Yang. Definitely a painful one, as he's now down to 22 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to see that he actually has that play in his arsenal, right? Because, like, you know, when I didn't think he was going to do that. You know, it was quite interesting to see that. You know, he's got a limp re-raise strategy.
It's I mean, sometimes you just think this is your moment. I'm going to make a play, and the way that he played it, like if you think of amateurs, they love nothing more than limping with
Yep.
aces under the gun.
Yep,
Let
every
somebody else.
raising, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're like, you know, thinking that's what people do with aces, right? Especially with, you know, a tournament buying. Sometimes, you know, you can qualify into this with 500 USD. So you could get all kinds of players in this field.
No, absolutely. So I love it. It's just unfortunate timing. It's a cool play.
It's cool play,
Yeah.
yep.
Just
yeah.
unfortunate
Just unfortunate, ran into queens. That also happened to limp pre-flop.
Yep.
Right.
And that were also like happen to already be pot committed. Because if the queens is playing with 120 big blinds, then there is actually a chance that they're like, you know what? I am going to fold it because I am not willing to lose 120 big blinds running into kings or aces here. And it really smelled like kings or aces. But yeah, in this specific scenario, unfortunately, there was just nothing he could have done. We've got Wang here with the kings, the same kings that I have still not seen being cracked on this stream. We are more than 2.5 to 3 days in at this point, and the kings are still going strong. Definitely have seen our fair share of aces today. Queen 3 of diamonds is going to make the call on 10-9-3 with 1 diamond. And 1-3, no 4s, guys. 2 diamonds now. The 8 of diamonds. Selena, am I correct in seeing that there is a flush draw on this board?
I'm starting to think how bad your short-sightedness actually is.
No, it's mostly my left eye. My left eye is just making it more blurry. Because if I close my left, then I actually see it better. Just need to get some new contacts. But I recently got new contacts, so I don't get it. I think they did a
Okay.
bad job. They're like only they're like half a year old, while they're supposed to last for 2 years. I
Okay.
wear hard contacts, so they're not
you-
like the throwaways.
So you mean like they're staying in your eye the whole time?
No, I take them out, and
you
every
take
single
them out.
night you
Okay,
cannot sleep
okay.
with them.
Yeah.
But they're basically like made from glass rather than the
Okay.
very soft.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd be comfortable putting something like that in my eye.
I've done it for 20 years, so I'm very
Okay.
comfortable
So
with
what
it.
happens if, say, you get injured in your eye with that in there?
It could shatter.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
bad
that's
news.
that's pretty scary. I've worn contacts in the past as well before LASIK, and those were soft ones.
Obviously, we picked up a gutter ball as well with an 8 of diamonds. It's actually a pretty big turn for Yang against the kings here.
Yeah,
Because we
plenty
keep
of
on,
outs.
we keep on talking about how the kings have not been cracked yet, and he goes all in for 430k. And you said earlier you were not loving those queens in that specific spot, but you're probably still gonna do it. I think if you're Wang here, you're not loving kings, but you're still gonna do it. He's gonna weigh over his options, but I mean he's got nothing left, right? He's got 200k left and
Yeah.
his 8 big blinds. You're gonna have to call here.
No, you can't. And that turn has brought so many possible draws out there,
Yeah.
and it, you know, players do get aggressive on the turn with a lot of draws, and you can see that, you know, this player is actually, he's got 14 outs, you know, so he could definitely be shoving there without a pair, and you know, it doesn't have to be 2 pairs, it doesn't have to be a set, you know, he could really well just be on draw, which is what we see here.
Now we're gonna find this call. There's just no way around it. We can't really be folding kings here with less than 10 big blinds. I understand being concerned. Maybe he's worried that he's like dead against
Yeah.
Queen Jack, right? That is,
Right. But then you got to have to also ask yourself, is Queen Jack playing this way on the turn, right? Like, is he just shipping in?
throws in the chip, and he
yeah.
will receive the good news that he is ahead.
He's ahead for now.
Definitely not a whole lot. And I have a
No.
very bad feeling about this river.
Yeah, it's actually pretty much a coin flip, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, so
3 days of kings not being cracked. It's gonna happen eventually. And it will happen here with any queen, any jack, any 3, any diamond. The 7, however, is safe. Safe for the kings. The kings remain supreme. And Wang now explains his reasoning for why he played the kings the way he did. That was a sweaty river for Wang.
oh yeah, for sure.
So many outs. But well done.
没有办法，后台太大了。
Still some chips left.
Yang just, by the way, before that 8-5 hand, what was he working with? Like 900k, right? Or a million chips. We have just gone from 1 million to, well, I think it's 4 big blinds or something that he's got left now.
Yeah, because he pretty much lost like he
He's
lost
got,
heaps of
8.
chips.
Yeah, he's
with
got like
the-
8 big blinds left. But yeah, this was a massive loss for him as well. Back-to-back disaster hands for Yang. The first one where he was technically making a really cool play. Unfortunately, it was ill-advised when it came to the timing. And someone had queens pre-flop, and it went all in. And here he picked up a monster draw on the turn with the gut shot, with the diamonds. And of course, already had a pair. Almost infinite amount of outs, but unfortunately could not get there. And that's how quick it can go. You play a day and a half of excellent poker. You get adventures with 8-5, you lose almost all of it. And then you play queen 3. And it's pretty much the end, but perhaps we can make an epic comeback. We've seen a couple of remarkable comebacks already.
We have, yeah. We're actually seeing a hand play out here with Nevin raising it under the gun and Stephen coming along with a pair of 7s. And then Hijack Jar William has found a hand as well with Ace Jack.
So why is it a Jiao for William, his name?
Jar?
And now it's Jiao.
Jar.
Okay.
J-I-A. Yeah.
J-I...
A.
Jia.
Jar.
Yeah. But sometimes it sounds like Jiao.
Jar?
Yeah.
Jar would be O on the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's Jia.
Jar. Yeah.
We can work with that. And if not, we can always refer to him as Mr. William. So we are going to move the TV even closer to us. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, I can read
He can read
names.
now. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes. He can finally see the television.
This is absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Because Kevin's got pretty bad eyesight.
It's mostly the left, but I mean the fork, that's not bad eyesight. Like I can obviously see the cards. Reading the names was very difficult.
Reading the names can be very difficult.
Especially if the
yes.
names are long, because then the font gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
The 4 is not bad eyesight. Sometimes you just think it's a 4, right? I've seen a lot of cards over the last 3 days. And what?
So there could be instances in the past where you're putting your money in on the turn thinking you're drawing to something that you're not.
Oh, well, obviously I would be lying if I said that has never happened.
Yeah.
But that's just because I messed with my hand. I mean, I've seen
Yeah.
Phil Ivey misread his hand.
Right.
That's not a me exclusive problem.
Yep.
I don't think you're a poker player if you've never, ever misread
Misread
your
the hand. But I would say you're doing it more often
No.
No?
It's not like I misread flops when I'm sitting at the table. Because those cards are way closer
Yeah.
than a screen that
The
was
screen.
far away.
Okay. I'm glad to know that.
No, it wasn't that. It's just like in the glimpse. And sometimes
Can you
like,
imagine going all in on the turn, thinking you have like some sick draw, and you turn it over, and it's exactly like not the right suit and not the right number?
I think it has happened to me once that I completely misread my hand. Where I thought I had trips or I had a straight, and I just didn't because I had the wrong card. But that's also not because I can't see. That's just because you're quick. And here it's as well, like it's quick. It looks very bad for the 8-5 player. It's a bizarre hand. And then I'm just like, all right, the dealer is going to turn the cards over quickly. And then in the hype and enthusiasm, you're like, oh, did he just at least turn and open and straight up to make the hand exciting? But then instead it was just a 3. So it's more like memory loss, where instead of remembering the board as Jack 3 deuce, maybe I thought the board was Jack deuce 4, and then the 3 on the turn gave him the open.
The
hand.
open ender. Yeah.
No, I'm not that blind. I can legally drive a car. I've passed the test back then as well, but as I said, the context sometimes, especially the left one, seems to bother me. It was just an accidental misread. I mean, we've been talking over poker hands now for a solid 16 to 20 hours. Once in a while, you're going to see something that's not there.
Oh, there's actually something else that I wanted to mention as well.
Yeah.
You actually have trouble telling Chinese people apart as well at times. Because they do, some of them do look really similar.
Yeah, of course.
They
but-
do, yeah. And then,
But I would say that I'm way better in that than the average European
than
or
the
American.
average
'cause
European.
I've gone
No,
to-
but I have the same problem at times as well because some of them have the exact same look.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
If they have glasses and
Yeah.
they have the same haircut,
Correct.
then it can happen. But
Because they always wear the same black rim glasses
Yeah.
too, right? It's always that very Hong Kong style look about them. And then they kind of all follow the similar kind of fashion sense
Yeah.
as well, So yeah, I can
That-
definitely see that.
that could happen, but
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely not like an exclusive Asian thing. Because if you show me 4 Danish kids and they
Yeah.
all have the same haircut
Like,
and the
yeah,
same
yeah,
style,
yeah, it would be the
I
same
can
for
also
you.
mess them
Yeah.
up. Right? I actually I like to think that I am very good in identifying where Asian people are from when it comes to the origin, whether they're
Yeah, yeah,
Filipino,
because you've
Japanese.
kind of like come
I've gone to-
across contact with a
Yeah,
lot of
I've
them.
gone
Yeah.
to Korea, I've gone to China very often,
Yeah.
and I've known a lot of Vietnamese people in my life. So I like to think that I am in the 0.1% when it comes to non-Asians in recognizing Asian people. But yeah, when it comes to a poker tournament, and especially if people come and go to a future table, of course you can confuse folks.
Yeah.
Big flop here for ace 4 of clubs, a small blind versus under the gun +2, Ja William being the original aggressor. I know this is Ja William because he's the only one who's got the red strap with the
With the
white mask.
with
Like,
the
because
white
of that,
mask. Yes, it's
he's-
quite memorable.
yeah,
Yeah.
he is gonna let go, as that was obviously not his board. It was an amazing board for the ace 4 of clubs. As we're down to 15 players, we're gonna play down to 9 today, and I think that is it. Or perhaps they will surprise us with a fun other broadcast. It's actually still very early. There's obviously so many tournaments running from different times. But for the main event, this will be it today. We have 2 tables running. We're going to play down to 9. And then we'll come back tomorrow. And we've got a full night to remember the names, learn how to pronounce them, and remember their faces.
Oh man, I had a lot of trouble with the names this morning because without the knowing the sound of it and just written out in English, it was actually like kind of like, oh well, you know exactly how to pronounce this one, right? So yeah, it's not that straightforward. Actually, the more I realize, you know, helping my daughter learn Chinese, I realize Chinese is a really tough language. Yeah.
I don't speak Chinese, and I'm absolutely aware of that. The day that I learned that you've got like 4 things that are written the exact same way, but it's gonna be like
Exactly.
I was like,
yeah,
oh, I give up, guys.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm done.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
absolutely not for me.
It's
And
actually quite interesting because in Cantonese, it's actually 9 different sounds. Yeah, so it's like just another. You
but
know,
that's almost
more
that becomes a
complicated.
gift. That's like legit not
Yeah,
something you
yeah.
can just teach every
Yeah.
single person out there in the Western world. That is legitimately impressive, like doing that. And also when I discovered the data, it's like, all right, yeah, Korean is something you can like somewhat easily learn because they just have an alphabet and you just like learn which letter like represents which symbol, and then you can at least start learning how to read rather quickly. And they're like, yeah, in Mandarin is not quite like that. They basically have unique characters for everything. I was like, how many? Well, we only use like 5,000. I'm like,
Yeah,
5,000?
Like, you actually have to remember it, right? Yeah.
I was like, I mean, Korean is going to be tough, but no. I had a dream for a couple of years. I was like, I'd really love to learn Chinese, and especially because gaming was so big over
Big
in
in China,
China.
yeah,
And I
yeah.
went to China already a few times, and everybody was always so kind and nice to me. I was like, this would be really fun. And I did do like a tiny course, and I was just like, nah, this is too hard. Like, unless I can dedicate a year of my life into learning this, and I don't have like any other obligations, this is just not really going anywhere for me. So I give up.
Yeah, you can learn to speak it and it'll be okay, but learning to read and write, it's a totally different story. Interesting enough, the player who has taken down pots without any showdown whatsoever is actually Ja William on this table. So just chipping away without, you know, players getting much info out of him.
He's pretty aggressive. He's
Yeah,
willing to make
yeah,
it big as well.
correct. So he's kind of blowing players off their hands,
Yeah.
right? And not having to go to showdown.
It might be an excellent strategy because he's playing against a couple of very accomplished players, right? We have got a Team Pro, we've got Steven on the table. Poor Liu Yang, he's so short now. He's like, all right, future table, it's my time to shine. Send out a text as well. He's like, honey, I'm here. Like, take a look. His phone is blowing up. 8-5. Like, we got pocket 8 for Feng Zhou. I'm gonna open things up. Ooh, ace queen on the big blind for Wang. I hear people cheering, by the way, Selena.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's another hand of back row, though. That's what
Most likely.
That's what gets them going. Gonna call by Wang. Just a call, by the way. So he is honestly kind of hiding the strength of his hand. That is not a dream flop for ace queen, but we do hold the queen of spades. There is a flush draw there. And that is a very frustrating flop for pocket eights when you're not holding the 8 of spades.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't think ace queen is going anywhere.
No, no. But pocket eights has decided to take a stab on that flop, betting 40k.
I think at this point, keeping it small makes a lot of sense. A little bit of pot control. No need to get very adventurous here, because then if your opponent raises, there is a chance that you just never get to see that turn.
Ooh,
That is
what a
spicy turn card. I love it as well that it's the one-outer in that regard. He was ahead, don't get me wrong, but obviously a lot of bad cards to come. But the 8 of spades would have been an action card, but would have been a very scary card as well. And even if you then have a set, you're going to slow things down because you know you're not holding a spade. The 8 of diamonds, that's really going to spice things up.
He's reaching for some chips here and making it 105,000.
Made it 40k on the flop, makes it a 105 on the turn. I think that's big enough where if I'm Wang, I prefer to just call once more. Like maybe earlier, and obviously on a lot of different turns, I would have liked to get maybe a bit aggressive, see if I can make something happen. But I think the 105 is big enough where I'd say, let's just play a river. Obviously, in his mind, there's a chance that any ace is still good. Potentially, a queen is good, right? A queen could be good from time to time. And if it wasn't for that 8 of diamonds on the turn, it would have been. Will there be a spade? And nope, it is a jack, which means ace queen is left with ace high. Now, we could pretend that we either flop the flush or that we have queen 10 here, but I don't really ever see Feng Zhou folding.
Now let's see if he can find maybe a value bet here.
Do you think there is value in betting very small, hoping your opponent thinks you're somewhat weak, and it's a block bet and they come over the top? That's
Very
not
cool.
small. But
No, it's not small at all.
But do you think that's a play, or would you say that's ill-advised?
Look, I think when you make it that size, and if the player does come over the top, I think you can very happily just chuck your hand into the muck. You know, they've got the goods, right? If you make it really small and the player looks at that, quarter pot bet or whatever and decides now he will make a raise because you bet so small,
Yeah.
now you've got a bit of a decision to make. And that can be a problem because there are times where you have decided to bet the river and something happens and you're like, why did I do that? I told myself that I was going to go for a check, but somehow I decided I was going to bet, and then now I'm faced with this raise and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, but I think the set of 8s is way too powerful to ever check down on the river, right?
Yes,
then
yes,
we're playing
definitely.
too scared, and we're gonna have
Correct. It's more about what sizing you would choose, to kind of, I think it would be somewhere between 200k and 400k, but I do find that 400k was just a little bit too much.
400k is
Yeah.
basically putting his opponent all in.
It is, because you want to find calls from, say, that top pair.
Yeah.
And I think 400k is a bit too dear for that top pair. But if you bet, say, something like 260k, I think that top pair might be able to find a call.
Maybe he thought that perhaps his opponent improved to 2-pair with that river. So Steven wakes up with aces on the button as well as the chip leader of this table. I think with that bet, he is specifically targeting 2-pair.
Targeting two pair, yeah.
But yeah, I was just wondering, because I don't think if I bet tiny on that river, yeah, obviously the moment they hit me with the all-in, it is a bit scary, but I am almost immediately snap calling.
It's
just-
snap calling.
It's one of those, if you have it, you have
You
it.
have
It
it,
is what
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Because the 8s there, you're just not very often going to end up with a set of 8s in the way that you played it as well, where it's pretty polarized.
Yeah, but then do you really think that, what do you think you're looking up, though? Because how often can
No, I
players...
bluff. But
but-
the ace of spades, the queen of spades, like just as a single card blocker.
Yeah.
Or even pocket 10s that gets turned into a bluff.
bluff, yeah. It's also kind of makes me think that, you also have to think that the player is capable as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many players out there is actually capable of that move. That's one of those things that I would look into and consider.
I have to admit that a few of the guys have truly surprised me. Where
Yeah.
it's like, they're gonna play a relatively
Right,
straightforward
straightforward.
ABC poker, and solid, but
Yeah.
standard. And then they're hitting us with crazy plays where it's 8-4, 10-3, 3 bets, 4 bets. And I'm like, what is happening? Like, even at 8-5, like right now we look at it, we're like, oh, that was silly. But it's only ever silly
Yeah.
because, the other guy had queens.
Correct.
If that guy's sitting on ace king offsuit,
Yeah.
he's probably letting it go.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And then
he-
it's the gangster play, and we are loving it, right?
Yeah. Or the queens was never in the hand, right?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a turn.
Mhm.
Here, we have Jar Williams with king deuce suited in a big blind versus Stevenson's pocket aces on the button.
I'm starting
that-
to believe in a bit of destiny, by the way, for Ja William.
yeah, it
because
is. It's a what a turn for him.
Yeah. We just keep seeing him. He keeps on appearing on these future tables. He's never mega short, but whenever when it's starting to look like he's entering the danger zone, he finds himself in a scenario like this. Steven is incredibly good. I mean, Todd has been singing his praise for a while. He's obviously a very accomplished player. But I don't see how you get away from, never 55k. I think even a bet on the river, there are very, very, very few bets that I think Steven would ever fall to. And it's going to be an interesting river, though, because Ja William, with this tiny bet, does kind of set himself up for a shove, right? There's 400k in the middle. He's working with 420. It's kind of perfect. You've
It
got a
is.
pot size bet left.
Yeah. And, players like this, they plan for it. They plan on early streets how to bet in a certain way where he would leave himself, a kind of pot size bet left here.
Could also just try to really get the call from whatever you can beat and go for something. Did he check?
He did check. He checked his option over to Steven.
Wow. That is not what I expected.
No, that's not what I expected, is it? I don't know. I think Steven might be good enough here to actually, I don't know, maybe find a check. I don't know.
There are 3 diamonds on the board.
Yeah, there are 3 diamonds. The flush got there, Oh, let's see if Steven can find a. I mean, there's also the straight got there too. If you're holding 9-10.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
For a split second there, I was like, are you making fun
Oh
of me?
my goodness.
I thought, I was like,
Yeah, I know your pause. I was like,
I was
let
like-
me double check that.
I was
It
like,
is
queen
9-10,
queen
right?
10. I was like, queen 10 didn't get there. Ace 10 didn't get there. But 9-10 absolutely did good there, yeah. Yeah, you can really see he's got a real decision here because he's like, man. But to be fair, it's already a pretty big pot. It's 405k. And he's like, Steven is probably asking himself here, what will call me that I currently beat with my aces, right? If you're making a value bet, it needs to make sense. He is going to bet 135k. Ja William, his master plan comes together. And he's just going to go all in probably at this point. Or do you think he calls because he's dead?
because there's
lot of
also
things
a
that beat
lot
him.
a lot of hands in Steven's range that does, contain possibly making the flush
Yeah.
and making straight himself, right? So I do think that his check on the river was always planned for maybe just a check call.
Check call, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that'd be perfectly fine because we're obviously not quite sitting on the nuts. On top of that, there is a very rare scenario where we're just going up against a better king, right?
Exactly.
King 9
yeah.
beats us, King 10 beats us, but I also never see Ja William folding here to the bet of 5 big blinds. I think it is a call. It's just going over all the options, but you got to be pretty damn happy here with trips, finding those random trips on the turn. Looked for a split second like he was grabbing everything, right?
It does. It looks like he's grabbed. Yeah, he looked like he was grabbing everything. Because the problem is now, if you shove King Deuce, you got to ask yourself, what am I going to get caught by?
Nothing. The only
Exactly.
real advantage is that there is a good chance your opponent folds if he doesn't have you beat, and you don't have to show your hand.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
isn't
he-
all in
yeah,
after
he's
all.
just
So
going for
Jack
it.
raise all in.
He left
I
it-
love it.
He left himself with 20k
20K.
behind and decided to go for a raise here to 400,000 chips.
And I think we will fold these aces, by the way. Because the aces, they just don't look
no,
pretty
no,
anymore.
not at all.
If you get check raise on the river on this board, I mean, your opponent would have to be an absolute monster. Like 9s or 10s with a diamond would be a sick bluff hand, right?
Yeah.
But who does this when there are 15 players left in the field? You got to be an absolute stud muffin to pull this off with pocket 9s or pocket 10s holding a diamond. He's going to let it go, I think.
Thinking it through.
Mega fun hand though. Super interesting.
Yeah, a very entertaining hand.
Tossed in the call. Made the call with aces.
Wow.
Sees the bad
Oh,
news. going
that's
up
so interesting because Jar Williams somehow managed
to get max value.
to get a worse hand to call his check raise on the river there.
You know, originally when he checked, I really did think it was to just check raise all in. But with the straight coming there
Yeah,
as well, and
yeah.
obviously there being three diamonds, and then on top of that, it's very, very rare, but you do have the crappiest of kings.
Correct,
Like you
correct.
could lose to a better
Yes,
king.
yes.
It's
There's
not-
so many things out there,
Yeah.
right?
It's not an unheard of scenario. It's like, oh my goodness, all four kings played? Yeah, well, it's a thing. So I agree. And later on, I was like, yeah, maybe it actually is a lot safer this deep in the tournament to just say, I'm check calling here on the river. Like, I'm not folding. I do love my trips,
Yep.
but I'm going to check call. Steven can still
So
laugh
having a
about it.
laugh about that. He's definitely thinking about that. That is no extra value that I wasn't thinking about even getting out of his hand. I mean, you know, he picked the right opponent to do it against, I guess.
That's why we were talking earlier about as well. That it's so rare when you're at the final two tables of a big MTT. You end up with pocket eights making a set on the turn. You can't be too afraid of everything that beats you. That's where you need to find value.
Yeah.
This man found the absolute crappiest possible trips, but it was trips. And he said, hey, this is rare, and I'm going to get some value. And perhaps he just felt all along that Steven had like a proper premium holding as he felt strong.
那个 timing 点，我觉得 K 不见得会
Steven finds another one immediately with nines against our last lady, I believe, if I recall the name correctly. Zhou Yu.
反东西就别别。
Yep.
We ignore the YI. We just go with Zhou Yu.
Zhou Yiyu is her name, and she's going to be faced with. Oh no, he's decided to call here instead of 3-betting.
Yeah, William, by the way, now 1.2 million.
I know.
This man is destined for the final table. I'll tell you that much. I really had that feeling already. We kept on seeing him. It started off yesterday. We've seen more of him than anyone else in this tournament. As Ace-10 does not improve. Instead, it's Steven who makes a top set. 2 diamonds and a heart. Top set for Steven. Joe EU is going to be very, very cautious here. And I truly hope that he just lets it go here immediately. Potentially the last lady left in this tournament in the field of 15 runners. I hope she will not get too attached to her ace-10 here. These are spots though where you do feel like, oh, it's the pro making a move on me. Like we've all been there. It's
Exactly.
like, that board that's a nothing board. This is the pro. I do think he found the fold already. Very happy to see that. Honestly, for Steven, this feels like a loss. By the way, when you flop top
When
set.
top set, yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that opponent doesn't connect at all, but most of the time, you know, we still want to try to get more value out of our sets by betting. And you know, he bet really, really small.
Yep.
He bet 1.5 big blinds. Right, a great bet. Just the player just wasn't going to continue. I mean, there could be players out there who do want to see maybe an extra card with ace-10, but no, not her.
No, he didn't do anything wrong, but it's just one of these moments where you're like, come on, why doesn't somebody look me up? Why you guys never believe me when I'm bluffing? Why don't you believe me now? It's the little things.
Yeah.
And we've all been in as MTT players. And even in a sit and go, you can find yourself in those things. I feel like the traditional sit and go, the way that we had it in the early days, you almost never see them anymore.
I mean, probably.
I feel like it's very, very rare.
Yeah.
It's pretty much MTT exclusive at this point. Like I think, for instance, GG doesn't even run sit and goes.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
absolutely.
I actually used to primarily only play Synagogues.
Yeah, but which
I
year
really
was
enjoy
this?
them. All right, so I would say this is probably 2009.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I played
yeah.
a crazy amount of sit and goes. And like Full Tilt had a very fun little setup as well, where you had the speed sit and goes.
Yeah.
And then PokerStars also had the dedicated 27, 48, and 180 sit and goes.
Oh
but
yes, I remember those. And they had those double or nothings.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, those are fun. I like it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Yeah,
but
because you're not locked in for like a long period of time.
No,
if
it
you
doesn't
feel
have
like
to
just
be
something
7
for like
hours.
30 minutes, right? Yeah.
No, I also really enjoy them, but I just feel like it's kind of old-fashioned, and a lot of the clients these days that I check, you just don't really see them.
Yeah,
It's all about the MTTs.
it is about MTTs. I think you still get some sit and goes for maybe like things like satellites or whatever, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
for a
that's-
seat to
No,
something.
absolutely. Yes.
No live qualifying to something. But yeah, apart from that, I don't think I never thought about it, but now you mention it, yeah, no, I haven't really seen sit and goes. There's just so many different variations of poker they can play now, you know, and for sit and go, yeah, I guess like people just kind of like not that interested anymore. I remember even back then at WSOP, you could play those sit and goes where they'll pay like first, second, third. And you know, a lot of times it could be like
Yeah, that's a traditional sit and go setup.
exactly, yeah, and you win like a ticket where you can just jump into like an event with, right? And yeah, those are pretty cool.
Yeah, like as qualifiers and satellites, it absolutely still is a thing.
Yeah,
But I feel like the good old like, hey,
Yeah,
9
yeah.
players, everybody pays $100, top
Yeah.
3 gets paid.
exactly. You
Very
don't
rare.
get that.
No.
Yeah.
Very, very rare.
But the king's pretty good.
We're gonna try bluff me with a for 20k more.
He's gonna be super short, no? Li Yang after the 8-5, and then we had the following hand. No, I forgot, but I know he lost a lot of additional chips. Queen 3 of diamonds, I believe it was, where he had the pair of threes and the gutter ball and the flush draw, and he missed everything.
Yeah, it
He's
looks
gonna
like
be super short.
super short. He looks like he has to pretty much commit the rest of his chips with whatever hand he gets here. You know, being the big blind or the big blind ante.
All right, very silly fish question for you then.
Mm.
If you're ever in a moment like this, have you ever just done, I don't look, I just put my chips in, and I'll see by the time I'm forced to turn it over what I have?
I think it's more fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do. I think so. And you know what? You don't turn it over at all until like all the river, like
Yeah,
everything gets dealt,
absolutely. You don't
and
even
then
know
you
what
turn it
you're
over
looking
like
for.
one card at a time.
No, okay, I'm glad. I'm glad we enjoy the same things in life, because yes, I've done that as well. We got an ace-9 on the button. Let's go with it. After Steven has decided to open from under the gun +2 with Jack-9 of spades. Our final lady in the tournament will let go of Jack-8 suited on the button. Small blind is all in. Has he looked? That's the rook. Hey, against Jack-9, by the way. We might not be in the worst spot here.
Yeah, he could be ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he should be ahead. I think more often, that's not totally true. It's right on the cutoff, right? Of will you randomly be ahead? It's it's an ace.
Oh, an
ace.
ace. I mean, there's
Crushing.
Jack 9 is a lot, you know, 2 live cards, not bad, but yeah, a great hand in the big blind. Great
So
flop
far,
for him.
so good. Even though we didn't really need the A, we just need to avoid the 2 cards on the left, and we do avoid them. Jack 9 does not improve, and Liu Zhang does stay alive.
You save money by folding. If you shove,
Oh,
you
actually, he has
can call
8.2 big
AC.
blinds. That's not all that bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Time for the miraculous comeback. After being basically chip leader to losing a solid, I think, 600k with 8-5. After cooking a serious master plan. The man was cooking. Unfortunately, couldn't quite pull it off. Still 15 players left. It feels like the players haven't gone on a break, by the way, in forever.
Yeah, I know, I feel that way.
Maybe they treated the table break, the table shuffle,
Yep.
as like a proper player break, but it felt like that wasn't a scheduled break. That
No.
was more like we need to figure out what is happening over here with the amount of chips and get a fair redraw, because at that point I think one table was just way too short and there were way too many chips on one side, less than the other. Perhaps they kind of combined the two and say like, you know what, tournament break, 15 minutes, take your time, because that was obviously not ultra long ago, but still almost feels like it was 2 hours ago.
You're seeing Zhou Juan here, who hasn't really played many hands, raising up now to 65,000 with ace deuce offsuit, facing that is big blind with king 5 off.
Wouldn't be too eager to defend my king 5 here.
Yeah, no, don't really like king 5.
He does have 1.4 million.
He does
And
have a lot of chips.
the rich do get a
He's
little
got-
careless, but
Yeah, he's got defending chips, you know.
Yeah.
Shows an ace, I think.
I believe you. I didn't check. I didn't want to call it out, but if you say it was an ace. Last time, I believe I saw something that looks a lot like an ace. And it wasn't. Steven is back. And our last remaining lady makes it back to the table as well. Liu Yang apparently was full of confidence that he would survive for a little while longer. That he actually ordered some food. The man was just all in, Selena. He was down to like what felt 3 big blinds, but he has ordered some food. It has arrived to the future table, and he's now casually playing. It's one of the last 15 players of the main event. We'll take a little look as Johan Merlo has a few questions. We have a real fight on our hands over here, Selena. It is Ace King offsuit under the gun, opening things up, and it's not quite the chip leader, but obviously one of the biggest stacks is Steven. And it's Ja William, the man that I really feel is just destined for a final table. And don't forget, these two just tangled. Ja William won a massive hand against the aces of Steven, has 9s and makes the call. Not sure what Jack 5 is doing among these hands, but
Yeah.
one of these hands is not like the other.
No, he's kind of looking around. Maybe there's a money jump. I don't know what he's kind of thinking. I mean, he's got a really comfortable stack anyway. So a great flop for pocket 9s here. Ja Williams always seemed to have Stevenson's number out flopping him.
Yeah, Ja William is just running hot. Seems like a lot of players standing up. Either something very exciting is happening, or there is potentially a break coming up. And that is a dream flop for 9s. I feel like whenever you have 9s, everybody loves 9s. Oh my goodness, it just kind of got better as well, as we have now flopped an open ender. 6, 7, 8, 9. With any 5, any 10, we do absolutely lock it up as a straight. Obviously, Ja William didn't really need it yet, but it does make you feel so much better about your 9s, because in the rare case of this being a hand where you're facing an even bigger pair, you're now good against it. This is a surprisingly little action, by the way. For these two hands on this flop as well, I really expected a few chips to fly into the middle at this point. Steven thinking about it, wondering why he is not able to get a W over Ja William. He is going to fire though. The check, 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 check line by Ja William once more working out. There's no way he's ever folding. This is probably a very quick call. He's forced to show the fact that he was working with the pocket 9s. And it's another W for Ja William over Steven. Selena not interested in that hand.
I think it's just, yeah, I realize I've just been like, nonstop with the whole presentation and the commentating that I think mentally, sometimes check out.
Zoning out a little.
Zoning out just a little bit, yeah.
9s against Ace King. Could have been fireworks, surprisingly passive.
No,
Check,
surprisingly
check,
passive,
check,
yeah. It's quite interesting because a lot of times that you have two big stacks up against each other and, they like to take it easy. There is just really no need to go crazy, right?
Ja William continues to find hands that are at least playable. No Ace Jack under the gun +1 doesn't mean you should get incredibly carried away immediately.
Oh, the
and
lady at the table
yep.
finds pocket kings.
And that is what Joe has been waiting for. We're going to ship it, and there's a very good chance that he's going to get looked up as well by Ja William, who's got a crazy amount of chips, has opened in an early position, put in 60k. It is a 3-bet to 160, leaves her with 210,000 chips behind. Excuse me. I'm starting to get hiccups. Need a coffee. Oh my goodness, we got an ace queen in the mix as well by one of our more inactive players of the table. Actually, that's not true. Nevin has been pretty involved.
He's being pretty
Yeah,
active.
yeah. No, I confused him with the man on the left.
See, I told you.
No, listen, no, it's not the face. No, it's not the face. Because he is very recognizable. He's got the gray hoodie, he's got the natural 8, he's the vlogger. No. It's just, I was only focused on the last name part, but because his name is very small, I
Yeah.
confused it with this man. But not look-wise, because they don't look anything alike. Come on,
Well,
Selena.
I would like to hope so.
No, come on.
Okay, so Joe Williams here faced with a 3-bet with a relatively small stack,
Yeah.
right? You know.
No,
Oh,
that-
finds a good fold.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
an impressive fold. Maybe realizing that C hasn't been ultra involved, and perhaps the fact that instead of shipping it, C is going for a raise. That it also screams strength. It's like you're 3-betting of a 6 to 7 big blind stack. Like that may have made the alarm bells go off. As I believe Selena is going to go for a little break, and I get Johan Merlo back on my side.
What's up, champ?
Hello, matey. How was the break?
Well, it was good, but yeah, I watched a whole bunch of hands.
Yeah.
I just watched a crazy hand. Somebody limped kings in small blind.
Yeah.
And he didn't go well for him. He didn't bust at least, but still, like, he limped kings and then lost the hands.
Yeah, I've had we've seen a couple of bizarre hands as well. I think my favorite one was the 8-5 suited limp under the gun +1 queens calls, so also limps.
Wait, limped. Oh,
Yeah. So I think it was Steven in the end who bumped it up with ace jack. Then it goes back to the original 8-5 player, and he 4-bets. So it goes back to the guy with queens, and he decided to just go all in the end.
Yeah.
And then 8-5 was forced to embarrassingly call, because it's like 200k extra to win 1.1 million. And you just hope that you're going up against ace king.
Yeah.
That was a very fun hand. On
So
top of
Stevenson, not as many chips as earlier. I think he has 1.4. He used to have like 2.2.
he got taken to Value Town by Ja William, who played King Deuce, flopped top pair, turned trips, and Stevenson had aces. Now the board on the river was very scary, and Ja William actually checked his trip kings, and Stevenson went for a tiny bit of value, like 120k with his aces, even though there were 3 diamonds on board and there was a straight on board. Still wanted to get a tiny bit of value. Then Ja William decided to go all in for the remaining 400,000. And Stevenson made the call for the extra 300,000 with aces. And that obviously put a serious dent in his stack.
King Deuce, was it suited?
Nope.
Did you give him some advice, maybe?
No, I was taking notes, Todd. I was like, my man, Ja William. Honestly, this man...
Wait, how did he play a hand with King Deuce? He defended big blind? Or?
Yeah, I think it was a button open with aces. I think
Yeah.
Stevenson had aces on the button, and King Deuce just came along from the big blind. I think that's what it was.
Here we go. Ju Fong Zhou, open, ace king. No, wait, he hasn't played yet. And yeah, there's going to be the break, I think, in around, by now must be like 25 minutes plus, and the break will be an hour long.
Okay.
So sort of dinner break
Yeah.
for everybody.
Proper dinner break for the players.
Yeah. We're very close to the final table bubble. Good to get some rest. Unless somebody's in the zone, then that guy is like, all right, come on, let's play, guys, let's play. I'm feeling it now. Sometimes you have it like this. I think in gaming tournaments, there was days, maybe you've experienced this or you've seen it, there were days where like some players are on fire. Like you're just beating everybody. It just feels like you can't lose. And it's like, you have to wait the next day until you play the next match. And that's never ideal if you feel like you're crushing on that day, because often the next day you'll not feel as good. I've had that for sure.
Mm-hmm. But if there is a break in 30-something minutes for us, as by the way, Ace King takes the lead here as the Ace of Clubs rolls off on the turn. Then it's potentially a big one. Then I guess the break for us would be in an hour, correct? Because we are commentating over a feed that's like
Yeah,
30.
that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the break is in now 25 minutes, and it will be an hour-long break.
Yeah, but that's in 55 minutes for us, correct? Or
Is it?
have they
Yeah, I
already
thought-
been on the
I
break?
thought our delay is 30 minutes.
Yeah. So are they already on a break right now?
They went on break 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't know that. Then you know more than me thought. No spoilers, please. No IRL spoilerino. As it is King Queen here of John William. And actually bets 55k. We know that it's still trailing against the Ace King of Feng Zhou. I think Feng Zhou is contemplating a race. You gotta be feeling pretty good here about your Ace King.
Yeah, for sure. Like no flush draw got there, and it's gonna be a nice pickup here for Zhu Fengzhou. Definitely a very healthy stack. I think the average is around is something between 26 to 29 big blinds.
I guess everyone's just gonna play the 1K then.
25, you said?
Yeah, 26 to 29 big blinds, something like this, I think.
All right. That's... So, I mean, I guess that makes sense. This deep into the tournament down to 15 because you always have a few players. Seems like our Emperor could really use a break, by the way. I am a man who can definitely let go of a big yawn thought, but that was one that I am jealous of. He went for it for a solid 12 seconds.
A labored yawn. You know, that stuff's contagious.
Yang is going to go for it for his final chip. He's the man who had a solid stack not too long ago. But he kind of dusted it all off. First with the 8-5. That was obviously just a bit unfortunate. I mean, he made his bet. He had to lay in it. But there were some moments where that could have worked out. Unfortunately, against the queens behind him. That was not one of them. And then the queen 3 of diamonds afterwards. Can't blame him too much for, except for the fact that it's queen 3 of diamonds. But yeah, just he had a very strong hand on that turn. And I understand that he went for it. He's now all in for his final 7 big blinds, 230,000 chips. It is ace-6 of hearts against the ace-jack of one of our biggest stacks, but not as big anymore as a while ago, Stevenson.
Hey, looking to rebuild back up, perhaps to a lead.
Oh, 6 in the window. How about a chop out thought?
Well, it's very unlikely after the 6 is there. And Liu Yang is going to find a double. Stevenson losing another pot here.
I was just thinking of the straight run I'd made. The cards were already perfectly in the line.
Yeah.
Right? It was like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Now, every time Stevenson's on the feature table, it just doesn't go his way.
No, he was doing well earlier, but
Okay.
especially the aces that really put a serious dent in his stack.
Yeah.
And yeah, a couple of other unfortunate moments. You're right. He was indeed doing a whole lot better on the other table. He's probably calling for the floor right now. He's like, break! Can I get moved?
Get me off this table.
I'll just grab myself a coffee very quick. I'll be back in 10 seconds.
No rush. Take your time, bro.
We've also been 15 for a while, right? Maybe the stacks are starting to even out. I mean, I could already been out with the queen 6 anyways. So. I'm running good just to still be here, you know.
Quite different chip stacks here on screen.
Yeah.
Come on, you could have at least pushed your cards
Really bad.
into the mug, my man. Just stood up and left the cards there. Dealer forced to reach out to fold these. Nobody has anything so far. Ja William, 9-8 of suit on the button.
He knew too. He tanked. He didn't even snap call. When he was tanking, I was like, I thought he was gonna fold. And he called. I was like, oh man, he might have like ace queen or something.
And
you know, or
he jams.
2 9s, maybe 2 8s.
I guess the small blind and big blind were quite short. Just trying to apply a lot of pressure here. As we still have 15 left, there's some pay jumps around the corner. I think the pay jump's on 14, yeah, so there's more incentive for them to fold.
Yeah, they're strict here.
Pocket sevens here for Chung Yu Chung. Going to open it up for 2 big blinds. Stephen Song, Ace King, immediately behind. And we're almost certainly going to see a 3-bet here. Let's see how much we're talking.
I got held up, Johan, but I am back. Did I miss anything? Did anybody bust?
What's that box?
Dehumidifier.
Okay.
A present?
Wait, it's for here, for the room, or for
No,
you?
it's just for me. I got it.
Wait, because like you of the rewards or whatever.
Yeah, I guess. Let's
How
get
are you
presents.
supposed to take this home?
In my suitcase.
Aye, aye, aye.
Why? I love it. Looks beautiful. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but I love it.
Well,
I-
what was the humidity like in Netherlands?
In the summer, it can get pretty humid. Like 3 months a year. And then the rest of the year we're fine. We're cooking. But there are 3 months a year where it can be pretty humid. Yeah, Steven now under a million, yeah. Okay, he does take this one down.
It's a pretty awful spot with sevens here. It just feels like a little too low to even call the 3-bets. Definitely too low to jam in these positions. So just lets it go. It's bottom range, I think.
Did I see you drink a coffee early this weekend? Did I see you drink coffee?
Well, I had Starbucks twice.
I feel like you were never a coffee guy.
I am now for sure.
Yeah?
Actually, I think I'm gonna buy a machine soon, and I've been studying like which ones are the best.
I've got a nice machine. It's like
Really?
a Yova, something like that.
Okay.
I'm not very good with names, but it's supposed to be like when it comes to traditional beans, you know, just fill in the beans at the top, press a button.
Oh,
get
you
black
just
coffee.
press a button. You don't have. Okay, so
Yeah,
it's. I'm considering getting like a proper one where you do like some of the stuff yourself,
Ah,
and the one with the.
oh, you mean like the ones they have in the French cafes, you know?
Yeah.
Tuck, 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 tuck.
And the one that also makes like a milk warmer if you want to do like a
Yeah, yeah.
cappuccino and stuff.
I have that.
But I feel like it's such a hassle, so I'm really hesitant. Like, do I want to give up quality for convenience?
Mine has
So I'm
that
not
as
sure
well,
either.
but I never use the milk thing because
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really. I mean, I like cappuccinos, but when it comes to coffee, is that I started drinking it black a long time ago, and I was like, I should just continue drinking it back.
Yeah.
Got a little battle here of the suited aces, ace 4 versus ace 5. Yes,
Then you call.
the Emperor.
Come on,
Did he make a move with the Solver special
No, no, even
on
if
Ja
I'm
William?
thinking, I only prefer.
Looks like it, right?
Because they only
Yeah.
call now.
We bet to 145. Ace 5 suited, one of the best 3-bet bluff hands.
Most max value.
Why do you think the computer loves it so much?
Because you can connect with the straight, you're also playing the flush, and you block. You block aces. Since you're holding an ace, it's less likely somebody's gonna have 2 aces or any sort of ace something.
Pakistanis show you. Are you a fool?
Very good hand for that.
I'm not that scared.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, great.
A 4-bet.
Oh my goodness, Ja William with the place. Basically putting the Emperor to the test. Do you want to play for your tournament life or not? And that is a baller play by
Yeah,
Ja
that is
William.
sick. And I don't think Ace 5 can ever continue
No,
here. This
no,
is
no.
so crazy. Like, this is just a pure 3-bet bluff. Sometimes you can 4-bet bluff and even like jam your Ace 5 suited, but to call an all-in is
Yeah.
nearly impossible, I think. Unless he thinks he's committed. And funny enough, he would be ahead.
Yeah, but I feel like more often than not we had to a chop pot here, right? I feel like we chop this one incredibly often. But I think you're right, mate. I don't think you can call off with ace-5. Can you make the play with ace-5? Absolutely. It does suck to go all the way back to 11 big blinds right after Joe was chipping up a little bit again. I'm afraid he's going to have to let this one go. And he will painfully throw those cards to the middle. He's got a cool watch, by the way.
What is it?
Yeah, I wish I knew, but I just like the look of it. I like the style. Like
Are you talking about the pro player?
yeah.
It looks like Richard Mill.
Then he has done incredibly well, if that's what it is. Yeah. Or maybe he got it
If it's
on
a
a
Richard Mill, we need to see him in the 50k shop deck.
Yep. And if it is a Richard Mill, I also want to know if he got it on a beach on Spain or in an actually jewelry store. Because those thought I can get to. There's a lot of them.
Yeah?
On the Spanish beaches, they walk around, they open their jacket, and it's kind of like, look at the goods. And it's just like watches and golden chains.
Well, you were here for a StarCraft event and you saw that? Or?
No, when I was a kid, I went to Spain a few
Okay.
times. It's a very popular holiday destination for Dutchies. There's a couple cities that the Dutch take over.
I thought those guys mostly sell sunglasses and
Yeah, but a lot of like just, and they're not pretending it's real, by the way. They're like, it's a very good fake, Rolex, Breitling, Patek Philippe, you know, anything you can find. I mean, it will probably last for around 3 weeks, but you know, at least for 2 nights you can pretend like you're the man with your fake watch. Pocket nines once more. This time for Feng Zhou. A lot of Zhous in there. Wow, by the way, the Emperor not discouraged after that ace-5 hand. No, never mind. This is a lady, sorry. Confusing the names here. Zhou Yu is the one who's opening things up with ace-7 suited on the cutoff.
on a pretty shallow stack, actually.
By the way, even Selena said that it would be so much easier if all of these guys had nicknames. Like, for instance,
Yeah.
Seed 1, she knows him as Nevin, and she's like, yeah, that makes it easier. And now they have too many similar names, and it's going to be very hard to follow their journeys and get very attached to the players as well.
Yeah, I think if she explains that to production, they might choose to do it like this.
Like we have
It would be
triple.
funny tomorrow we tune in, it's the same table. It's like Peter, Sandra, Barbie.
But it doesn't
Karen.
even have to be English names. It can be a gaming name, right? It doesn't have to be like, this is what I'm called in, when I go over to America, because they can't pronounce my name properly. But, as long as it's a unique name, because right now we legitimately have 3 people with Zhou in their name.
Yeah.
That just becomes hard to remember.
It's just a common name, man.
Yeah, it's the John Smith of the China.
No, they don't do that anymore.
only can play the top range.
Blind still at 30k here for this level prior to the break, which is coming up pretty soon. Should be in 12 minutes. And Jia William is going to open up the King Jack suited, very pretty hand. Zhu Fengzhou wakes up with pocket sevens on the button. Against an early position open, I feel like a 3-bet is quite unlikely. Because it's a very strong range, but sometimes, somebody's feeling spicy, might go for it.
Especially since John William has been very active over the last hour and a half. And can't blame the man. Everything he touches turns into gold. Even when we defend our big blind with King Deuce offsuit, we turn it into trips and we crack aces. Aces literally been cracked on this stream before kings. And not just one.
There's been a lot more kings, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but today the amount of aces has really been picking up. So I
Well, it
think
wasn't, obviously, at some point, people are meant to have aces.
I know. They're like that is correct. And we've got King Jack of diamonds against the sevens. This was a pretty damn sweet flop for sevens. 9-5-5, only one overcard to your sevens. And it's not like one of the overcards that the under the gun +1 raiser would connect with very often. So, say almost as good of a flop as it gets for sevens without actually finding the set. I recently watched a video where a card magician was talking about like being able to produce a certain hand, by the way that he shuffles.
Yeah.
And it's really funny because he was like, I can deal myself trips. And I was like, thinking to myself, it's like, he means a set. And then it's like he could read my mind. And he's like, and before the guy out there on the internet is like, that is not a trips, it's set. Trips is two on the board. Nobody cares. And I was like, oh my god, he's talking to me. Like, through this video, he's talking
He's
to
a real magician.
Yeah, I was that guy. I was like, he's talking about dealing himself, three of it, like kind of make a set, but he's actually like, he was referring to it as trips, and I was like, thinking to myself, that's wrong. And he's like, nobody cares. I was like, oh no, this guy had a soul read on me without knowing I was watching his video. I was like, damn it, I'm the annoying guy on the internet.
Yeah.
100. Okay, so it won't overlay probably.
Yeah, William, ace 10 suited under the gun, easy open.
There's also a chance that the delay is 20 minutes, by the way, and then that delay would be kicking in now.
No.
No, you
It
sure
was-
it's
the way
30?
It was written, so
Okay.
we know exactly.
But then I wonder why they're stepping up right now. Perhaps there is a crazy hand happening on one of the side tables.
Yeah.
120?
And we have
Guarantee.
Joe William with another under the gun open. I'm really starting to be very fond of him. Like, if you talk about recognizable players, somebody that you're going to be invested in, Joe William is absolutely one of them. He's been so active. Wang Bin makes the call from the big blind with 8-4 of diamonds. So far, I want to say outflops his opponent, but does he though, Todd? There are 7 million outs for Joe William. He's literally the favorite while being behind. That's impressive, no?
Yeah. Definitely. Being in position is always nice here too. This type of hands. You get to realize equity much more easily.
15 outs at the moment, and we could obviously pick up a bunch of additional outs on the turn. With the board pairing, with a straight draw. Any jack gives us extra outs, every 6 gives us extra outs, every ace and a 10 is already an out, every heart is an out, and if a king or a queen or rolls off, we pick up even more outs. Too many out syndrome, perhaps. I mean, if the turn is like a queen of clubs, oh, I am actually feeling it, Todd. Then we have too many outs. Then it's too much. Or if the turn is like a 6.
Wang Bin with a check raise.
Yeah, but we're not letting go of the nut flush draw here. 0% chance. I think if anything, Ja William might just put them all in here. I have the feeling that unfortunately Wang got very, very unlucky. Ja William likes to keep this game simple for himself. I think he's just all in, Todd. Yep, there you go. And that is a snap fold on the side of Wang. I like how Ja William plays, man. Because I don't know if he's like the best player in this field or if he's done crazy well throughout his career. But it is efficient, it's aggressive, and he also keeps the game simple.
要那个山寨病房型
I'm a fan.
山寨币，就是那个贵不超那个
You need to ask him some advice later. Imagine you play some cash aces to your left. You're gonna quake in your boots.
30趴给100。
I'm gonna quake in my boots the first time you lose a hand. That's when I quake in my boots.
Why?
I always feel like our friendship is on the line whenever I beat you in a pot.
Man, you beat me all the time and we're still friends.
I know,
Although
but
you play like complete garbage. So.
but sometimes 24 hours do go by. No, we've gone through thick and thin. I think especially the trip with the van from Cologne to Vienna, if the lifelong bond wasn't built yet at that point, I think that solidified it.
What do you mean?
Oh, it didn't mean anything to you.
What?
did I help?
No, like, yeah, but yeah, we were cool, right?
Of course we were cool.
Yeah.
No, I mean that we were obviously already friends for a long time.
Yeah.
But I think once you go through like a long road trip like that together, then it's like, okay, we're probably going to stay friends forever.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's
Well,
next level. Because you
I
can
think
also...
in 2010, you came to Korea and you stayed in my closet of an apartment for a month. So I think by the end we were ready to kill each other. But then after that, obviously, we go home and we're cool.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
That was a true test of friendship for sure, to live in a closet for a month. If I think back on it, like, how did we even do it? Like, my apartment was so small.
Sleeping on a mattress on the floor.
Yeah.
We have King 10 here against 10-9. So both players are pairing their 10s. No, of course that was a true test. But I also just think like at one point there are moments that you share with friends in your life where you're like, that was actually like, that's not just something you do with anybody, There's not many people that can DM me and be like, hey, do you want to like casually drive me from Cologne to Vienna on a rented van? Like, to
I
99%.
would think you'd do that for anybody.
No, to 98% of the people I know, I'd be like, nah, sorry, that's a bit much. But
Yeah.
And I was like, I feel like Johan needs me. And on those moments, you need to come through, right?
Yeah, no, that was very nice.
And big shout out to Lino. I don't know if he's here, if he will ever listen.
The
but-
goat.
Yeah, Lino really is a goat in that regard. Incredibly sweet guy.
You know, I gave him a free bet too recently,
I
like
didn't know.
you, and he won too.
A free, like
Yeah, I was
free
in
roll.
Vegas.
Yeah,
I told
yeah.
him like $100. You can tell me what to bet on, and I don't
Okay.
remember what he bet. Maybe basketball or something.
He loves his American sports. I think a lot of people in this tournament love their American sports. I've seen some people watching some NBA highlights, some NHL highlights, even while the Lord Poker Tournament series
You
are
mean-
going. The field, the players like it.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen
Like
players.
you were walking around and you saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in the catch game, one of the guys was firing up some highlights.
Hockey surprises me, because I think like basketball in this part of the world is pretty popular, but hockey, I would guess not. So
No, it might not be that popular, but you know what is popular for poker players? Sports betting. And if hockey surprised you,
Many
wait,
things back up
wait
as
until
well.
they see the junior Vietnamese basketball league going on, because they can get really into that one too. Now, obviously, that will not go for the dedicated pros here, but a lot of the players that are here for the Lord Poker Tournament series are here to have a good time. A little break from the everyday struggle. Play some cards with family and friends.
What you gonna do in the break?
It's a good question.
I think I'm gonna change.
Mhm.
Like I dress up proper, and I'm so uncomfortable. So I need like sweatpants or a shorter. And then later, KBBQ.
Yeah, I'm definitely done. I mean, we are close. Today we'll be playing down until 9 players are left. There are currently 15 players left in the field. There's a chance that maybe somebody already busted on one of the other tables. I think we-
It is somewhat of a bubble, and they are big pay jumps. So
Yeah.
I expect it's gonna go slow for sure, because people are gonna try to ladder up or make that final table for some of these guys might be very important.
Mhm. No, that's absolutely true. And they're not mega short, right? It's not like we're looking at 4 stacks that are 4 big blinds. There are a couple of shorties out there. As Ace Jack actually gets outflopped by 10-9. It is a good old battle of under the gun +2 versus a big blind.
Yeah, it's 40 minutes levels,
Mhm.
so not a fast structure by any means.
Fang Zhou against Zhou Zhuan, where Zhuan takes the lead with the pair of 9s. He's gonna stick around here. He is very short though. Do you think he might just go for it here? Is that an all-in? Yeah, I think that's just an all-in. Says I made a pair. It is hard to make a pair in poker. You got me beat. You got me beat. You think Ace Jack calls? I don't think we can really call. It's just a
No.
little too much without a whole lot going for us. Great play. Really, really good play there by Zhou on the big blind. Super annoying for our original raiser. Left himself with 5k.
Why did I bet?
Yeah. He's like, this is what they told me. I'm the big stack. I'm supposed to apply pressure on the smaller stacks. Why do they always do this against me when I'm sitting here with ace high?
He's
Obviously,
getting a pretty sick price. Though.
Yeah.
That's what he's thinking. He's like, wait,
yeah.
there is a couple draws out there. I mean, he blocks like Jack 10.
And he also there's a good chance that he would have 2 life cards. Obviously, if his opponent somehow flopped a king, then you're just drawing to the ace. You're drawing very slim. In a scenario where you jack his life as well, you could consider
That's when
it.
the miracle can come, though.
Mhm.
That's why you go rabbit hunting to find.
Well, he
You
he
should
keeps
go
the
there.
game simple for himself, and I can live with that. 15 players left. This is a full table, so as long as there are 8 players here, I think it's safe to say nobody's busting on the other table because they won't play 8 and 6. So at this point, it should still be 8 and 7. If one of the players of this table does get moved to the outer table, that obviously means that we're down to 14. How good are your card skills, Todd? When it comes to like dealing, shuffling.
Dealing is good. Shuffling, no. Just terrible.
Would you like to learn it? Or you don't really care?
Yeah, I guess, if it's like not too hard. I'm a bit of a slow learner.
I do believe, Todd, that this is that break that you were referring to. People are folding at a very rapid pace, and they are getting away from the table.
It's going to be an hour break, guys. Stevenson just going to pick it up, looks like.
Is
38 big blinds, that's definitely above average.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got 4 stacks that look kind of on the shorter side here at the bottom.
Yeah. Very sad there for our final female player left in his MTT. Last hand before the breaks. He's on the big blind. 7 deuce offsuit. All right, well, you guys have heard it before. This is going to be a longer break than usual. I believe it is a 1-hour break. So we'll obviously be back in an hour to continue this journey of day 3 of the Lord Poker Tournament Series. Well, we are in day 2 of the main, and today we'll be playing down to the final table, the final 9. I'm Roddy. With me is Le Tut. Any final words before we return in an hour from now?
Thanks for tuning in, guys, and we'll see you
Welcome back, everyone, to the third day of the Lord Poker Tournament, a main event where we are going to play down all the way to the final 9. We currently have only 15 players remaining, which does include a couple of recognized pros like Stevenson. But of course, my man, Ja Williams, still going strong. I will be joined by Johan Mello for the first bit of this, not quite final table, but second to final table.
Semi-final, I think
Yeah.
some people call it.
The final 2. Right.
Yeah. And we're now starting to be more and more familiar with some of these players. Wu Shuai-Tsong here in seat number 1. We've seen him play very fast before. We've seen him limp a bunch. And actually, I was watching earlier when he was playing off the featured table. He had an insane comeback because he lost a huge flip with ace queen against jacks. He barely had any chips left. And then suddenly I checked again and he had more chips. Right now it looks like he doesn't have much, but I think the red are 100K. So he's actually not necessarily that short. Yeah, 760K.
19 big blinds.
Yeah.
The man is playing 19 bigs.
And he's been nursing that short stack for a while previously, then apparently was able to rebuild back up a little bit. Yeah, because at some point he was very short. After he lost that flip, I really thought he had minutes left in him, but now we are there like 2-3 hours later.
Yin Bo Xin comes along from the small blind with queen and 9 of hearts. As the option is on a new player that I have not seen yet. Is that a tattoo?
Yeah.
This man looks like absolute G. Where the hell did I get this guy from? He's straight from the underground, ready to play some poker on the big stage. He's been dominating those basement games around the world next to the billiard places and the darts halls.
I saw him make a big rejam earlier. It was open, 3-bet, and then he jammed over the top. And both players folded.
Wei Zheng, is that his name? Am I reading this correctly?
Zhong Wei-Zhang.
Wei Zheng?
Wei-Zhang.
All right. Then we'll go with Wei Zheng. Casually flops trip aces over here on ace, queen, ace. If you're Yin Bo Xin, you're actually going to be somewhat happier about the fact that you flopped a queen. If there are 2 aces on the board, it is supposed to be less likely that your opponent has one, but it was a multi-way pot. And in a multi-way pot, it is obviously always possible, even for the big blind, to just have one of these raggedy aces, whether it's ace 3 offsuit or ace 7, ace 8, that kind of stuff.
And it looks like he's going to bet his trips. Very small. Maybe trying to get a call from a queen here. Yin Bo Xin obviously not going anywhere. Unless he makes the call. One of those red chips. 420K suddenly in the pot. Oh, that's...
Wow.
I mean, obviously, you're still worried about an ace. But yeah, now against a small bet, it's like completely unfoldable. Even against a big bet, it's going to be hard to get away. And he checks immediately.
He only has 215K left, right? There's also a chance, smaller chance perhaps, but you could be chopping here. The big blind could also have that case queen. It's unlikely. You're going to be more worried about the fact that he has an ace, but he could have the case queen. I mean, with 420K in the middle, you're only playing 215. There is going to be an all-in here from our Neil man, and I have the feeling that we're going to see a relatively quick call. Well, maybe not that
You think?
quick.
No, I think he's going to tank a long time and might even let it go.
Yeah, it is tournament life, but
Yeah,
it's
that's the big change here for sure. This is a spot like that's kind of disgusting because there he's supposed to be some hands that will bluff on these sorts of run out with like, you know, ace queen, where you have like jack 10, king jack, king 10, but now the board is double pairs. So would Zhong Wei-Zhang really bluff those type of hands here when it feels like he doesn't really have any fold equity? I mean, I know it says that the pot is 1.7 million, but really it's how much
it was,
was
420K. It was 420.
Yeah, so it's like in total, if he calls, it would be 800K, and it's like how often is he chopping? Like, would a queen always jam here? Would there be some small bets? It's a bit of a disgusting spot, to be honest. And he's a pro player, right? He was wearing the jacket earlier.
I'm not sure if Jin was.
He's definitely a very competent player. We've seen him
Yeah.
a bunch before, so he might be able to find the fold here, which
Which
Still
would
be impressive.
Which would leave him with less than 5 big blinds, though. Or
Yeah.
like a tiny bit over 5 points, whatever. It's very tough. And indeed, it's a gnarly spot. And with your tournament live on the line, where you're down to the final 15 out of 505 runners, yeah, you're gonna take your time. You're not just gonna call, but I am afraid that he is gonna make the call, though. I just don't think you can get away. Wow, he does
Folds.
get away. Leaves himself with 5.4 big blinds. What a fold! Incredibly
yeah.
impressive.
These are goated moves right there.
Yeah. Was worried about the ace all the way to the end. As you said, that queen, yeah, it makes things look prettier, but it doesn't change what you were feeling earlier. You were losing to an ace. You are losing to an ace. And he does find a fold. That's impressive.
This is something that he's gonna, when he was gonna watch the replay,
这里是一定
definitely gonna pat himself on the back. Very good fold here.
Yeah. That's the one as well that you want to know about immediately. Because
Oh,
if
yeah.
you did not make the correct laydown there, if you lost to some sort
Like,
of king
please
high.
not King Jack.
Exactly. King Jack, King 10. And the thing is, like, if a good player is value betting King High for value there, I don't even think that's the worst play ever. Like on ace, ace, queen, queen. If you're sitting with King High, I really wouldn't even hate a value bet. But obviously, the way that we got there made it a bit less likely because it was a multi-way pot as well. It wasn't heads up,
Yeah.
and that changes
I actually
a lot.
wonder, like, offsuit, low offsuited ace in the big blind defending here multi-way. Like, is that meant to be like what you're supposed to do in this spot?
Yeah, I'm not sure either because obviously you're gonna have to play out of position against multiple opponents.
Yeah, but you're getting such a sick
Yeah.
price. These are like really the spots that.
And normally they say, and
Find
even
out
if you
figure.
flop an ace, you don't know if you're good.
Yeah.
But if you flop 2 of them,
Yeah.
then you're probably good.
But that had to be a pretty big cooler.
This man looks cool. He came
So
into play.
wait a second. Wood Song again limped, +1 ace-9 of suits. Zhong Weijiang limps in the small blind, and Zhang Jing wakes up with it in the big blind. Ace-Queen offsuit. He's going to jam his 15 big blinds. All
I
the
think
dead
it's-
money.
Yeah. He's
Give it
just-
to Papa.
Our big blind player is just gonna take this one down pre. Seems like we have lost a player on one of the outer tables since we're
Yeah.
now down to 14.
That's always where the eliminations happens, isn't it? On the other table.
Yeah, it happened a few times on the future table today as well. We had one guy sit down, made a baller play, backfired, next hand out. Played 2 hands, one
Oh.
bluff, didn't go to. I forgot the name.
Were you there for the King 4 suited?
Probably.
It
I've
might have been
been
the player that's maybe or may not be Irish,
Mhm.
because they didn't even have to fill out his name. So he sat down and he had King 4 of hearts.
Yeah,
Were you there for that hand?
I saw it, and it was a foreigner, the one I'm thinking of. Yes,
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
You weren't commentating, right?
I think I was.
Oh, okay.
But we
Yeah.
didn't talk about the fact that he was Irish.
Yeah, but yeah. So he sat down and then, like, I think literally like first or second
Yeah.
hands, blocked the nuts, went for it, trying to get. Hey, he was with you, yeah. King Jack.
I've seen a lot of fascinating hands. Saw a couple of very cool hands earlier with Selena as well. And some really cool plays have been made. When it comes to very solid poker or crazy poker, we've seen a bit of everything. And it's been a very enjoyable main event, and I'm sure that all the runners have had a very good time as well. Especially if you made it to the final 14. Our shortest stack at the table is going to go all in with a King 10 offsuit. It is a little over 6 big blinds. And I think Ace-6 of diamonds is going to look him up. Our new player at the future table on the button, a suited ace. It is 6 big blinds against probably the shortest player that's currently left in the field. You are a little bit concerned about the 2 guys behind you, and it is an under the
Yeah.
gun +1, but I think he's going to make this call.
You think?
Yeah, he's 1.6 million.
I think he folds.
Okay. I think he's going to make it. He does look like he's going to fold. He does fold.
Because the thing is, like,
Yeah, it's the 2 guys behind him.
yeah,
I
and
know.
also it's interesting because you mentioned like how much he has, but I feel like it's not as relevant. Like, of course, he's sitting comfortably, but you have to think of what somebody would jam with 6 big blinds from +1. That's like a pretty strong range. If it was the
With
person
6 big blinds, you think it's a strong range?
from +1, I mean, I say strong. I don't mean like
It's not
super strong, but it's not just any two because it's +1 and there's so many people left behind, right? Like
Yes.
the difference between +1 and hijack or cutoff is pretty massive. I
No,
think,
I
in,
get
in,
that.
in those
But
ranges of
in
what
two
you're gonna do.
hands, he's gonna have to pay the big blind and the ante. If
Yeah.
he loses that, he's down to 2.5. Like he will never
But I
let
do
it
think
get
that,
far.
Ace 6 suited or Ace 6 suited is the worst suited ace.
Yeah, I know, because you can make it straight. But I think if he's on the big blind there, it's a snap call for A6. I am convinced
Oh yeah,
of that.
again, depending on position, it's a
Yeah.
completely different hands.
Yep. What he's facing, I think, matters there, but I think it's a lot about the two guys behind him. Obviously, you don't want to go all in with A6 and then potentially run into aces or kings, then you're going to absolutely hate your life if the small blind and the big blind does wake up with it. I think otherwise he would have gladly taken a look at it, which does mean that the short stack gains a bunch of incredibly valuable chips. Nothing extra, but hey, small blind, big blind, and antes, they are so incredibly valuable this phase of the tournament.
Well, every other hand is a pay jump now, pretty much. Or every other elimination, sorry. Raise to 80k here in the cutoff with A7 offsuits for Zhong Guijiang. Very active already. Yeah, it actually never falls really quickly, but yeah, with 4 deuce, I can't imagine that he's gonna get out of line here ever. Zhao Jiaming in the small blind, 10-8 offsuits. He has 1.6 million. So would be 40 big blinds effective if he were to play, but just gonna get out of the way. And then Wu Shuizong in the big blinds. I'm guessing he's probably gonna defend. No way, he's on the shorter side. He's gonna let it go just because of his stack size. Probably feels like he can't play too much post flop with this type of hand, Jack 9 offsuit. I think if he had been deeper, it probably would have called. But yeah, 16 big blinds is pretty tough to even add one more big blind in there and try and play post flop in what would be a 5.5 big blind pot already. Would be like SPR 3. The piggy bank is back. Some players do things like this where like they have like a little box or whatever, and then whoever they eliminate, they give them like a candy or something. It's like the ultimate like taunt.
I learned last weekend over in Evo that apparently there is a kid that whenever he beats his opponent, he stands up and he whips out a business card. It's like, contact me for lessons.
Oh my god.
And apparently the dad of one of the kids he did that too was angry, grabbed the card and threw it at the player.
Okay, I was expecting worse, yeah. Yeah, don't
I
do
mean,
that.
like, it's
Don't do
just-
that to me if you beat me in a Warcraft 3 tournaments.
It's just a gimmick. I mean, it's
You might be chewing on that card real quick.
Jin Bo Shin goes all in with the King 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, he's so short at this point, even from early position. Five and a half big blinds.
Zhang Yin in the cutoff with 9-6 offset. He's gonna obviously let this one go. It's been very quick. Very sad that they moved my man Ja William away from this table. I find him so fun to watch. Comes down to the big blind, who does have a pretty hand, but I think it's just a little too much for him. It's 195k. You know, you're pretty much always going to be behind. Apparently, that was the small blind. The big blind, however, has, yeah, I want to say a hand that he could theoretically call off with. The problem is he's got no chips. And if you only have 275,000 chips, it really sucks. I think if the small blind would have jammed into the big blind, he calls, but against the early position jam. He's taking a look at the board as well, maybe going over the pay jumps. Queen Jack is a pretty hand. He's going to flip in one of his time bank chips. Queen Jack is pretty, but you have to also know that you're very rarely behind. You could be flipping, but very, very rarely are you I said behind, but I mean ahead here, obviously. There are not many hands that you'll dominate. Unless you think your opponent is capable of doing this with queen 10 suited, which technically is a play. If somebody is dead short, like 5 big blinds short,
Yeah.
there is a chance they do it with queen 10 suited. But that's then you're really searching for the 1 or 2 hands that you're going to do great against.
It's interesting because I just looked up some ranges, and king 8 suited in this position, in this scenario, it is plus EV, but you know, not by a lot. Like you shouldn't be too thrilled to ship it in. I do think that's because he's one of the lowest, like shortest stacks.
Did he call?
Yeah,
He
it looks
flipped
like
over the
called, yeah.
cards.
And so Queen Jack, though, on the other hand, if somebody's going all in with all the hands they're supposed to go to, it's a pretty easy call in the big blind here.
Okay. Yinbo Shin knows that his tournament life is on the line, but honestly, the same can be said for our big blind player when Queen Jack versus King 8. King 8 so far is still good. We've got a diamond on board as well, but a queen rolls off on the turn, and that is a dagger in the heart of Yinbo Shin. This man, unfortunately for him, will be eliminated in 14th place, which means we're down to 13, and we're only 4 players away from making it to the final table of the main event, which we'll be broadcasting tomorrow.
Jin Bushin played really well, I gotta say. Like all the times we've seen him here on the featured table, delivered and
Yep.
just bust on a pretty standard hand here. Nothing much else he could have done. Like I say, like King 8 is, it feels a little borderline, but as long as it's plus EV, you kind of have to go for these spots when you're this short and unfortunately not able to double. Just like that. Just a few more eliminations here before the final table. I wonder how intense it's going to be here before the final table bubble. Like, do these guys really, is it more about the pay jumps, or does anybody really just want to make the final table? Be able to say that they're there, get that night of rest in, very important, of course.
And you sleep so much better knowing you have a final table to look forward to.
You think?
I know you can say like, you're gonna be nervous, but
Yeah,
yes,
I
in
think
the
you might be mega stressed, like,
No,
if you
no.
don't have experience.
So would you rather go to bed knowing you've got a final table, or would you rather go to bed knowing you were so close to a final table, busted in 11th place?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you prefer going to bed, but like as far as sleep quality, if you're like someone that stresses and gets nervous easily, like
No,
for
I
sure,
know-
you
I
don't
know what
sleep
you mean.
too well.
I know what you mean, but I think it is not the worst kind of stress. It's kind of like the smile on my face. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's stress. And yeah, sometimes I can absolutely keep you up. Yes, it seems like we have moved over a player from one of the outer tables
How well did you sleep the night before I had to play against you in Cologne for that one tournament?
in Cologne.
Yeah, we had to play when you told me you want to do a money bet.
It
on
was
top of
Hamburg.
Really? I thought
Yeah.
it was Cologne.
Hamburg.
Okay.
That's not
Did you
very
sleep
well.
well? Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
What about the night after we played?
Not so good. I do remember that hotel had very good Thai curry that I was very fond of. That's what I remember.
I don't know why. Are you sure it was Hamburg?
100%, yeah.
Really?
It's the only time in my life I've been to Hamburg.
Wait, I thought I never went to Hamburg. I think you know sometimes memory plays
Yeah,
tricks
yeah,
on
yeah,
you, right?
Absolutely.
We should look it up later. I'm pretty sure it's Cologne.
Yeah, I'm willing to
Because
make
I'm
a friendly.
convinced I had never been to Hamburg for like a very long time.
I'm willing to make a friendly wager. We can look it up, mate.
Well, I think my memory is more likely to fail than yours because of my older age. So I don't know if I want to bet on this. But
Hamburg, it was good old Hamburg, Deutschland. We've got an all-in king queen. It is 11 big blinds, so that's a serious jam, right? I think small blind maybe limped, or was it a min raise from the small blind? Sorry, I was going down. I'll see if I can look it up for you quickly.
Zhang Jianhui, 13 big blinds. Wen Huan, 14 big blinds here. Pretty intense few moments before we get to the final table.
We're getting close, right? 14 or 13 players left at this point, so we are waiting for 4 more players to be eliminated. And that will be the end of our broadcast today. But I'm already excited for tomorrow. Very excited to see the journey of Joe William. Excited to learn how to properly pronounce these names as well. I'm going to practice all night long, Todd.
Wait,
Just-
did you ask him? Oh, you mean you're going to ask him?
No, I'm going to ask Selena, and I'm going to write it down, and I'm going to rehearse with Whoever wants to help me. Is gonna sit down at the cash table and be like, "Hey guys, I've got a list of names. Help me how to say it." And then I'll just toss them a chip every now and then. Service.
King 10 offsuit here. On a pretty small stack. Wow, he's actually gonna play. He's gonna limp. That looks like a raise. Usually we've seen Wu Shuichong go for the limp here very often. And he does open it up. Cut off. I feel like that'd be a hand I'd happily stay away from if I was one of the small stacks here. King Jack off, I think I'd open. Might be able to get it through here. Big blind 7-4 suited though. 1.7 million for Zhong Weizhang. He's gonna make the easy call. Ready to play. Came here to battle.
Jack 10-6, all spades. Monotone board over here. Top pair for Wu, but it's no, sorry, not top pair. Second pair does immediately jam. And he said it as well. He's quick, eh?
Yeah.
Man, that's honestly that's pretty scary on that board. The Jack 10-6, all spades. You're not holding one. This man is a gamer.
This guy would sleep like a baby if he makes the final table. Doesn't get stressed at all.
Five players away from that final table of the main event here at the Lord Poker Tournament Series. Brought to you guys by AA Poker, a very popular poker app in this region of the world. And a lot
I
of
think
players.
we're 13 though, right? Because it said 14 before the elimination happens.
I think you're right. So now we're 4 players away from the money. Unless they already calculated someone was
Yeah.
going to bust and they just updated a bit too early. But it's 13 or 14. Either way, we are incredibly close. We are going to witness a few more players getting eliminated. And then we've got our final table lineup. It will be very fun to learn a few things about these guys. So get to see them play their final hands. This man is pretty short, Todd. Zheng on the button with pocket sevens. He's got a 12.5 big blinds. There is a raise from under the gun though, so he also knows that if he ships it here, it is likely that he gets looked up. Now we know that the raise is from a really weak hand under the gun. It's king 4 offsuit. We fold the sevens. Would have been a fantastic moment for him to jam it, but I do completely understand. This close to the final table. We are 4 eliminations away from being able to call yourself a final table player. The main event of this Lord Poker Tournament Series. The Lord just sounds kind of funny to me.
The Lords?
Yeah, like the Lord and Savior. The Lord and Savior of the Poker Casino, yeah.
The Lord and Savior, the ace on the river.
We actually have a lot of action. So instead of the sevens jamming, we've got ace-3 coming over the top from the small blind with the 3-bet. Man, our new player that I'm not that familiar with yet, he is a gamer, Todd.
He's a gangster.
Yeah.
That's a gangster player right there.
This King 4 opening. We've already seen a lot of very good acting over the weekend. This one. Oh my goodness. He's tossing in the time bank as well. He's playing the long con. He's like, if I make it to the final table and with this chip stack, I'm going to do it anyway. What? He calling?
Wait, what?
These graphics correct? Did we just toss in 220? 4 bets! Oh my goodness. There's a new sheriff in town.
Okay, this guy's my favorite player of all time.
Jia Ming. What a play. King 4 under the
4
gun.
kings, man.
Yeah. Wrong order, but you're right.
What a sick play. And I mean, I can't imagine ace-3 is going to do anything but fold here. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Zhao.
Show the 4.
Yeah. Showing us who's the daddy. What a play. Man, sometimes these guys, they just hit us with plays that
Yeah.
we really don't expect. And if we don't even expect it, like, you know, imagine how difficult it is to play against these guys.
This is gangster poker for sure.
Yeah. Maybe that's what, like, you know, deep stack, late tournament is all about. 'Cause
Well,
these
we don't
guys-
know how familiar they are with each other. Maybe he's played a bunch
That's possible too.
with the squeezer, and he's like, all right, I know you're going to take this spot every single time with any ace, with many other random broadways, so I'm just going to apply max pressure. And
I mean, but you say this spot. How often do you think that there are 12 left in a 505? main
yeah, but
event?
like it can happen without it being 12 left, right? If he's played, it's just about the familiarity that you have with the one player that squeezes. If you feel like he's one of those very aggro, and I mean, from what we've seen so far,
Yeah.
with the little bit that has been there, he's definitely more on the aggro side.
But it is a pretty unique spot. This is not a spot that anyone is in. No matter how good you are in poker,
Yeah.
you're simply not this deep that often. Even the best players in the world are going to have a very tough time making it to the final 12 of any field of 505 players.
And also, it's a very simple hand to play from there, in that if villain jams, then you're just folding,
Yeah, yeah.
looking for, right?
Yeah, but then you do think like, man, I just dusted off 600 something K.
Yeah,
which
but if you
to-
think it's a good spot, you just take
Yeah.
it, right?
It is a little over 15 big blinds, so it's not like it's 75 bigs, but 15 big blinds this deep into the tournament. Just an amazing move. Maybe he picked up on something that we missed. We obviously have no audio here. I do believe there is audio on the stream, where you guys can hear things correctly. But yeah, sometimes it is. Maybe we miss a few things, perhaps. Just the good old read, man. He looked him up, and he's like, "You don't really look all that comfortable with that 3-bet. You're not looking all that happy." What a
And we're
play!
down to 12.
It's going quick. So just 3 players away from knowing our lineup for the final table of the main event of the Lord Poker Tournament Series. We still have our happy guy on the left side of the dealer, Seed 1. Quickest player in the West. Even though Yo-Yo, Yo-Yo has him beat. I'll guarantee you that. I've never played with a quicker player than Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo plays. It's called Blitz chess, right? The quick chess.
Yeah, you have Blitz, you have Rapid. Well, I think Blitz is the quickest.
Yeah,
You're correct.
she's playing Blitz poker.
You are correct.
7-3 offsuits. No, thank you. King 7 off. Nope. All right, that's gonna be a raise. 15 big blinds for Deng Jin. Not been very active. Kind of waiting to pick the correct spots, and
Mhm.
this might be it right there.
He's been very short, right, to be fair, for a little while. You really have
Raises
to
to
be
100k.
Mm-hmm. 2.5. Just wants
Yeah.
to get paid, right? He's like, I know I'm not going to get jacks a whole lot over here this deep into the tournament, so we may as well.
He's gonna pick up the blinds. This is getting intense. Everybody can feel, I'm sure, that they're very close to the final table here.
And at this point, if you're so close where you can almost taste it, when you're at the finish line, of course you don't want to fumble, you don't want to do anything silly. And this day may not have been as long as some of the other days. I tried to look it up, by the way, about Hamburg, but I can't find the Liquipedia. I feel like they should have had one about that one, because they have...
Was it the exact tournament?
I think it's Battle.net Season 5
Yeah.
Ladder Invitation or
I think
something.
I'm sure we can find it. Maybe
Yeah.
it's got like a funny name.
Mm-hmm. Something among those lines. European finals, whatever. Got an ace-5 of diamonds here in the hijack. As the cutoff has a decision. Ace-5 has opened. Cutoff is thinking about it, but with Queen-5, we shouldn't overthink it. Poker is hard enough as it is. 6 deuce by the man who's now sitting on 2 million. He's gonna let it go. Kind of sad, by the way, that Steven has been moved to the other table. He's always been fun. Like, I love that dynamic with Steven and Ja William. It's such a cool little battle. Yes, one of the shortest stacks here, but he's really not all that short, right? Like, we're looking over 15 big blinds here. We don't need to be rejamming King Queen with over 15 bigs. It'd be a cool play, but we really don't need to do it, and he won't do it. We could put
Wen Huan in the big blinds.
one
also
big blind with a
Pretty
pair.
short stack.
Yep. But it's one big blind with a pocket pair to see a flop. We toss in 40, we play for 220. I'll be honest, I'm short, but I'm calling it in here. I'll gladly go from 12 to 11.
I actually really wonder, like, is this better to just go all in?
That's
Or
very
to
risky,
call.
though.
And he's gonna call. Yeah, the problem is that you set mine with threes. It's like you're only playing a set, right? There's like, it's not like you're gonna flop deuce, 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 and be like, oh, I got the overpair.
No, but you can flop 2, 4, 5 and that kind of stuff, like 2, 5, 8. You know, just boards that look reasonable.
Well, you're not too thrilled on 2-4-5. It's still 2 over.
Ooh, well, there we have some sort of a scenario, the one that we were just discussing. Like, you're not happy with the ace, but if the ace was a deuce, you'd be very happy. Yes, there are 2 overcards, but you also have an open ender. Now we've got a pair and a gutter ball. But ace,
55,
Yep.
80k.
ace 5 bets 80k, 2 big blinds. I honestly, this is very annoying. Very, very.
Couldn't do 55. Yeah.
I think because of the 2 hearts, I'd be somewhat tempted to let this one go. But you probably think, like, what if I just come? What if it goes check, check on the turn? What if I get to see all
This is why
5
you jam
cards?
pre, so you don't have to play.
Yeah, but I think it's like jamming 12 trees when somebody else is opened. This has been much. The king does not change a whole lot. The man with trees is sitting there just, please, check it back, man. Like, there's no need for all this violence over here. Pot is big enough. We got 380k. Obviously, our hijack player has different ambitions. Did lose that big pot where he decided to 3-bet earlier, and we thought he was going to get it done. But had to fold against the 4-bet of the king 4. He's going to make a bet, and this is honestly, I think, where I give up on the trees. Yeah, 175k. This is for 50% of your stack. It's painful, it's sad, but I think you have to let it go.
Scarlet
Todd.
chips. Oh. Again, it's Dong Wei Zhang, which I think we're starting to gather is one of the aggro players. But yeah, here you really basically have to be able to tell yourself that, all right, he's doing this with a flush draw every time. It's kind of hard to put someone on only a draw, although it is. In lower stakes, that's done pretty often. Being put on one single hand, on one single type of hand.
I don't hate the way that the man played pocket threes there, even if he ended up losing a couple of chips.
He started the hand with 12 big blinds,
Yeah.
you say?
Mhm.
It's, I mean, in theory, it's a pretty comfortable jam. Big blind against hijack. It's more than +1 EV. But yeah, obviously you have to, to do it, you have to think someone is opening close to what theory is opening, which is extremely rare.
And it's tournament poker, it's live, there's pressure. Can be looking those things up
Yeah.
in the moment. And on top of that, you just get attached to your run. That's just what it is, right? In the end of the day, you'll get very attached to you being in this tournament. Because it's a bit of a high. You know this as a poker player. Like, if you survive for that long, you stay in there, you continue to battle. It just feels like you're on a bit of a high. As we are potentially, by the way, at this point playing hand for hand, because we were waiting for quite some time there. Which could mean, Todd, that we had another bust on one of the outer tables and we're only with 11 left.
Or maybe even without that, like if every hand is a pay jump,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
and it should be by now. King 9 suited, very good hands. Opens up. Zhang Jin, considering how much he's got, I can't imagine he's going to stick around with the ace-7 off. Ooh, pick up a monster here. 2 million already in his stack for Zhao jamming.
And these are the two that have some history as well. Don't forget about that. We had that king 4 against ace 5 or whatever it was, ace 6 earlier.
It's true, but when I see the hands and position, I'm like, all right, he's going to 3-bet and then king 9 will fold. That's
Yeah.
pretty much it. But something they've surprised me sometimes.
I mean, if Wei Zhang stays chill, I agree with you. You should just let this one go. Do not let it get personal, right? Especially not this deep into the tournament.
Oh yeah, no, he has a great stack.
Yeah. It's
Definitely above average, I would guess.
the 1.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, easy peasy, mate. That is, it's almost 40 bigs. That is way above average. At basically 40 bigs starting this hand. So
It's
you're
not a
right.
big 3-bet, but he would just be playing out of position. And like king 9, yes, it's a great hand, but it's bottom range.
He's
Just
gonna
gonna
let
let
it
it
go.
go pretty easily.
And it's also about the fact that you're playing against another player with a monster stack. It's just very risky. Like if
I'd
you
be curious, like from what hand he has to defend here, like king queen suited maybe. Like you just start calling the 3-bet this deep.
hmm
Maybe king jack suited.
I
What
think,
are we drinking, boss?
I think a couple of the high suited one gappers wouldn't hate it. Because you can obviously make that call without it truly hurting you. It sucks. Every big blind is important, but it's not like if we go from 40 to 36, it's the end of the world. Yao Ming is one hell of a player so far. Can't even really say that he's running good. He's just making great plays. I mean, picking up queens is running good, don't get me wrong. But outside of that, just a lot of great plays, right?
Yeah. He's good at folding when he's beat as well, from what I saw earlier. He was in the hand where he opened, got 3-bets, and then somebody jammed over the top. He folded. Then later on, he, I think, raised blind versus blinds. And I think it was Shui Tong that went all in. He folded again. I don't know what they had, but I assume obviously he must not have had the winner. Zhao jamming, speaking of, with the jacks, he's going to open up to 90K.
Oh, that is brutal. Tens
Break.
from hijack to the cutoff. Hijack, big stack opens. You're absolutely loving life normally here with pocket tens. And you're like, all right, let's go for it. And then we also have a short stack on the button with deuces. Who probably thought, all right, if you guys just fold, then I jam. I think at this point, the deuces is going to be a very easy fold because you're basically calling off. That's what it is. Ace king as well in the
Wow.
small blind. What on earth is happening over here? This deep into the main event. Jacks in the hijack, tens in the cutoff, and ace king offsuit in the small blind. You joking?
Yeah, 10.5 big here. He's not going anywhere. He's obviously going to ship it all in. And yeah, I mean, jacks for this amount.
And the chance for
never
the
gonna
double KO, overwhelming chip leader. And this is where it does really help that if you have 2 million chips, you could be wrong, and then what? You're at 1.4 million. You still have like close to 35 big blinds.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
take it.
I think that's pretty much unfoldable.
And he knows it as well. He's done the math. He has crunched the numbers. This could bring us awfully close to that final table. He sees, I'd say, the good news, right? Tens, okay.
Yeah.
Ace king, yeah, that's a tricky one, but okay.
42% equity for Zhao jamming.
And the best news for Zhao Jiaming is also that the biggest stack is the tens. So even if we lose against ace king, he
Yeah.
gets a fair share back. So that makes up for a lot. 9-5-4, so far so good for the Jiggities. With the 7, not a whole lot changes. The river, though, is a
Oh my
10.
goodness.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? And Jiaming is laughing about it. He's like, what? This guy actually spiked the 10.
Shuetsong is a survivor. Oh my goodness, this guy. 1.8 million now. 46 big blinds.
And he's the chip leader of the table after finding a 2-outer on the river.
Okay, that guy's just destined to win the whole thing. Anytime he's been close to being eliminated, he's just somehow drilled it.
Gotta love the triple up with tens when pocket jacks are in the hand as well.
That's wild. I mean,
Wow.
the hand kind of played itself,
yeah,
here,
yeah,
right?
no.
Like
nothing, did nothing wrong, and did
Yeah.
absolutely nothing wrong. Just,
Look at he's got all the chips. He didn't even react. It's like almost like he's in disbelief. He was ready to walk away. Down to 11, Kevin.
we were awfully close to a final table perhaps already, because we could have obviously lost another player. I said, this man, you gotta love it. You gotta love tournament poker. Is a river away from being eliminated, has 2 outs, and now finds himself chip leading one of the 2 remaining tables. That is how quickly things can turn around. That's funny as well, because if you're jumping there, I am so certain that he's only sweating like ace or a king on the river,
Yeah.
right? Like you're not at
You're
first you
not
don't
counting on the 10.
No,
for
you're not
sure.
even thinking of the 10 anymore. You're just thinking no ace, no king, no ace, no king. And then the 10?
Immediately picks up king jack suited here. Under the gun, but I think it's shorter handed even than earlier. We might be down to 6 players. No, actually, maybe even 5.
It looked like 5 to me, man.
Yeah.
Looked like it's 5. And that's possible if there are 11 players left. 5 on this table, 6 on the outer.
So
Obviously.
under the gun would be hijack then. With 5.
Yep. Hijack, cut off, button,
I mean,
small
easy
blitz.
open regardless with king jack suited.
Yeah. UTG becomes hijack. That is what it is. Everyone's in late position, Todd. If everyone's in late position.
Then we're playing some poker. King deuce offsuits. Here we go again.
The offsuit kings have been beloved by our gamers.
Looks like just gonna pick up some blinds. Always feels nice after losing that bigger hand just before. Wenhua now 8.3 big blinds. Definitely gonna need something to happen soon.
Yeah, especially if the blinds will go up once more. As I do feel like we are getting closer and closer to that moment. We are awfully close to the final table
Yeah, it is 40 minutes right
Yeah.
now, exactly.
of the main event of the Lord Poker Tournament Series. We'll play the final table tomorrow. That will probably be the first thing that we are going to broadcast. I expect it to be a very long final table because we've got a couple of big stacks and we've got some fun players as well, players that are willing to make moves. I expect it to go all over the place, back and forth.
Let's see the blinds. Pretty sure that just went up.
Is that the bell that we had? Hey, 10. So I guess somebody busted on the outer table as well. So
Yeah,
we
50k blinds. So from
Yeah.
40k to 50k. And yeah, one more player to be eliminated before the final table is decided here.
Wen now has 6.5 big blinds. Between 6 and 7. King 6 in the cutoff. It's not great, but he might just think that if I don't do it now, what if the next hand is 9 deuce and then I'm on the big blind and they're jamming into me? He's probably thinking about it. Maybe he feels that if I'm the one making a move, no, he will let it go.
Well, again, there's like final table bubble on the line and a pay jump. So I think even though it's very short, he can let this one go. There has to be someone on the other table that's also very short. It's extremely likely.
Yeah. You're right. And don't forget that this man is kind of short as well. He's on 12 big blinds. And he's an action player. Zhang Yin. Xiao gets a walk with the A6 of diamonds.
Don't mind if I do.
Smiling about that one. Still obviously having a very healthy stack despite the fact that he was on the receiving end of that disgusting beat with the jacks against the tens. Well, you know, something you can shake off rather quickly. You're still sitting at
You
one
think?
point.
I think it's very hard because like you're just gonna think like I would have had a monster stack if I won that one.
No, those are the few things that I would get over very quickly. Where I'm like if I'm left now with 12 big blinds, I agree with you. Then I'm actually fuming a little. If I'm sitting pretty over 35,
Yeah.
we're about to get
Oh,
some
they're
good news.
celebrating.
They are celebrating. Did someone just go all in on the outer table? Did we miss it? No.
Somebody busted. Yeah, it
Yeah.
says 9. So
Yep. Someone just.
handshakes, firm handshakes around the table.
Yeah. Hey, that means that Wen, by the way, with his 6 big blinds, has made it. Chip and a chair, as everyone is going to receive a bag, and that will do it for the second day of the main event of the Lord Poker Tournament Series. As I mentioned before, tomorrow, first thing on this channel, we'll cover the main event, final table, and we should have a couple of really fun guys. I expect Steven to still be around. I expect Jer William to still be around, because he is one hell of a poker player. I had a great time, Todd. Did you have a good time?
Definitely, yeah. And looking forward to coming back tomorrow, 12:30 local time, Korea Standard Time, which is pretty late in Europe. I think that's 5:30 a.m.
Yeah.
It's 7 hours difference.
I would say that's early for normal people, Todd. 5:30
Yeah, true.
a.m. is not late.
Yeah.
That is early. It's in the morning. Oh my God, the gamer in you just came true in the biggest way possible. But yes, 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Congratulations to all 9 players that have made it to the final table. It's been a lot of fun following their journey, and I can't wait to continue this broadcast tomorrow. We'll see you then. Good night. Have fun. Stay safe. And the biggest of shout outs to the Lord Poker Tournament Series. It's been fun. Can't wait for the main.